Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala demi negara, ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala demi negara, ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku mati jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik, ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntong. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Assalamualaikum semua, selamat datang ke anugerah MPL MY. Wow, look at this crowd. Anda sekarang ni bersama saya sebagai side host anda, Sid, bersama partner in crime saya yang dibenci ramai, yang disayangi ramai, iaitu Mars.
Terima kasih, Sid. Saya pun tak faham kenapa production selalu pair kita orang dua ni. Awak suka saya ke, Sid?
Saya suka awak dua, Mas.
Oh my God.
Serius. Sebab kan kita dekat sini, kita akan main full 7 game.
Betul. Kita akan bersama berjodohan panjang hari ini.
Amin, insyaAllah.
Okey, tanpa melengahkan masa, kita nak start kita punya award ceremony ni. Sebelum kita start, kita nak buat vibe check dulu, boleh?
Boleh.
Okey, saya nak minta bantuan tuan-tuan, puan-puan yang hadir untuk crowd cheer bersama dengan saya. Tapi saya nak buat lain sikit. Bosanlah are you ready ni.
Okey, boleh.
Boleh?
The
Okey,
stage is
minta
yours,
minta
brother.
bantuan sikit boleh? Boleh tak boleh? Boleh? Okey, bila saya sebut yo, korang ikut. Boleh tak boleh? Alright, dalam 3, 2, 1. Yo. Kuat.
Lagi sekali.
Sekali ya? Okey, sekali lagi. Yo. Woo! Rasa macam buat konsert.
Ini yang kita nak tengok sebab ini merupakan hari yang terakhir.
Betul.
Tapi di mana kita akan mulakan dengan award kita, Mas.
Betul, award yang pertama.
Di mana kita tahu kita ni sebagai side host. Awak tahu tak betapa pentingnya side host?
Aha.
Awak tahu tak side tu apa?
Jom, kita nak bagi side award ni. Side award ni apa sebenarnya? Sebab saya rasa side Adin dengan side Fitri tak apa penting.
Diorang penting sebab tu diorang khas hari ni. Alright, side award ni adalah award yang kita berikan. Kita tahu bagaimana side ni penting. Macam side laner yang main dekat bahagian goal lane dan di bahagian EXP lane.
Betul juga kan? Jadi kita punya side award yang pertama tu apa?
Alright, side award kita yang pertama, production pun sudah berlalu.
Alright.
Sekarang kita akan umumkan anugerah Best Team Announcer of MPL MY Season 13, and the winner is
Awak umum lah. Awak umum lah. Okey. Sekali lagi awak ni potong lah. Okey, sekali lagi dalam masa 3, 2, 1 umum.
And the winner is
Saya ke? Oh, saya umum.
kena umum.
Oh, saya umum. Okey. Sorry. Adik kat saya ke? Mana ni? The winner is the best team announcer goes to Tak ada pun.
Tak ada? Asal tak ada kat awak?
Mana ni?
And the winner is Mas! Berikan tepukan gemuruh kepada Mas! Congrats, brother. Congrats. Wow!
Orang main prank lah. Salah. Aku dah gabra lah.
Tengok jari.
Best
Tunjuk,
team
Mas.
announcer.
Tunjuk, Mas.
Okay. So baru tadi cakap pasal side tak penting.
Tak penting tak?
Tiba-tiba
Ni penting
side
tak?
ni penting pula.
Okay, alright.
Okay.
Alright, congratulations, Mas. Nanti
Terima kasih
kita
banyak.
celebrate kat luar.
Alright, kita celebrate.
Alright, jadi kita dah tak nak buang masa sebab kita akan mulakan award ceremony kita dengan menjemput marshal dan juga player-player MPL Malaysia kita. Jadi tanpa buang masa, let's go!
Bertugas untuk memastikan semua perlawanan berjalan dengan penuh integriti dan adil. Dijemput masuk barisan marshal kita. Harap playoff ni tak ada false lah. Tapi kalau ada best juga.
Berikan dan tepukan gemuruh kepada marshal kita! Berjaya melahirkan diri ke MPL musim hadapan melalui MAL musim pertama. Membawa rekod 9 kemenangan, 5 seri dan 0 kekalahan. Dipersilakan pasukan baru MPL Malaysia musim ke-14, Red Riot!
Red Esports is back, sis.
Muka baru.
Woo! Alright, tempat ketiga kita berjuang sehingga titisan kudrat terakhir tanpa kenal erti lelah. Hampir layak ke Grand Final namun nasib tidak menyebelahi mereka. RSG Malaysia. Tapi saya memang minat RSG Malaysia lah. Kan?
Betul Mas, betul. Best announcer
Best announcer.
Monster Vicious.
Satu-satunya pasukan yang dipenuhi barisan pemain lokal berjaya mengekalkan slot ke musim harapan untuk berentak ke M6. Give it up for Monster Vicious!
Hadir sebagai satu pasukan baru pada musim ini, berjaya meletakkan diri tempat keempat terbaik dalam musim sulungnya, dijemput masuk sang singa
King Empire Esports. Beratur dulu.
Terus nak pergi depan dia, tak berdepan.
Menunjukkan prestasi yang sangat menarik.
Team Hawk.
Menjadi pasukan yang tidak asing lagi dengan jalan cerita menarik yang membuat ramai terinspirasi. Hari ini mereka berjalan buat masuk kali yang terakhir di MPL MY. Berikan tepukan hormat kepada juara musim ke-10 Gibambe Team Hawk.
Barracuda Esports.
Berjaya membuktikan mereka sememangnya layak bermain di pentas MPL, menepaskan ENG Origin dengan keputusan reverse sweep 3-2 untuk mengekalkan slot di musim harapan. Raja Pargoi kita Barracuda Esports.
Niners.
Tidak pernah kenal erti putus asa untuk berjuang sehingga ke perlawanan terakhir.
Nope.
Memberi tentangan dan menunjukkan peningkatan dari minggu ke minggu. Pejuang dari Negeri Sembilan, Niners!
Oh, hari-hari kita buat dia semput. Memegang rekod juara MPL MY terbanyak MPL MY, membawa semangat hashtag Todak Langgar sebagai pegangan Sang Raja Lautan Todak.
Homeboys.
Mendominasi regular season dengan hanya mencatatkan satu kekalahan. Mereka kembali musim ini untuk mendapatkan gelaran back-to-back champion dan akan keriat Sang Burung Hantu Homeboys.
Dah kenapa kena tinggal pula?
Sebab mereka ni grand finalist.
Oh ya, yeah.
Mereka masuk seorang demi seorang, Mars.
Mungkin dia nak tunjuk siapa MVP.
Mungkin mereka nak tunjuk siapa Sang Burung Hantu.
Maybe.
Selangor Red Giants.
Memecahkan rekod MPL dengan mencatatkan kemenangan tanpa sebarang kekalahan di regular season, mendominasi MPL MY dengan kemenangan 2-0 untuk memperluaskan wilayah gergasi merah. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, raja regular season kita, Selangor Red Giants.
Inilah barisan pemain-pemain MPL Malaysia yang akan berentap pada musim yang akan datang, Mars.
Dewan ni dah jadi panas. Dengan semua player dah ada, saya dah berpeluh-peluh. Saya rasa ini masanya untuk kita 7 lagu sih.
Semalam kita dah perform. Hari ini kita akan nyanyikan sebuah lagu khas untuk semua peminat anda semua.
Muzik please. Please, ada satu muzik. Please production, pasang satu.
Sebab kita dah tak sabar nak nyanyi dah ni.
Gemuruh jiwa.
Pahal jadi baru nak nyanyi pula ni.
Dapat job side host tu side je lah. Kenapa nak lebih-lebih pula?
Korang untuk queue kita masuk tau. Kita bagi side je, kenapa nak jadi main host?
Itulah.
Aku dah menang anugerah kot.
Wow. Tapi anugerah tu tepi-tepi je kan?
Side tu penting, okey?
Oh, ya
Side
ke?
tu penting
Tak. Meet duo ni penting, okey?
Ya, meet duo penting. Dua-dua pernah menang best talent.
Okey
main kasar, ini main kasar. Ini main kasar.
Okeylah.
Ini main kasar. Tapi tak apalah.
Tak apalah, tak apa. Bagi.
Okay.
Silakan Rafael dan juga Rose.
Alright, so I nak cakap terima kasih kepada Sith and Mars made our morning very, very interesting. Okay, bye-bye. Hello semua, nama saya Rose dan sebelah saya adalah seorang Hellcat terpaling famous di MPL Malaysia. Guys, give it up for Lafel!
Ambil kau. Hello semua, welcome to the award ceremony. First of all, nak cakap terima kasih banyak kepada Sif dan juga Mars. That was an amazing opening daripada dorang. Congratulations juga kepada Mars, berjaya untuk mendapatkan award juga. Awak nak diri situ ke nak saya diri situ?
You dekat sikit dengan I. I
Dekat
pakai
sikit.
dress.
Sorry, saya punya isteri takut marah. Okay,
Tak dekat sangat, sebelah je. Sabar.
this is the halal gap. Kita semua dah nampak all of the players. Sif and Mars did a great job. Tapi sekarang, mari kita terus mulakan kita punya award ceremony.
Yes, untuk anugerah pertama ialah Best Fans Award. Now, kita akan bagi anugerah kepada 3 peminat MPL Malaysia yang setia dan bersemangat menyokong pasukan kemenangan mereka. So, meaning to say, these guys actually datang almost every day di regular season ke arena kita.
Dan yang akan present bukan saya ataupun Rose. Let's invite presenter kita, Miss Crystal Tan, untuk naik ke atas pentas. Sebab kita kat sini special sikit, Rose. You and I have been doing a good job untuk jadi host. Tapi kali ini kita nak bagi a special presenter bersama dengan our KOLs untuk present the award, because kita dekat sini, kita ever growing. Kita nak jadi better than great. Kita nak evolve supaya kita punya award ceremony makin gempak.
Yes, betul tu. So, kita boleh nampak actually a lot of KOLs yang datang hari ini. Which means kita ada presenter setiap award and dorang akan, borak dengan kita, borak dengan player, and mana tahu, dorang bagi prediction pula untuk grand finals nanti.
Let me just say as well, you look amazing.
Oh, I thank you so much. You don't look too shabby
Tahu,
yourself.
cakap I nampak biasa-biasa pun it's okay. Kita punya casters pun I would see kat atas look amazing. You guys yang ada kat depan ni semua look amazing. Now here's the thing. Grand final ni, I tak sangka award ceremony pun dah penuh. Side Homeboys punya lah penuh. And sekarang ni side Selangor Giants pun dah penuh. Rose, who do you think is going to win?
Ooh, now that is very interesting. Tapi kan, siapa-siapa yang menang pun akan wakil kita di Riyadh already. Betul tak? So,
Yes.
who do you think is going to win?
Who do I think is going to win? Okay. Kejap. Let's look at the facts, okay?
Okay,
Homeboys nak back-to-back champion.
okay.
Dorang punya run bagus.
Betul?
Selangor Giant sampai ke playoff ni pun kalah sekali je.
Ya.
Tim mana yang cakap menang biasanya kalah.
Ooh. So, I rasa kita tak payah cakap.
Jadi marilah kita invite kita punya presenter, Miss Crystal Tan, Business Development Manager of Muntong Games, dan juga Fira Fendi untuk naik ke atas pentas untuk present the award. Hai, lama tak nampak Fira.
Kan?
Fira okey Fira?
Fira looking good.
Hello, hai, Assalamualaikum semua. Hello. Ya. Okay, so first of all, I nak cakap thank you so much dekat Rose dan juga Lafel kerana sudi invite kita berdua untuk naik ke atas pentas. Tetapi untuk pengetahuan anda semua, sebelum kita mulakan grand final kita hari ini, kita ada award khas yang nak diberikan untuk fans juga. Korang nak hadiah tak? Miss Crystal, diorang dah excited ni.
Excited sebab kita ada banyak fans-fans dari Malaysia, seluruh Malaysia kan. Semua ni hardcore fans dari MPL MY dan team. So mungkin Fira next season boleh try.
InsyaAllah. So, untuk first award kita ni adalah Anugerah Fans of Season yang saya akan umumkan 3 orang pemenang. Okey, ini adalah untuk menghargai anda semua yang telah pun hadir setiap minggu bagi menyokong pasukan-pasukan kegemaran anda. Baiklah, Miss Crystal, I rasa semua orang dah excited nak tunggu. Kita nak announce sekarang ke?
Ya, mesti.
Okey, tapi sebelum tu, hadiah yang pemenang kita akan dapat adalah gaming chair, ROG Phone 7 dan motor EV Epic Sun Cruise. Siapa menang motor ni, Miss Crystal?
I cannot wait to know.
Wah, siapa nak motor? Wah, okey.
Sekarang kita orang pun tak sabar dah ni. Siapa menang pertama?
Okey, pemenang yang pertama adalah Muhammad Darwish Putra bin Muhammad Najib. Ada ke kat sini? Dan pemenang kedua adalah Vincent Tan Kim Chuan. Pemenang kita yang terakhir adalah Nur Amira Sabrina binti Muhammad Amin. So Lafel, Rose, itulah senarai pemenang kita.
Well, dengan ni mari kita jemput pemenang untuk naik ke atas pentas to receive you punya hadiah.
Yes. Now, tengok guys, datang MPL pun dah dapat hadiah. Mestilah season depan, musim depan, I really encourage semua orang tu datang ke MBSJ and of course support your favorite teams with us.
Dekat sini kita hargai semua sekali disebabkan itu kita open the show dengan kita punya award ceremony where we appreciate our fans. Tanpa korang semua, MPL Malaysia takkan sehebat ini.
Yes, dapat gaming chair, dapat phone dan dapat motorbike juga.
Alright, ambil gambar in 3, 2, 1. Alright, all good? Alright, terima kasih banyak. Dia menang gaming chair.
Yes, dan kalau you nak level up rank macam kita ni, sebab kita dua ni padu main ML, sebab kita guna ROG phone. So, untuk pemenang kedua, dia menang satu ROG phone. Come on up on stage.
Oh, sempat posing lagi. Tahniah lagi sekali diucapkan dan dia berjaya untuk menang gaming phone. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Alright, semua gambar ambil.
Alright.
Okay, terima kasih banyak. Dan sekarang ni, kita punya grand winner yang menang phone. Mari kita terus invite ke atas kerana motorbike Episode Cruise ini sponsored by JGR Motor. Walaupun bike EV ialah lebih pantas daripada RXZ. Pemenang juga dapat satu version customized MPL MY. Alright. Thank you very much. Saya ingatkan motor tu naik atas sekali.
Oh, ingat dia vroom-vroom ke bawah ke?
Dia terus vroom-vroom keluar dari sini.
Alright, tapi bukan tu sahaja. Kita actually ada banyak anugerah untuk hari ini. Dan untuk anugerah kedua kita untuk hari ini, kita ada Gameplay of the Season.
Dan dengan ini, ada banyak gameplay yang hebat yang terjadi pada musim ke-13 ini. Jadi marilah kita tengok at all the nominees. Mari kita tengok semua gameplay yang terjadi season ini.
Masih lagi selesa sekarang. Tetapi kenapa kena di set 2 kena tangkap untuk maskan hak bersama dengan Krem masih lagi ada Putri dan timpa yang berlaku Sekas berada di tengah second 13 dan Sekais melarikan diri dari meletakkan dia dari pos tersebut dan dia Iris dihukum dan dikeluarkan dan dijatuhkan.
Zaf hampir berjaya untuk mendapatkan
Star Shatter terkena guna jasad Moji dan sekarang ini terpaksa untuk mengundurkan diri. Malvis
Pemenang trofi. Saya sudah katakan mereka buru satu. Dan satu yang mereka dapatkan adalah Zaim Sempoy. Ya, kira Zaim Sempoy di kala lot telah muncul. Menyebabkan pasukan Todak sekarang ni. Cubaan. Percubaan tidak juga dia Todak sekarang ni. Mereka dapatkan Todak. Yuri secara terpaksa last Zenity mudah mendapatkan kill tersebut. Uni sudah membazirkan fracture. Kali ini emas daripada Yums. Panas das yang cukup untuk memberikan double kill kepada Innocent. Triple kill untuk Innocent. Mencari medal kedua hari ini. Mediak yang berjaya untuk didapatkan. Cubaan untuk diberikan bantuan. Kali ini Deto memberikan defensive damage. Uni berjaya untuk ditumbangkan juga. Susujin sudah mengaras masuk dengan cakaran demi cakaran berjaya untuk dapatkan double triple kill. Maniac juga untuk Susujin. Entah dari mana King Empire mengaum sebagai Raja Rimba. Cubaan untuk menangkap. Saya rasa mungkin Nova Escobar akan jadi mangsa tapi ada flag daripada Momo. Sungguh cantik sekali 3 pemain dilekatkan dekat bahagian belakang 3 pemain mula dengan tarian daripada Blazing Duet daripada Shizo. 4 pemain dikorbankan dalam sekali mata hanya meninggalkan Zeno Mount. Tapi mungkin tidak lama mereka cuba untuk melanggar. Inilah pasukan Todak kembali bangkit, kembali menyinar. Unstoppable.
Dan itu dia nominees untuk Gameplay of the Season. Apa kata kita tanya presenter kita pula on their opinion on who they will think this award.
Macam Innocent daripada SRG. Korang rasa siapa menang? Oh, Miss Crystal. Macam mana?
Susah nak pilih lah.
Susah nak pilih.
Mari kita umumkan.
Tapi nama pemenang dah ada dekat tangan kami berdua. So Miss, kita akan umumkan dalam kiraan 3, 2, 1. Rafflesia Todak!
Tanya kepada Rafflesia sebab kita boleh nampak dia punya backdoor tu. No one expected it. Even caster pun terkejut. Hari ni dah nak play fight. Tahu-tahu je. Terus endkan game. So tanya kepada Rafflesia, percaya untuk dapatkan Gameplay of the Season. Congratulations again.
Yes, that was an incredibly amazing play that honestly tak ada orang yang expect langsung because it was a chip, newly launched hero. If I'm not mistaken, minggu tu dia baru je buka untuk players main kan. Dan dia buat gameplay yang sangat-sangat menarik. I think it does deserve Gameplay of the Season.
Bagi peluang, terus ambil peluang dan endkan game. It was an amazing run. Congratulations again for Rafflesia for winning Gameplay of the Season. And now let's take some pictures on stage. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay lah Fel, Rose, I rasa part kami berdua dah settle sebab kita nak move untuk next award pula.
Yes, thank you very much Miss Crystal Tan as well as Pira Fendi. Thank you very much. But now, kita ada a special side host. Dia memang special lah. Sebab Sif ada somewhere dekat stadium ini, dia nak announce a few awards. Jadi, Sif kat mana? Mana Sif?
Sif mana?
Mana?
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Lafel dan juga Rose sebentar tadi. Dan seperti biasa, anda masih lagi bersama saya sebagai side host anda, di mana kita pada musim ini kita ada banyak jenis award. Ada yang memberikan fokus kepada gameplay dan juga kita memberikan fokus kepada entertainment kita. Dan kadang-kadang benda ni sangat-sangat lawak. Jadi, musim ini kita ada award yang terbaru iaitu Meme Lord of the Season. Pemenang anugerah ni mesti korang semua dah tahu. Kalau nak tahu, ayo kita saksikan di skrin anda pemenang untuk Meme Lord of the Season. Dan itulah dia pemenang kita adalah Vicky. Sini Vicky, jauh Vicky. Alright. Okay. Ini you punya award. Alright. First of all, mana you dapat idea nak buat semua meme tu?
Sebab memang Just light bulb tu. Like suddenly ada idea dan buat tu.
Okay, hari ni ada tak?
Hari ni dah ada. Focus play all.
Alright, okay, congratulations Becky. Terima kasih. Alright, thank you so much. Kita akan pergi kepada award kita yang seterusnya. Alright, award ini sangat-sangat special sebab dia adalah anugerah Best Winning Speech. Jadi, kalau korang semua nak tahu siapakah pemenang untuk anugerah Best Winning Speech ni, ayo kita saksikan video yang kita telah pun sediakan khas untuk anda semua.
Bangkitlah Ancap. Banyak orang di luar sana memalukan kau. Sadarlah Ancap potensimu. Kau ni burung hantu siut. Bangunlah Ancap. Kami dari keluarga Homeboys mengucapkan selamat Hari Raya Idul Fitri 1445 Hijriah. Minal aizin wal faizin. Mohon maaf lahir dan batin.
Dan pemenangnya adalah Udil. Alright, bro. Ini adalah the invoice daripada pihak Munton kepada you untuk the mic. So, sekarang ni saya nak tanya, siapa yang akan bayar? Dedi ke Udil?
Wow, unexpected. Nak berapa?
Alright. Masih lagi nak taunting Alright, thank you so much brother. Thank you so much. Good luck nanti. Alright, jadi kita dah settle untuk award kita. Tak ada. Alright, jadi saya akan pass terus kepada host kita di atas pentas, di mana mereka dah ready di atas pentas. Jadi please, Lafel dan Rose.
Gempak betul dia. Bawa duit terus
Kan, dia memang tak pernah tak ready.
Harap one day kita pun duit kepok-kepok lah. Belum champion dah kaya.
Betul tu. Alright, speaking of which, let's move on further. Untuk anugerah yang seterusnya, we would like to invite our esteemed guest, Mr. Iqbal Krisman Hakim, League Operations Manager of Moonton Games, and our special guest, Shay, to present the following awards.
Right, kita akan tengok siapakah Rookie of the Season dan juga Fans Club of the Season. Jadi marilah kita invite Mr. Iqbal Krisman Hakim dan juga Shay ataupun Shay Milo.
Oi, jangan.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Jangan.
Milo dah kahwin. Sorry.
Milo dah kahwin.
Sorry guys.
Hi.
You guys doing good?
Hi guys.
Alright, thank you so much to Rose and Lafel. Actually Chris, Shay nak tanya, setiap musim ada begitu banyak rookie. So how kita pilih Rookie of the Season?
Sebenarnya kita tikam je. So we actually put all the names in a box and then we tutup mata dan we ambil.
Oh, iya ke?
Tak adalah. So sejujurnya, we actually have a system. Okay, we actually have a system where we count rookie points. So contohnya dengan kemenangan as well as game MVP. Then at the end of the season, top 3 players akan menjadi calon dan community akan vote untuk ni.
Oh, I see. Apa kata kita tengok siapakah calon-calon Rookie of the Season?
So dekat situ itu adalah kita punya nominees of Rookie of the Season. Now the thing is, I dengan Rose kat sini, kita dah yang selawat tapi the envelope is not in our hands.
Yes,
so who's the winner?
Okay, so sekarang korang rasa siapa akan menang Rookie of the Season? Edwin, are you guys sure?
Okay. And the rookie of the season is
Edwin from KGE.
Congratulations kepada X-Win. Roma, Rookie of the Season, definitely perform sepanjang musim ini to prove dia adalah the worthy Rookie of the Season.
And not only that, ini adalah musim pertama untuk pasukan KGE. They did exceptionally well, placing top 4. And tengoklah, diorang punya rookie pun perform habis.
Lagi sekali congratulations. Mari kita beri tepukan kepada X-Win. It's always great untuk start you punya career dengan menang Rookie of the Season. Dapat pergi kat kamera, dapat sign.
Yeah, it's actually a really, really huge morale boost, I think, for X-Win also. Walaupun I'm pretty sure he's not that happy sebab dia tak dapat main dekat Grand Finals hari ni. Tapi with this, I'm pretty sure he'll do his best to improve. Mana tahu next season dapat MVP regular season pula kan?
Alright, thank you very much. Congratulations lagi sekali kepada X-Win. Now we have another award, Rose. Di mana tadi kita dapat Fans of the Season, tapi sekarang kita nak tengok Fan Club of the Season.
Yes, now honestly sebagai orang yang selalu dekat atas pentas ni, the fans make it worthwhile sebab dorang lah yang cheer, dorang lah yang main drum, dorang lah yang chant. So without these fan clubs, we would not be here.
So untuk Best Rookie korang dah tahu, Best Fan pun korang dah tahu. Sekarang adalah anugerah Fan Club of the Season. Chris, boleh explain tak award ni dan how MPL Malaysia memilih pemenang?
Boleh. So actually untuk MPL MY Fan Club of the Season ada 3 kriteria yang paling penting, iaitu on ground, community dan juga fan attendance. And kita total points semua ni and then we will find out who the Fan Club of the Season is.
Okay, now I know. So fans yang ada dekat Stadium MBSJ Serdang, korang rasa tim manakah yang akan menang Fan Club of the Season?
Pemenang for Fan Club of the Season is
3,
2, 1, Team Ha!
Yi Bombay Team Ha! Congratulations kepada Team Ha berjaya untuk menang Fans Club of the Season.
Yes. Now, setiap match dorang ada, you boleh dengar semangat fans Team Hawk and of course how Team Hawk itself communicates with their community.
Congratulations lagi sekali. Hampir cakap congratulations yang lain tadi. Congratulations mana berjaya untuk menangkan Fan Clubs of the Season. So sekarang mari kita ramai-ramai ambil gambar. Okay.
Buat pose. Buat pose guys.
Okay, everyone in position.
Everyone.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Alright. Okay, berikan tepukan kepada Team Ha!
Congratulations once again. Dan sekarang we would like to say thank you to Shay dan juga ke Mr. Iqbal for presenting us the 2 awards.
Thank you very much. And again, both of you look absolutely amazing. Kalau macam ni, I pun tak nak pakai tie. But now, kita actually ada lagi side award. Oh. Kejap. There's something else yang kita nak buat sebab kita nak pass pada Sif.
Oh.
Tapi, I rasa kita kena pegang stage ni lama sedikit.
Kenapa?
I pun tak tahu. I also don't know.
Right.
But either ways, I gotta say, the award ceremony so far, amazing for our winners. Kita ada banyak lagi award lepas ni. Yang I sendiri nak tahu, siapakah best talent? Janganlah aku. Itu je yang minta. As long as not me, it's okay.
I'm actually more curious pasal Dream Team Award season ni.
Dream Team
Yes, because I feel like kita punya nominees, dorang memang perform exceptionally well dalam role masing-masing mereka. So I think it's gonna give people a harder time to pick.
And kita also kena consider regular season MVP.
That one's another good one.
Banyak playmaker yang ada dekat dalam season kali ini daripada damage dealer gold laners. Tapi kita juga ada banyak yang set up dengan bagus. Roamer and a good front line daripada jungler.
Yes. Now, lagi-lagi pun, kita punya MPL actually, we went through a lot of different patches. So, adakah patch ni affect playstyle mereka? Dan maybe once up, once down, once up, one down? We never know.
Satu je lah minta, bila akhirnya boleh masuk Assassin? Assassin sekarang lagi bagus kat Roamer. Nak main kat jungle, memang tak boleh. Tapi, kejap. I baru nak buat joke pasal Helker tapi I rasa baik tak payah. I rasa buat pasal sekarang ni lagi better untuk kita cari save dekat mana. Dia ada award lagi yang dia nak bagi.
Sis, mana tu?
Sif, mana?
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Hellcat dan juga Rose sebentar tadi. Dan seperti biasa, anda masih lagi bersama saya, Sid, selaku side host anda. Dan tadi kita dah tengok Best Winning Speech, kita dah tengok Meme Lot. Kita juga ada satu anugerah yang sangat-sangat istimewa, di mana musim kali ini ramai pemain kita yang suka menari dan mereka ada groove. Jadi kita ada award Best Dance Award dan pemenangnya adalah Barakuda Esports. Woo! Menarik korang musim kali ini. Kembali pada musim hadapan, korang dapat untuk Best Dancer Award. Tak nak interview? EG tak ada Okay, Asia lah, tolong please. Buat satu move, please. Semua nak tengok ni, Asia. Asia, cepat Asia, satu move. Ramai. Ramai. Okay, alright. Semua fokus dekat diorang Barakuda. Okay, cepat. Saya tak boleh nak buat beat. Okay, perform. Asia, Capsha, semua ada. Oh! Okay. Congratulations untuk kembali ke dalam MPL. Alright, berikan tepukan kepada Barakuda Esports. Alright. Kita sekarang ni akan berikan fokus kepada side award kita yang seterusnya. Sebab lepas ni kita akan ada satu persembahan yang sangat-sangat menarik. Tapi kita ada satu lagi rekod yang sangat-sangat cantik sepanjang musim ini. Award ni bukan award biasa. Sebenarnya dia boleh dikatakan Global Award. Kira senang cerita dia rekod dunia lah. Semua nak tahu siapakah pemenang untuk Global GPM ataupun Goal per Minute Record Holder. Kita tak tahu siapa yang akan mendapat kemenangan tersebut. Pastinya mereka atau pemain ini bermain sehabis baik untuk membuktikan beliaulah jago yang sebenar. Alright, jadi pemenang untuk Global Goal per Minute Record Holder adalah the one and only Chibi. Alright, Chibi, wow. Satu rekod dunia lepas ni boleh try request Guinness World of Record Alright. Satu soalan dia, macam mana boleh dapatkan gol yang sangat-sangat tinggi ni?
Sebab zone dengan sempat bagi space. Sebab tu saya dapat GPM tinggi. Itu sahaja.
Alright, nice answer. Thank you so much, Chibi. Satu persembahan yang menarik dan good luck untuk Grand Final selepas ini. Thank you so much. Berikan tepukan sekali lagi kepada Chibi. Alright. Sekarang ni kita dah tengok banyak side award dan dekat tepi saya ni ada para caster kita. Okay, saya nak buat quick survey lah. Saya tak nak tanya siapa yang akan menang, tapi siapa, bukan siapa lah. Apa yang saya nak tanya? Berapa result untuk hari ini? We start with Husky.
4-0 Selangor Red Giants.
Wow! Okay. Sekarang Husky dah cakap nama team. Semua kena ikut. Okay, next, Adin.
4-3 Homeboys.
Nice one. Okay, next, Gideon.
4-2 SRG.
Wow! Ini memang selang-seli jawapan. Alright, Shemilo.
4-1 Homeboys.
Nice one. Alright, kita pergi kepada Sedafa.
4-1 Selangor Red Giants.
Alright, Terence.
4-3 Homeboys.
Nice.
4-0 Selangor Red Giants.
4-2 Homeboys.
Okay, next one.
4-3 SRG.
Alright, last but not least, salah satunya caster wanita kita, Riz.
4-2 Selangor Red Giants.
Alright, jadi itulah ramalan caster kita. Jadi sekarang ni kita dah tak nak buang masa. Ayo kita semua fokus kepada pentas MPL kerana kita ada persembahan khas daripada Yoni Boy.
Kalau kau rasa tutuplah mata, peganglah hati. Kalau kau rasa diri kau sunyi, jangan bersedih. Aku di sini walau birumu tumpas, ku akan beri kerjasama. Bangkit wahai kawan, hidup ini tak sempurna, jangan selalu bersedih. Juga selalu terleka silapan lama, bagai jadi ramah-ramah. Tapi aku sakit bila ramai kecil. Sakit aku bukan sakit di hati. Jadi sakit aku pendam sendiri. Rasa sakit ini tak akan berhenti. Mengerti, ku terpaksa harap walau penat lari. Ku terpaksa jatuh walau penat diri. Ku terpaksa hilang walau ramai cari. Aku lupa ingatan jari, tolong ingatkan. Saat luar kawalan jari, tolonglah pesan. Tolonglah aku kawan, aku ni manusia. Ku buat kesilapan, percayalah aku kan berikan tangan. Jika engkau memerlukan, jadi tolong jangan segan. Alright, Assalamualaikum semua. Harap korang enjoy the show. Kalau boleh tolong nyanyi sekali, okey tak? Kalau kau rasa tak dihargai, tutuplah, peganglah hati. Kalau kau rasa diri kau sunyi, come on. Yeah. Walau hidupku tumpas, ku akan beri kerjasama. Bangkit wahai kawan, hidup ini tak sempurna, jangan selalu bersedih. Ku juga selalu terleka silapan lama, bagai jadi ramah-ramah. Tapi aku sakit bila ramai kecil. Sakit aku bukan sakit di hati. Jadi sakit aku pendam sendiri. Rasa sakit ini tak akan berhenti. Mengerti, ku terpaksa harap walau penat lari. Ku terpaksa jatuh bila penat diri. Ku terpaksa hilang walau ramai cari. Come on everybody. Kau yang dulu, masa tu aku gila, ku sendiri tak tahu apa yang sudah jadi. Ku rasa macam mimpi. Kesannya hari ini, yeah. Penyakit tiada luka, sakit tiada paru. Sakitnya di kepala, bercelaru mengaruh. Tindakan luar biasa, marah terus mencarut. Lupa semua kata. Everybody. Aku faham apa yang kau rasa. Janganlah kecewa, ku sentiasa ada. Terima kasih. Boom. Check, 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 check.
What's up, MPL? Make some noise! Make some noise! Right, so enjoy. Enjoy ke tak enjoy? Right, aku nak buat check crowd sikit, okay? Bila aku sebut lawala say, korang sebut lawala say, boleh? Kita try. 1, 2, 3. Lawala say. Kalau korang bagi lagi kuat, akan ada 2 orang aku punya brothers akan keluar. Okay? Kita try. Paling kuat MPL. Lawala say. Make some for Sabala dan Benzolo.
What's up MPL? Y'all ready? Boleh tak kita have fun? Boleh tak? Hanya family, tak perlu kawan. Tak ada lapis, jadi no alasan. Rap tak ada batasan. Ada target, so tak ada anggaran. 1, 2, 3, 4, let's go. Doa kita takkan bertemu. Nak atas kali kami on the roof. Center yang korang masih lupa. Menyala ramai tapi semua tak gigit. Kiri kanan ada ulang kuat lilit. Ada mata hati pembuta tuli. Aku bawa bunyi terus pecah sunyi. Let's go. Hanya family aja yang penting. Tak melepak reject yang nak hello. Adik beradik je ada sekeliling. Tak ada kelangkah pun nak buat. Nampak tandanya aku terus aku loreng je tak nak ramai. Sebab banyak sangat yang buat. Aku dah biasa dah buat sendiri. Atas bawah tak boleh hidup begini. Aku loreng je tak nak ramai-ramai. Give it up for Ben dulu. Masuk note rendah, kena prefer low key. Tiada pause macam tahi sini bukan low G. Dengan 3 heavyweights hanya perlu 808. Bagi kamu charge naga macam minum Gatorade. Tiada hate, cuma love. Bagi love tapi tak pernah enough. Let's kill this love macam Blackpink. Sekali kontrak baru sampai tidak cukup Blackpink. Tidak puas flat, jangan dulu landing. Di masa sebegini cuma last man standing. Waste time kalau buat untuk nambah cool. Beza antara kita, kau kurang kena school. Hey, hanya family aja yang penting. Tak lepak reject yang nak hello. Saya nak semua angkat tangan mula last kali. Angkat tangan one more time. One last time. Wow, rasa pun nak buat. Dapat tandanya aku terus bye. Aku loreng je tak nak ramai. Semua banyak sangat yang buat. Aku dah biasa dah buat sendiri. Atas bawah tak boleh hidup begini. Aku loreng je tak nak ramai. Semua banyak sangat yang buat. LXF, Sabala, Benzulu, DJ Raka, Shawala Fro. Peace out. Thank you so much MPL. Lawala, say.
Yes,
Peace. Assalamualaikum.
Alright, korang kena stay tune sebab apa? Kejap lagi ada yang lagi best. Let's go.
Lawala Familia. Berikan tepukan kepada sekali lagi kepada kesemua barisan persembahan performance kita yang berlakukan satu persembahan yang sangat-sangat menarik. Stay tune sebab kita ada banyak lagi persembahan menanti anda selepas ini. And again, korang masih lagi bersama saya, Sid, selaku side host anda untuk kita akan bagi satu lagi award yang akan memberikan satu penghargaan kepada pasukan yang bertanding pada hari ini. Dan award ini adalah dari segi untuk kita punya entertainment punya elemen, dan award ni adalah sangat sedikit serius. Alright, jadi for the next side award, kita akan berikan penghargaan kepada persembahan dan pencapaian yang cukup memberangsangkan kepada satu-satunya pasukan yang mendominasi regular season tanpa sebarang kekalahan. That's right guys. Dan award ini adalah the perfect regular season. Dan anugerah ini jatuh kepada Selangor Red Giant. Tanpa sebarang kekalahan, menang 2 berbalas kosong sepanjang regular season. Tanya sekali lagi diucapkan ke semua barisan-barisan pemain, management untuk pasukan Selangor Red Giant. Alang-alang bersama dengan Gorgeous. Saya nak tanya, masa minggu pertama adakah korang expect memang korang undefeated the whole regular season?
Sebenarnya yang win streak ni kita orang tak expect pun.
Alright. Congratulations and good luck untuk bertemu dengan Homeboys di perlawanan Grand Final sebentar nanti. Congratulations once again to Selangor Red Giant. Jadi, saya dah tak nak buang masa. Ayo kita bersama dengan Lafel yang juga Ros yang menanti di atas pentas.
Terima kasih banyak kepada Save dan tanya kepada Selangor Red Giant menjadi undefeated team dekat dalam regular season. What amazing performance daripada Selangor Red Giant.
Yes. Now, incredibly amazing performance. I rasa tak ada orang pun expect a clean regular season macam tu sebab if I'm not mistaken, we have broken history kan?
We have indeed broken history. Tapi sekarang kita akan teruskan dengan kita punya award ceremony di mana kita akan present the most improved player award dan juga dream team of the season. Tapi dengan tu kita akan invite Mr. Fikri Rizal Mahrudin, Marketing and Business Development Lead dan juga Madi untuk present the award. Berikan tepukan. This award is a very special one sebab kita nak tengok daripada season yang lepas hingga ke season yang kini, siapa yang paling improve?
Oh, tapi sebelum tu, damn, they're looking good. Hi guys.
Guys, you look amazing, but now the floor is yours.
Alright guys, Assalamualaikum dan selamat tengah hari semua. Apa khabar?
Let's go! Okay, let's go.
Alright guys, first of all saya nak ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Muntun dan juga yang bersama dengan saya ni ialah Encik Fikri yang boleh dikenali sebagai Fikri selaku Muntun punya player guys bukan Muntun punya player, orang Muntun. Orang Muntun. Betul. Okey, jadi untuk anugerah yang kita nak cuba sampaikan ni ialah anugerah Most Improved Player.
Betul, untuk MPL MY, improvement adalah satu benda yang paling penting. Setiap season kita ambil feedback daripada semua orang and we try our best to improve and each and every season so kita dapat berikan pengalaman yang terbaik. Jadi untuk award kali ni, Most Improved Player,
awak rasa siapa menang? Sebab saya rasa kan benda ni
calon dulu kan?
Sepatutnya calon dulu, tapi saya tak boleh nak kalau nak kata tunggu calon ni, terlampau banyak calon yang layak untuk menerima anugerah ni.
Betul. Jadi calon-calonnya adalah
Alright, so dekat tangan kami ada nama pemenang. Jadi kau rasa siapa yang layak ni? Setelah kita tengok. Alright Fikri, jadi tanpa kita masa.
Let's go.
Calon yang akan menangi anugerah Most Improved Player jatuh kepada SRG Yums.
Tahniah kepada Yums, the Most Improved Player, di mana performance season lepas hebat, tapi season kali ini undefeated di regular season.
Yes, bukan undefeated sahaja, but we have seen tremendous improvement daripada Yums in SRG.
Bukan saja daripada dia punya micro mechanics, tapi shot call ability juga. Berikan tepukan kepada Yums.
And Lafel, you tahu tak actually Yums ni bukan most improved player sahaja in terms of gameplay. His ability to answer interview tu dah improve banyak sangat tu juga.
Itulah season ni banyak cakap lah Yums. Tahniah dan sekarang ni marilah kita ambil gambar pemenang kita.
Senyumlah sikit Yums.
Senyum Yums.
Senyum.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Kan molek gitu.
Tadi macam marah.
Alright. Congratulations Yums. Dan kita ada lagi satu award di mana ini adalah the Dream Team Award.
Now this one is really good sebab kita orang dah tak sabar nak tengok. So apa kata mari kita tengok the nominees for the Dream Team Award.
Itulah dia kita punya nominees untuk Dream Team Award. And again, kita tak tahu siapa yang menang. So very quick one, kita akan pass pada Madi dan juga Mr. Fikri. Siapakah kita punya Dream Team?
Alright, jadi di tangan kami telah pun ada jawapan yang menjadi tanda tanya kepada anda semua yang sedang menonton. Jadi korang rasa siapa? Korang rasa siapa? Terlalu banyak pilihan ni guys, terlalu banyak pilihan. Jadi tanpa kita buang masa, kita akan announce terus direct.
Okay.
Alright, for the Dream Team of the season. EXP jatuh kepada SRG Crumbs. Jungler jatuh kepada HBGB. Mid laner SRG Stormy. Roamer SRG Yums. Goal SRG Innocent. Coach staff SRG.
Wow, our dream team of the season. Kita boleh nampak daripada jersey mereka almost 95% of them daripada Selangor Red Giants. But then again, dorang adalah satu perfect run masa regular season.
Dekat sini Rose, bila dorang berkumpul dekat atas pentas, satu je yang saya nak cakap. Macam traffic light. Merah, ada, kuning ada, hijau pun ada.
Betul. I agree.
Walaupun saya ni buta warna, pokoknya itulah saya tahu.
Oh, you boleh nampak warna tu?
Tolonglah, I drive, okay?
Alright, right.
Tahniah lagi sekali kepada semua Dream Team Award. Macam mana perasaan Cibi masuk SRG
Adakah ini tim baru anda musim depan?
Tak apa, masuk mana tim boleh recall lagi. Alright, jadi marilah kita ambil gambar. Ramai on stage and
literally it's like, guess who's the imposter at this rate?
Alright.
Senyum guys.
Mari positionkan diri sendiri.
Smile.
Berikan tepukan pada Dream Team MPL Malaysia Season 13. Alright.
Be careful guys. It's quite heavy. Jangan jatuh pula.
Alright, dekat sini show your trophies to the camera. Show that you are the Dream Team of the season.
Nampaknya kita punya SRG boys look super duper happy, tapi I rasa yang paling happy is Chibi.
Betul.
He's the odd one out at this rate.
I tak ada extra words untuk dia, tapi tahniah kepada Chibi masih kekal sebagai jungler Dream Team. Sememangnya performance dia this regular season has been amazing.
Retri dia memang still tak boleh lawan lah orang kata dekat Malaysia ni.
Congratulations juga kepada kita punya coaching staff yang again disebabkan mereka a perfect run untuk Selangor Red Giants.
I agree. Okay, almost done. We're almost gonna take our photos. I'm pretty sure that boys are happy.
Sekarang ni saya kisah kat kita punya Asher. Macam saya nak pergi belakang, saya nak ambilkan trofi untuk diorang. Shout out kepada kita punya Asher, you are amazing.
Yeah, and bukan tu je, they look amazing too.
They look amazing.
Exactly.
Alright. So now mari kita ambil gambar. Alright.
Senyum smile
Okay, ready. In 3, 2, 1. Ambil gambar. Alright, again, congratulations to our Dream Team.
Wow, what an amazing Dream Team lineup untuk musim ke-13, and we would like to say terima kasih kepada Makti dan juga Mr. Fikri.
Terima kasih banyak, tetapi selepas ini kita still ada a few awards yang kita nak nominate. Sekarang I dah tahu dah Sif kat mana. Lampu menyala terang. Sif kat situ.
Hi Sif.
Thank you so much diucapkan kepada Lafel dan juga Rose. Kita dah tengok Dream Team Award. Now, kita ada satu side award lagi yang saya nak announcekan ke anda semua, di mana award ni bagi saya sangat-sangat menarik. Iaitu adalah award Best Co-Host. Selalu kita dapat lihat bagaimana Lafel ada Rose. Sekarang ni saya kesorangan. Jadi saya nak berikan award ini kepada pemenang award Best Co-Host of the Season. Dan pemenangnya adalah Gorgeous! Wow, menarik Gorgeous. Okay. kita ada satu video khas untuk semua penonton. Kenapa Gorgeous ini boleh dapatkan kemenangan? Jadi, jom kita saksikan video tersebut.
Terima kasih kepada penonton-penonton yang datang, support Selangor Red Giant dan Toda. Selamat Hari Raya lah kepada semua.
Budak-budak ni kan dah menang dah tak dengar apa host cakap.
Sabar.
Okay.
Okay, I have my flow.
Oh, you taunting host.
And saya juga wakil kepada ibu-ibu daripada tim-tim saya yang ibunya jauh, yang hanya support dari jauh. Terima kasih.
Gorgeous! Alright. Wakil ibu-ibu Alright, okay. Okay, ada tak plan next nak jadi host ke, MC ke, DJ radio ke?
Looking forward to it.
Wow, looking forward to it Alright. Jadi congratulations yang diucapkan kepada Gorgeous. Tahniah diucapkan sekali lagi. InsyaAllah mungkin season depan nak jadi MC pula. Mungkin boleh gantikan Lafel atau gantikan Rose
Boleh.
Okay, terima kasih diucapkan kepada Gorgeous. Dah boleh duduk. Thank you Dah boleh duduk. Okay. Nak jadi MC sangat tak apa, duduk dulu. Okay, jadi kita akan terus bersama dengan Lafel dan juga Rose yang berada di atas pentas.
Gorgeous.
Yo.
Betul-betul kita duduk rambut kerinting, ingat boleh ganti aku
Boleh.
Okay. Kau host, aku main EXP.
Boleh?
Boleh, okay.
Tak apa. Kalau aku ganti kau, aku pun jadi sub je. Tak.
Guys,
Player taunting. Host taunting.
Lafel main personal dah ni. So, Gorgeous, since you cakap you nak ganti Lafel kan, apa kata you turun stage? Okay, you turun daripada sana naik pentas. Jom. Jadi co-host kita orang yang ketiga. Nak sangat kan jadi host?
Jap.
Dia memang selalu macam ni Bila dating dengan orang, nanti tiba-tiba orang ketiga datang kacau.
Kan?
Orang ketiga tu pula memang rambut kerinting, pakai baju warna merah.
Oh, usually macam tu
Usually macam tu.
I see, so ada trend lah.
Yang rambut straight ni biasanya okey.
Oh, okay. So guys, please straighten your hair. Sini. First things first,
beli suit mahal sikit. Biar nampak handsome selalu.
Ataupun pakai dress.
Belum ada plan lagi.
Belum ada plan lagi?
Belum, okay.
Tak apa, trust me. Aku ada orang. I got a guy.
Okay, so sekarang, since Gorgeous ialah best co-host of the season kan, co-host ada kat sini untuk present award Best Talent of the Season.
Macam dia?
Ya, dia yang announce.
Sekejap, kau dekat sini untuk present Best Talent?
Wow.
Okay. Ni aku respect. Okay. Kau bersedia ke untuk bagi tahu siapa Best Talent?
Bersedia.
Jadi host ni susah tau?
Tak apa.
Okay, I trust you. The floor is yours. Presentkan kita. Siapakah Best Talent of MPL Malaysia musim 13?
Alright guys. Dah ready? Tapi belum ready.
Apa kata? Ini adalah benda besar. Mari kita invite kita punya VIP untuk naik ke atas pentas. So let's invite Miss Wong Se-san, Maxis, Head of Brand and Marketing, to come onto the stage and present the award. Berikan tepukan. Now the floor is yours, Gorgeous.
Okay, Gorgeous, let's go.
Jawapan pun ada dekat tangan saya. Talent of the Season. So, soalan biasalah. Korang rasa siapa yang dapat Talent of the Season? Adakah kat atas stage ni?
Bukan. Tolong tak?
Ataupun caster-caster yang dekat atas sana?
Yes. Kepalakan suara.
So, tanpa buang masa, Talent of the Season jatuh kepada siapa? Jap. Mas!
Congratulations kepada Mas, Best Talent of Season 13.
Wow, finally, after countless of hours, Mars, it's your time to shine. Woo!
Sebab saya tak menang season ni memang betul lah. Rasanya Gorgeous ganti saya lah season depan.
Boleh? Gorgeous, tak? Tak nak jadi sub dah. Jadi host terus.
Jangan main ganas. For now, berikan tepukan kepada Mars!
Wow, I'm so happy for Mars actually.
I'm so happy for him too.
Kan, kita nampak dia punya improvement, hard work, jadi seorang caster, and now it's Mars's time to shine. Jangan nangis, Mars. Actually, boleh juga nangis.
Okay,
Smile dulu.
mari kita ambil gambar. Okay, ready? In 3, 2, 1. Alright. Tanya, dan dekat sini, gorgeous. Saya nak ada special task to you. But thank you very much to our VIP. Thank you very much for the award. Okay, gorgeous. Kau sebagai host, interview kita punya best talent of the season. Suruh dia buat speech sekali. Suruh dia cakap banyak sikit.
So Mas, congratulations for the award. So nak tanya kat sini, macam biasalah soalan. Apa perasaan anda?
Aku rasa kalau kau nak jadi co-host, boleh banyak tanya soalan lagi yang pelik-pelik. Tapi okay, just nak bagi ucapan just ni boleh Just Alright, sejujurnya saya tak sediakan apa-apa ucapan. Syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. Saya tak expect untuk saya dapat anugerah ini. Sejujurnya banyak lagi caster-caster yang lebih hebat daripada saya. Menangnya saya dengan anugerah ini menunjukkan menangnya MPL MY di hati anda semua. Yang menonton di sini, yang menonton di rumah, ibu, ayah, kawan-kawan, syarat kepada bonda dengan ayah saya, adik-beradik saya. Dan untuk burung terbang tinggi di kayangan memerlukan 2 kepak. Sayap kanan saya adalah keluarga saya. Sayap kanan kiri adalah rakan-rakan caster saya. Di hati saya ada agama, di minda saya ada bakal isteri saya. Okey, terima kasih.
Wow. Oh my goodness, guys. Honestly, as Mars punya co-talent for the past 3 seasons, we are so happy for him. And honestly, it's a very, very well-deserved win. Congratulations, Mars. Lafel, finally, dah tak menang Best Talent.
Finally, dan terima kasih juga kepada Gorgeous. Did an amazing job sebagai seorang co-host. Who would have thought?
Kan, terus tanya, apa perasaan anda? Kan.
Itu soalan susah. Memang banyak orang yang practice, tapi tak boleh juga nak tanya.
Ya, betul. Alright. So, ini adalah masa yang everybody is waiting for. The last award of the season.
Jadi dekat sini, kita akan tunjukkan award for the regular season MVP. Tapi sebelum tu kita akan invite kita punya presenter, Miss Marcia Sung plus Sierra. Alright, berikan tepukan guys. Ini adalah untuk the regular season MVP, di mana sepanjang season ni banyak player yang perform, but one shines brighter than the rest.
I agree. So, apa kata kita tengok, kita tanya Sierra dengan Miss Marcia, who do you guys think is the regular season MVP?
Okay, thank you, Rose and Lafel. Hello everyone, Assalamualaikum. Hai, saya Sierra dan saya rasa sangat bertuah dapat peluang ni untuk present the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Regular Season MVP Award alongside with Miss Marcia Sung. Hi Miss Marcia.
Hello.
How are you? I have a question for you.
Yeah, sure. Sarah.
Personally, what does it mean to be the regular season MVP?
For me, the most valuable player will do not only little but also big things in the every match for the whole to secure the victory for the whole team. So I think this awards empty to highlight the contribution and hard work for a talent player.
Well said. I agree completely. So why don't we take a look at the award nominees? Wow. So, Miss Marcia, who do you feel might win this award based on the nomination?
To be honest, I think all of you deserve the awards, but unfortunately, there might be only one player will be the MVP. So that's it.
Okay, that's true. All right, I think it is time for us to reveal the winner.
1, 2, 3.
SRG Innocent.
Congratulations! The goal leader, Innocent!
What an amazing season untuk Innocent actually. Dia main, dia bawakan Roger Gold Lane di MPL Malaysia dan dia main hero ini dengan sangat-sangat baik. Tapi bukan Roger sahaja.
Innocent came into the MPL MY scene showing his amazing micro mechanics and macro decision making, but most importantly, his late game carry potential. Congratulations to Innocent!
An incredibly well-deserved award. And mana tahu ini adalah satu buff untuk mereka masa Grand Finals nanti.
Definitely deserving KDA, damage yang dikeluarkan, total kills, an amazing player. And now to present you the award. All right. Okay, everyone get ready. Let's take a picture. In 3, 2, 1. All right. All right, thank you very much. And again, big congratulations. Give a big round of applause to Innocent.
All right, thank you to Miss Marsha and to Sierra for presenting us our regular season MVP award. And of course, we are not done yet. So sekarang kita nak throw it back to our side host. So, Sif, for the last time this award giving ceremony, where are you?
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Lafel dan juga Rose, dan kita dah tahu siapa regular season kita, iaitu SRG Innocent. Alright, congratulations. Dan kita dah tamat dan kita dah saksikan ke semua anugerah-anugerah. Kita dah tahu siapa kita ada punya dream team. Kita dah tengok siapa regular season. Tapi sekarang ni saya nak bersama dengan siapa yang saya boleh interview. Okey, kita ada Skies dekat sini. Skies, boleh tak saya nak interview sikit? Alright. Okay, first of all, congratulations dah pergi ke Grand Final dan korang dah pergi ke, at least pergi ke Riyadh untuk MSC. Apa perasaan selepas melihat daripada minggu pertama sehinggalah ke saat ini, melihat prestasi pasukan Selangor Red Giant?
Alhamdulillah, syukur. Of course rasa happy sangat, and actually dah boleh expect benda ni sebelum start season. And syukur lah sebab berjalan dengan lancar.
Sebelum kita nak mulakan perlawanan Grand Final, mungkin ini adalah platform yang terbaik untuk Skies berikan ucapan terima kasih kepada kesemua peminat-peminat Selangor Red Giant yang tak henti-henti, yang tak putus-putus memberikan sokongan dan juga dorongan kepada Selangor Red Giant.
Kepada penyokong Selangor Red Giant, especially kepada Atras, terima kasih sentiasa support kita orang daripada season start and sampailah ke Grand Final. Terima kasih.
Okey, terima kasih diucapkan kepada Sky. Sekarang ni saya nak tanya kepada Mal lah. Mal. Let's go Mal. Alright. Tengok Mal je ada special microphone dah untuk awak. Okey, soalan pertama saya. Melihat prestasi Homeboys daripada minggu pertama sehingga ke saat ini dan sebagai the defending champion, apa improvement yang paling obvious ataupun paling ketara yang Mal sendiri nampak daripada pasukan Homeboys ni?
Apa yang saya nampak, diorang improve dari segi communication, diorang memang semakin hari semakin baik lah.
Itu ada lagi? Itu saja. Alright. Terima kasih Mal. Saya ada satu lagi soalan. Expectation awak untuk melihat perlawanan Grand Final di antara SRG bertemu Homeboys, adakah akan berkesudahan dengan ke-7 game?
Saya rasa game saja dengan Homeboys ni sengit lah. 4-3.
4-3. Siapa yang menang?
Homeboys.
Homeboys 4-3. Thank you so much. diucapkan kepada Mal. Alright. Jadi selepas ini kita akan melihatkan persembahan kita yang seterusnya. Kau nak tahu siapa yang melakukan persembahan? Jadi ayo fokus kepada stage MPL Malaysia untuk persembahan kita yang seterusnya.
MPL, once again, make some noise! Hey.
MPL tak kuat. MPL make some noise. It's like that.
Right,
Okay,
so
Syawal silakan.
okay. So kita orang nak semua. Kita orang tak nak tengok siapa-siapa duduk. Kita orang nak
Kita
tengok
dapat green light.
Kita dah dapat green light. Kita dah dapat green light untuk korang semua berdiri dan berparti dengan kita. Nak ke tak nak?
Boleh tak? So kita nak tengok orang daripada atas sampai ke bawah boleh tak berdiri? Boleh?
Boleh
kita
tak
bagi
berdiri?
save
Hai,
energy
kita
boleh
sekali.
tak? SRG boleh tak?
Homeboys
Homeboys
ke
boleh
tidak?
tak? Let's
Boleh
go,
ke
let's
tidak?
go! SRG, come on, takkan.
Homeboys.
Homeboys yang bagi semangat. Let's go!
Let's go.
Cantik. Yeah. Semua kata apa dah?
Hands up.
Hands up, hands up, hands up.
Hands up.
Hands up.
Hands up.
Macam ni lah. Lawala, say. Lawala, say. Tak ada abjad ku guna nombor. Penuhkan hands up. Semua kata boleh. Setiap ayat bersedang kotor sampai bila-bila. Ada perkataan. Tak ada abjad ku guna nombor. Yes, penuhkan otak sampai bocor. Yes, setiap ayat bersedang kotor sampai bila-bila. Perkataan ini menjamin kau bawa bang lepas buat tanpa ada limit. Penulisan semua jujur ini tak ada gimmick. Banyaklah dalam poket semua bahu singgit. Cincin jatuh, diorang kutip buat piknik. Dalam jas kendalan tak payah kamcing. Nak beef, buat letak duri dalam daging. Lu bukan karet tapi melihat ke alam maya. Banyak dah cacing, tak payah nak perasaan naga. Berangkat bila menulis, yang feeling trap. Tak payah nak asyik gangster bro.
Yeah, feeling that.
Hanya feeling ramai cuba mahu feeling. Tak serupa The Simpsons. Sepanas tak ada alas. Setingkat tinggi dari bijan. So gua paling atas. Orang pelangin macam tak ada asas. Rima-rima rapi buaya rajin. Nampak malam. Lu hanya melopok. MC penokar pada lu cuma penonton. Dah dia duduk balik. Diri. Sokong duduk. Ada abjad ku guna nombor. Hands up. Kau sampai bocor. Hands up. Bersedang kotor sampai bila-bila. Homeboy semangat doh. Macam ni lah. SRG duduk. Bantu je semangat sikit. Come on SRG, come on.
Bagi balik kuat. Let's go.
Kau borak kertas.
Tolak terus.
Kau bising
bodoh tolak terus.
tak boleh duduk diam. Kau borak banyak tolak terus. Kau borak kertas tolak terus. Kau bising
bodoh tolak terus.
tak boleh duduk diam.
Kau borak banyak tolak terus.
Tak boleh kontrol. Kuat kaki rasa sabuk semua konsol. Langkah sondol terus semua bonggol. Kenakan tol pada tolong yang tak segongkol. Kuat tongkol gombol tapi kat tepi. Setiap kali kuat drop off jatuh tragedi. Dan jangan berani tolak tepi kalau tak agree. Karena pecah dan macam pintu kadebe. Lama sangat hibernasi sekarang tiba lagi. Waktunya tos sebeli acak gila. Industri dah kelam tapi masih tenteram. Sebab banyak kancangan dan semuanya tak seram. Sekarang tak perlu band, still banyak drama. Cabut plug nasi gua boleh order food panda. Tak ada masalah nak tengok budak-budak hingga. Semua nak acap panas. So I drop it like it's hot. Wabah boleh angkat tangan, semua boleh angkat tangan. Boleh tak? Hands up.
Kau bisi bodoh tolak
Hands up.
terus. Tak boleh duduk diam. Kau borak banyak tolak terus. Kau borak kertas tolak terus. Kau bisi bodoh tolak terus. Tak boleh duduk diam. Kau borak banyak
Tolak terus. Shout out to MPL, shout out to PLAYAZ man. Shout out Homeboys and SRG. Let's go. Yoni boy, where you at, Yoni boy? Boom. Assalamualaikum semua. So far enjoy tak show ni? Okay, enjoy Alright, second song saya nak korang nyanyi ikut sekali, boleh ke? Kau pernah dengar lagu Maafkan aku jika aku bersalah? Pernah? Test sekali boleh? Maafkan aku jika aku bersalah. Gerakan emosi, ku mohon kau sabar. Go! Sekali Goodbye! Maafkan aku jika aku bersalah. Ku hanya berhati yang berkata benar. Gerakan emosi buatku tercabar. Ku tahu ku susah. Come on! Ku mohon kau sabar. Everybody! Kadang yang selesa harus ku melempar. Kadang yang ku tak mau harus ku duga. Tapi sampai bila harus ku begini selalu dipersalah. Sampai bila aku harus digelap benakku. Asyik menjelajah tapi selalu disangka. Bukan kau seorang yang rasanya mau dicabut. Itu bukan alasan, cuma jiwa yang serabut. Kata aku simpan, sumpah aku simpan. Selalu aku sebut, di hati aku simpan. Walau kau rasa penting, aku tak pernah kisah. Tapi kau salah, jadi pernah tak kau nak kisah. Ku bukan malaikat, juga bukan syaitan. Ku cuma manusia, takkan boleh nak kait segala keputusan. Aku yang utuskan. Aku berfikir dahulu sebelum aku putuskan. Semua bencilah aku jika engkau belum. Tapi hati ini akan masih sayangmu. Semua boleh? One more time. Maafkan aku jika aku bersalah. Ku hanya ikut hati yang berkata benar. Gerakan emosi buatku tercabar. Ku tahu ku susah, ku mohon kau sabar. Kadang yang selesa harus ku melempar. Kadang yang ku tak mau harus ku duga. Tapi sampai bila harus ku begini selalu dipersalah. Selalu tertanya di mana bantuanku. Ku meminta tolong sulukan jalan. Sungguh kuat cerita nadaku, hanya mau kau dengar segala orang. Sesungguhnya ku tak tahan diriku hanyut dengan pelan. Berikan aku kekuatan untuk tempuh apa yang ada di depan. Right. Bencilah aku jika engkau tapi hati ini akan masih sayangmu. Thank you. Thank you. To the next one.
MBSJ. Make some noise. Shout out MPL MY. Shout out players. Sekiranya ada yang tahu lagu ni, nyanyi dengan aku boleh Let's do this. Kita panaskan badan. B. Suke 19, still on my grind. No stop bagi better apa before time. Plus sudah terlalu bagi banyak time. If you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Si perkara paling mudah ada lalu dah tanpa isi dalam kelongs. Secara ringkas, ramai tulisan bang biar berkosong. Ini bukan masa untuk aku berikan sindiran. Buka ugutan surat layang. Cuma amaran nak kata tak masa. Ramai pasal mata dalam semaran reka sketsa. Leka berpesta, mata celik pun jadi buta. Acak ada jiwa, kata betul. Demi lepas tengkuk sarap nama like ini bukan tetap flow like ini tentang yang tertulis. Sukan lari laju atau pull slow. Kali penamak kena tiap hari. Tiada pangkat yang dijulang. Homie, aku cuba buang kasta. Biarlah kehidupan sama rata. Jika diangkat besi kuning, jangan lupa ilmu sabar, sakau, levitasi biarpun berat. Mengenong nafsu pada ilmu, tak perlu serakah hingga ku penat. Tunggang agama atau tenama, konflik semakin sarai. Nama dijadi jenama, tipis iman lu tenang. Jadi aku cut shot, negativity seret aku ke lantai. You snitch, tikus tak ular, otak jangan shot. Makan kawan ke balai. Dalam dilema, tapi ready. Here comes the boom, TNT dengan steady. Guarantee, bukan takat mimpi. Ramas tadi awang anak adom mini light. Aku Lone Ranger di hutan belantara, di badan banyak suara. Tak kemana sebab gerun dengan muka-muka yang ketagih dengan danger. Slang him ataupun her, tak kira muda atau tua, semua boleh dapat. Tak sependapat, pendapatan tolak ke tepi. Tolak kira berapa kali patah hati, dia bukan sebab banger. MBSJ, make some noise. Hey, follow me. When I say hey, y'all say hop like hey, hey. Akhirnya homie aku tak indah. Pedulikan drama suntuk budak mentah. Hidup dah macam gerak khas angkat tangan berserah. Soal siasat bebas jawab entah. Jawapan masih entah. Tak masih entah. Entah mahkota di rumah kota. Beda hutan itu entah. Entah yang sabit jadi lalang, kata setajam pisau. Serumpun lidah cabang, menusuk sebalik risau. Aku dah tak ambil pot, plak aku tak just ngam. Pull up jumpa aku di door, kalau aspek ku karam. Busy on the phone, sorry kalau tak reply. I'm not lonely when I'm alone, flipping digits ku multiply. Love to be at home, not go to church. Lekas gila macam Steve-O, lu Stevie wonder why. Abu, pop the trunk, jual macam kabut. Mobil dikripin on ya mana. Luncur ikut wave, do suck sebalik ombak tirai lu luncur hey. Okay. Pedulikan drama sentuh budak mentah. Hidup dah macam gerak khas angkat tangan berserah. Soal siasat bebas jawab entah. Jawapan masih entah. Tak masih entah. Entah mahkota di rumah kota. Beda hutan itu entah. MPL on the way, alik-alik Bombay. Sasaran aku tak swerve, menarik dengan setan nyawa ku pay. Acapella on the beat, jiwa slow-mo. Jaga nyawa membara panas inferno. Kalau dah memang tak best ku buat don't know. Buka bola rugby kena tendang ano. Sejak sekolah, ku kejar dola. Batman tunjuk bad, bukan lagu dola. One man army, ku datang seorang. Ilmu jalanan tak ada sekolah, no borang. I'm the biggest enemy and I'm the biggest. F your position, I ain't never fear man. Duck better, duduk lepas lu dah tu ke stand. From the start until the end, oh why you act like stand-o. MPSJ, make some noise one more time. Hola. I know ya. Dan itu saja daripada saya. Shout out to MPL MY. Shout out to players and shout out to each one of you guys yang datang malam ni. Terima kasih.
Apa khabar MPL? Kamu semua okey malam ni? Let's go. Yeah. Rasa sedap macam aku the shit. Bagi ruang tidak suka sempit. Bagi ruang macam ada sengkam. Tutup mata ini benda senang. Bukan aku kalau tidak lekit. Datang lawa bawa rima legit. Tanda tangan lepas baca the class. Let's go. Keluar rumah tapi masih pulang. Cari daging tidak curi tulang. Kosong dapur minta refill dulang. Ayat mahal harga retail kurang. Sudah lama aku lalu yang basic. Spek utama cuma ada yang flagship. Roger bila sudah masuk deposit. Gantung dia macam hanger di closet. Ada BFF, ada LXF representative. Kalau kau nak tahu boleh tanya fam, ada tentative. Dorang bawa snap minta satu pic foto sensitive. Biar aku lah bila dia awal bagi handkerchief. Ada BFF, ada LXF representative. Kalau kau nak tahu boleh tanya fam, ada tentative. Dorang bawa snap minta satu pic foto sensitive. Biar aku lah bila dia awal bagi handkerchief. Ada bar dalam code, scan sharp QR, score banyak gol, boleh panggil aku CR7. Lagi banyak talk dari PR agent, DSLR Canon. Bila aku zoom, lens aku wide tapi tidak makan room. Dorang cuba kick, tidak rasa ada cuma geli-geli sikit boleh tampung. 1-3 punya nisbah, bukan kecil organisme. 8-4 nombor bagus, tidak akan berambus daripada Wisma. Kena terus panggil nurse, dengar aku punya verse boleh jatuh sakit. Tidak perlu bagi cincin untuk tunjuk tanda yang aku komen. Ada BFF, ada LXF representative. Kalau kau nak tahu boleh tanya fam, ada tentative. Dorang bawa snap minta satu pic foto sensitive. semua.
Biar aku lah bila dia awal bagi.
Let's go.
Ada BFF, ada LXF representative. Kalau kau nak tahu boleh tanya fam, ada tentative. Dorang bawa snap minta satu pic foto sensitive. Biar aku lah bila dia awal bagi handkerchief. Ada BFF, ada LXF representative. Dorang bawa snap minta satu pic foto sensitive. Biar aku lah bila dia awal bagi handkerchief.
Let's go. MPL make some noise.
Thank you MPL, salute.
Yeah.
Wow. Cara borak dengan orang yang gua tak berapa kenal. Salah borak tak kepala gua semua dia berjalan. Dah banyak hal yang lu bedal making pas tujuan. Bulan terang tak sesuai. 1, 2, 3 pegang. Lawan infidel, lepas kumpul intel baru confident. Tidak shy, bukan spy, topping in disguise. Cuma Nobita mata merah floating in the sky. Wow, kan sudah bilang genap 20 sekarang ada kilang. Sebelum jadi branding, masuk harus trending. Jangan dulu testing kalau tidak cukup training. Masih lagi standing buat ucapan seremoni. Mahu bukti apa lagi sudah ada testimoni. Banyak parasite, sembur pesticide. Tidak perlu risau, ini exercise.
Teruja bukan ignore, sila riwang kalau lama jangan skip ikan. Baru buka flow ni, apa khabar? Moisture, itu rahsiakan hak okay. Kasih cepat-cepat, kasih hantar baris lain dah selamat. Misi mahunya berjaya macam Pak Selamat. Gosip, jangan lupa sasar yang keramat. Di Jabal mereka serah bendera 2 dekad berperang kekal merdeka. Kunci kuasanya tak pernah kita lena. Akan terus pakai cetus revolusi era Jeddah.
Jarang borak dengan orang yang gua tak berapa kenal. Salah borak tahu barang gua semua dia bedal. Dah banyak hal yang lu berdapat pas tujuan. Bulan terang tak sesuai. Orang sabar rumah cari pegal. Tak ada hal semua boleh-boleh. Semua boleh-boleh. Apa dah hal gua okey gua okey. Lantak korang okey asal semua steady. Kalau boleh biar lebih. Jangan boleh sampai lupa lagi.
Masa
versatile, hati malah kami nak sarah macam tekan Nina. Bukan rockstar, popstar, aku slash goreng peluru kata macam gitar. Kita liga kali-kali kami wayah hungry wayah saga. Medal take down to the ground, amuk batisa. Register, dismister, spill a coffee barista. Crazy denti bukan macam sisa-sisa. Sinister, paranormal untuk paranormal yang sinistra. Jangan selesa, senang dika spektra. Bitrai silensa, visi 20 kau dah kuat, umur 20 dah.
Aku pasal bayar nego, cara lama gaya retro.
Okay.
Kalau kena daya intro, dapat gara aku tempo. Tak kena maka takkan sibuk, tak pernah putus sama rantai elok. Di atas mata ada esok, tak berlalu dan takkan pernah lento. Dah kena ruka barai, dah kena suap lalai. Jangan sembang cucu, kalau kau masih susu.
Jarang borak dengan orang yang gua tak berapa kenal. Salah orang takut barang gua sama dia bedal. Dah banyak hal yang lu bedal pakai pas tu jual. Bulan terang tak sesuai, orang sembarang ramai kaki penggal. Tak ada hal, semua boleh, semua boleh. Apa ada hal gua okey. Lantak korang gua okey. Asal semua steady, kalau boleh biar lebih. Let's go. Mana-mana letter blah cuba cari rap blah on the way blah list mereba dalam playlist. DJ dah ke bulan macam kripto lepas bearish bullish profit progress jadi presisi flow sesi. Ini mencukup apa poligami prosesi profesi bro cara professional produktif Processional KBH nasional MPH laju atas nombor 187 di select kota Basromo. Promo gila macam Chrono Trigger. Akhirat Toria maju ke puncak ke liga.
Liga lain cara lain, api lain bara lain, kain lain darah, berapa lain dah bersara. Tak pernah tunggang ombak banyak reka cipta. Dia berwujud tombak ramai jatuh sikta. Meminta bila baris lemah asap parah, terlalu bergantung pada barang dapatnya jarah. Jadi kau olah satu persatu jalan yang lurus. Sekarang berisi ya, dulu suka berlurus. Jari menari fulus, taikkan ayat lulus. Mama bertungku rumus, gaji syaratku rumus. Berapa ramai bintang meluahai satu. Santai
One more time, jarang borak dengan orang yang gua tak berapa kenal. Salah orang, saya nak semua angkat tangan beramai boleh.
Dah banyak hal yang lu berdapat pasti jual.
Bulan terang tak sesuai. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Tak ada hal, semua boleh. Apa ada hal, gua okey. Lantak korang gua okey. Asal semua steady, kalau boleh biar lebih. Layan boleh sampai lu ketagih.
Yes sir.
Yeah. Let's go. Okay, aku nak ucapkan best of luck buat tim Homeboys dan juga SRG.
Let's go.
Terima kasih to MPL MY juga. So korang rasa lepas ni lagu apa guys? Berbulu, matanya merah dalam rimba. Aku keliru angkatan ke lembaga menjelma. Urat kepala, berdenyut cemas tak tenteram. Aku keliru, berbau seram dengan geram. Aku, engkau, dia, siapa tadi dalam rimba? Tapi tadi siapa nyanyi? Aku, engkau, dia, siapa tadi dalam rimba? Semua dia dilontar lampiran yang tak seberapa, mengusik nak dionar. Kan sakinah yang sebati di bumi muzik. Buncah dek, tertumbuk akal tua beci yang mula semakin uzur kufur. Lima yang diberi percuma, lantas nafnya terus menggelupur. Logarima rambang gila, kuku bima bacok lidah. Logarima lambang nila, susu dijaga rosa dah diludah. Separuh baris salam suwa, kena dalam dunia nista. Pelaris dicari dalam gua untuk diguna. Invas kritikal silap ritual basi fizikal membekam wajah lirikal gila visual salah majikal kata berbual mahu klasikal beli dan jual beli mistikal jual beribu pantun berjuta pantun berjujur lakon ya ukur panas berdarah gustika hilang nafas yang tata susila ukur ganas pada kerusija bilang emas menjauh lagi lah ukur agas dengan burung hantu cari nahas di gua puaka matra lahir dari jari hantu matra ganas tak cari suaka. Engkau, dia, siapa tadi dalam rimba aku diam tapi tadi siapa nyanyi aku. Engkau, dia, siapa tadi dalam rimba semua diam aku tahu siapa nyanyi.
Penangkut lantung rakus rumah santun patuh jagung kamus seru jangan sampai tamak nama deru arus angan tambah lambai saka mata merah tangan santai bila diam duduk tak berantai maka tindak tanduk pun terurai dalam silam tusuk terburai naik bongkak sudah sampai otak sambil dongak waktu tolak makhluknya kepala minat kau dan nama masih hidup dalam kota tak usah jika jiwa tu mudah belah rasa tenang diri sendiri sudah dikarang apalagi mau jadi terikat dengan banyak sendiri dari dulu sampai hari ini
aku engkau dia siapa tadi dalam rimba aku diam tapi tadi siapa nyanyi aku engkau dia siapa tadi dalam rimba semua diam aku tahu siapa nyanyi aku engkau dia siapa tadi dalam rimba aku diam tapi tadi siapa nyanyi aku engkau dia siapa tadi dalam rimba semua diam
aku tahu siapa nyanyi.
Thank you MPL MY. Check.
Alright, aku nak test energi korang. Sekarang dah final, so ini adalah masa untuk habiskan energi korang pada hari ni.
Yo, betul.
So aku nak test aura homeboys. Boleh ke tak? Boleh.
Kita ambil side.
Say eh.
Alright. So,
ada lawan kah?
Aku boleh lawan. Okay. Kita nak try energy. SRJ. When I say hey.
Power. Okay, kali ni kita nak test dua-dua, okay?
Dua-dua side.
1, 2, 3, say hey.
Alright, sebelum kita nak sampai ke next set. Last punya lagu. Alright, lagu ni kita nak korang semua berdiri. Boleh berdiri ke tak boleh? Last song. Minta semua berdiri.
Come on, guys. Kita spotting, guys. Let's go.
Berdiri.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Alright, lagu ni. Lagu terakhir.
Siapa tahu ni?
Untuk berikan TV boleh.
Boleh minta semua berdiri tak? Semua berdiri boleh tak?
Please. Let's go. One more song.
Let's do this. Ya Libi Alibaba, Ya Bibi Ali. Louder. Ya Libi Alibaba, Ya Libi. Let's go, Ben.
Ali shuffle bila pakai glove, combo meletup molotov. Lebih baik kau buang towel, continue akan jadi trouble. Jab kiri, hook kanan, chin low, angkat tangan. Siapa nak lompat sekali boleh? Let's go. 1 and 7, holla, no head given, holla. This life I'm living, holla. Macam Ed Sheeran, aku stay bila mau slide. Bercani dengan boy sali, dia berdari satu pagi, super kali. Satu lagi, another one masih ada bintang tiada lawan kita kekalan rated keganda tendang masuk cap beauty K. Masih kacang tanpa beauty K. Yakin so, mata kaji sebagai seng. Kali buat bising, tutup balik, rampungin seng. Seperti low, 3 madu. Ismail kata budak aku padu. Makan ulam seperti raja. Baju dalam di peti kaca. What's up? Masihnya cuci di jari. Pencil buat tulis batu lawan lukis kata orang mainnya animasi. Act of these rappers masih datang berdepan gaya kelani. Nyanyi ladi di dadi. Secara asasnya asas kuat asasinasi. Let's go. Sudah pasti bunuh dengan baca satu ayat. Dalam semua akan rasa selama kerja pagi stres akan siang. Dan ada ilmu jangan memandai-mandai yang ada. Ada bakat semua nak jadi bintang. Jangan biarkan gua keluar dari badan. Marah pada yang kuat main place. Siapa rasa macam kerja lagi bagi kami hanya lagi ni. Susun atau capakan jatuh gerakan elah jerat. Terapung cara meramah. Tapi lebah bila datang segan.
Ya Bibi Ali. Sama-sama. Ya Bibi Ali.
Cantik bang, cantik bang.
Bibi Ali Baba. Ya Bibi. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Let's go. Buka pintu. Let's go, let's go.
Mata kaji semua kuat. Tengok sini, aku benar. Hey, mata kaji dari sini rosik jadi KG. Oh di dunia trip OG. Hobi guna trick low key, ramai yang OT tu jadi OC. Mentality tak low G, meta sampai Toronto. Siapa dan hidup low key sendiri joki macam Toronto. Di zaman Beto yang makin back, kau kena tuno lah benteng. Elmo yang yakin demo, kau kisi tahu bola gerento. Di manifesto yang makin Rambo, industri no hela benteng. Kau di manifesto yang makin best, no industri lu, kau kan nampak Lambo. Kreatif vendor, vice versa. Tumbuh-tumbuh emosi, Redo pada yang Esa tawakal kaji macam Abu Ali. So Ibnu Sina CEO, Budi Juri the greatest latest. Ika yang semua satu malam 2K dan 40 traitors. Buat semua yang macam Ali bertokak balik penemu aliran energi Ali berkau hatu tanpa 40 bergerak dengan kau 40 jujur. Dalam memuncul kita beri 40 rompak dan jatuh kita OT kerja. Sabtu kalau Abu bakal aliran ni aku dengar kumpulan tu. Sebab tu bunyi bagi pintu. Cepat beras tutup beri lagu. Yang terpesong mata mengkaji terjemah nilai. Sebab kami tak boleh masuk. Asuh ada sesali bujang lapuk. Ali bukan baba bujang terlajak. Tika modifikasi pastikan lajak. Hoi, hoi, ya hoi bukan gua. Amboi bukan gua. Yang deploy end up kau yang crash destroy. Hoi, bukan sigalaga nama-nama yang kau jumpa. Ku tak nak bawa rumah. Detail zaman sampai ku lupa. Ali Baba. Semua sekali. Yang atas pun Ali Baba.
Nyanyi terus.
1, 2, 3, 4, let's go.
Ya Habibi Ali Baba. Ya Habibi. Kuat boleh.
Ya Habibi Ali Baba. Ya Habibi.
Baba. Ya Habibi
Ali Baba. Ya Lili Ali. Ya Lili Ali Baba. Ya Lili. Terima kasih MPL MY. Salut. Terima kasih.
Thank you.
Berikan satu cerita yang paling kuat MPL. Say ho. Thank you.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world.
pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntah. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
That trophy looks like an alien.
aggressive and bold, one of Malaysia's best roamers, Zorn! Dealing magic damage, the Kage that dominates every battle, Spicy Boy, Voodoo! The tempo of each game dictated by the world's highest GPM record holder, our jungler, GB! The frontliner and the backbone in every combat, the EXP laner, Sabat! And here comes the brains and the strategists of the defending champions, Homeboys!
Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism.
Inilah gaya kita.
Inilah semangat kita.
Kawan di luar gelanggang.
Lawan di Land of Dawn.
Ya, sebentar tadi kita dah menyaksikan kemasukan trofi keramat kita dan kemasukan pahlawan-pahlawan di dalam pentas pertempuran.
Yes, kita nak mula kita punya Grand Finals Best of Sevens. Tapi sebelum tu, Sith, kita nampak full house hari ni di Stadium MBSJ. Apa kata kita buat macam a bit of a vibe check to see whether or not our audience is ready for this night.
Alright, semua dah ready ke belum? Alright, sekarang ni saya berada di kawasan pasukan Homeboys. Kita mulakan dengan pasukan Homeboys. Make sure kita kalahkan pasukan Selangor Red Giant. Homeboys, are you ready? Nice one.
All right, it's now my turn. Come on guys, Ultras, kita boleh kalah ke? Mesti tak boleh kan? Alright, apa kata? Let's see for the side of SRG. Selangor Red Giants, are you ready? See, dengar tak tu? Side kita orang pun kuat.
Wow, kedua-dua pasukan dah ready. Kedua-dua dah ready semua punya peminat. Jadi ayo bersama dengan kita punya caster, please take it away.
The time has come for the ultimate chapter as we enter the very final series of the MPL Malaysia Season 13 playoffs. You're watching the English broadcast for the Grand Finals. My name is Safa and I am joined on the desk for this monumentous occasion by Husky as well as Gideon.
Look, it's good to be here. It's good to feel this energy in the stadium right now. If you guys are in Malaysia, please come by MBSJ Serdang. It is electric.
Yeah, I mean, today is going to be a historical moment either way. Selangor Red Giants, Homeboys, one looking for a back-to-back, one looking for their first in 3 seasons. And even individual players, right? Stormy, this is his 3rd Grand Finals. He has not missed a single one since he started playing competitively.
We have MPL veterans on stage. We have playoff rookies. We have MPL rookies taking the stage here at the Grand Finals for a match that will make history. Like you said, Husky, one of these teams, Homeboys, looking to defend their title. And on the other hand, we have SRG looking to make history as the 2nd ever undefeated champions and also their first win here at MPL MY. And of course, both sides are going to be eyeing for that MSC slot.
Now, the problem right now is that we have an MSC slot open, but we also have a wildcard slot open. The loser will go to the wildcard slot and the winner will move on straight to the main event happening in the middle of this year. So I'm pretty sure none of these teams are going to be holding back those punches. We've seen Malaysian representatives in the wildcards. It is a long, exhausting road.
Absolutely. If you want the bare minimum, these teams at least have secured a wildcard slot, but we went to the wildcards format yesterday, right? 8 teams and only 1 can qualify to the main stage. So it's about that slot directly to the main stage to join the Big Boys Club.
And that's not a risk that either of these teams want to take now that they've made it this far. The journeys of both the Selangor Red Giants and Homeboys have been an incredible one. And honestly, this is a perfect finale to the season as well, because these are the same 2 teams that kicked off the regular season. It all comes full circle.
It really does. Personally for me, Homeboys and as well as Selangor Red Giants, I mean, these are teams that we've been excited for since the very beginning of the season.
Absolutely. And just like I said, the perfect finale is upon us. Will we have an undefeated champion for Season 13 or our very first back-to-back title holders?
I think this is the first time, personally for me, I feel the odds are stacked against Homeboys for once. Last season, it was Homeboys all the way. It felt like SMG came the closest, but it was never enough. But this time, the Ultras, the players from SRG, it looks like it's their salutes, right? They are poised for greatness, and Homeboys are the contenders to try to stop them.
It's going to be a difficult road considering that SRG, they've had an undefeated streak. They only dropped a single game, not even a series up until this point. I think a lot of us were also expecting that the Red Giants and Homeboys would get to meet at least once before this in the upper bracket finals, but the playoffs have already shown us we expect the unexpected. This will be the first time these 2 teams meet one another since the beginning of the season.
Yep, which begs the question, is the Homeboys ready? And I'm pretty sure with the rest of this crowd, I don't know if you guys can hear me properly, but we are sitting on the SRG side of the stadium. I can hardly hear myself, but that's how much energy there is.
I mean, it's always a treat to be able to hear these cheers and be on the Ultra side, but keys to victory, I think this is very important. For me, I'm an SRG boy. It's all about going all out, no experimentation. This is how they're going to show. This is where they will show us if they can attain perfection.
How about you, Gideon? What do you think about the chances for the Homeboys?
Do you want the technical answer or do you want the biased opinion?
The biased opinion.
Biased opinion, I'm going to say that this is heavily in favor of SRG.
Okay. I'm not going to hide it. I also am a big fan of how the Red Giants play, so I think our English desk is just a little bit biased in terms of who we think is going to come out on top here. But these teams have already shown us that surprises are behind every single corner. And wow.
It's the Viking clap.
Wow, I mean the Homeboys.
Wait, the SRG members are trying to get in on this as well.
All right.
It's the entire stadium.
Holy cow.
This is beautiful here, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are not here at MBSJ, you are truly missing out on an experience. Grand finals are always historical events here at MPL MY, but I truly believe this is the biggest we have ever seen.
I thought we could not top last season. I thought that last season was the pinnacle of how a grand final should look like, a full stadium stacked like sardines in a sardine can. But this one is just magnificent. It's so beautiful. I got a teardrop on the side of my eye.
Look, this is what happens when you have 2 polished teams ready to go at each other's throats in a best of 7. We expect nothing less but top quality gameplay from our top 1%ers here in MY. And honestly, let's get into the nitty gritty here, because personally for me, this entire series is held together by draft.
Oh, we've seen how important draft is this season. The coaching staff has had no season where their job is more important. They are literally the 6th player on that stage. And speaking of, the stage greets us as we prepare to jump into the draft for game number 1. The atmosphere is electric, the drums are pounding. The series that will make history here begins right now.
Lovely stuff coming out from both teams. The initial bans was not what I expected after yesterday, but SRG instantly going for setters, taking out Arlen. Not only just a setter, but a flex pick, and Homeboys identifying Stormy as a pivotal point for SRG in that mid lane. They're taking out that Valentina.
I like this a lot, because Stormy has been performing out of his mind, making sure that he creates space with the rest of the team as a mid trio amongst amongst the entire crew. I think that SRG at this point of time, getting rid of flex picks is good, but they're also banning out the Harith. It feels like tides might have been turning on this one. I would have expected Homeboys to be the instigator of a Harith ban.
It's actually quite interesting, right? Considering Harith is still one of the more popular picks that we have in the meta right now. A lot of teams, even on the blue side, do seem to be banning it out here in MPL MY. I think we saw RSG doing the same thing. Like, what are your thoughts on this trend, Gideon?
Personally, for me, I think that, you know, when you come into a draft and when you are drafting on blue side, the only reason you're getting rid of things that you don't, well, ideally would like to first pick, but say no, I don't want it, is to make sure that the priority picks and power picks are going to be at odds with each other. If it is even, it is more likely to be Homeboy's favorite. If it is odd, very likely for SRG to be on top, considering their first pick.
Yeah, we were kind of expecting a Loyi to be banned on red side, but it seems like SRG want no business with it. They have other prior picks that they're looking for. But this Akai ban by Homeboys might indicate that they're putting a lot of priority on that Chibi Fredrin, right? We've seen him play that Fredrin many, many times, sometimes PLAYAZ, but primarily when he's on that Fredrin, he plays such an aggressive stance that it allows Homeboys to run at their opponents.
I think it implies, right, with the Akai ban, we've never seen this before, that Homeboys wants to force Red Giants in a situation where they have to first pick Fredrin, right? Otherwise, TB is going to lock it in straight away, and one of his best counter picks is already gone. With the chip gone as well, what should be the first pick?
Well, knowing SRG, based off of patterns, usually they can go for first pick Roger here. But after the hot patch, I don't know whether that's something that they want to lean into after seeing an Akai ban.
Yeah, there's Matilda, there's Moskov as well. Homeboys did not let Moskov slip through against RSG MY yesterday, the entire 5 games. So SRG, they have a lot of choices to make, but this one is going to dictate what Homeboys get in response. And Homeboys have shown on red side, they are very proficient in shutting down that XP lane with Sabas pick, so I like Matilda first for SRG.
Well, Red Giants not going to fall into that Fredrin trap here. They're going to go for the utility hero. Yumes, one of the best Matilda players that we have here in MPL MY. But it means that Homeboys will have that free option to take the Fredrin to see what else they combo it with.
Yeah, I definitely think that Fredrin is pretty high up on Homeboys' list. Let's see where else they're going to start attacking the draft. I don't know if they are going to be targeting the EXP lane at this point of time. I mean, yeah, KGE put a pretty good example in putting pressure on Cram. Even then, he still didn't break under that pressure. And finally, we see that Fredrin lock in. Let's see the pairing.
There are a lot of ways, a lot of conditions that have to be met if you want to go the Cram, right? KGE example was good, but they had a Loyi to enable those cross-math rotation. Novaria taken away by Homeboys. This gives Udio a lot of utility to work with. Homeboys are already very good at pressuring the map. Now that you give them an extra line of sight, this is going to allow Homeboys to be a bit more efficient when navigating around the map.
Now, I'm personally curious that SRG is going to be looking for a better mid lane matchup into this Novaria just so that they can have pressure. It's like, yes, you can have the information, but if we pull the trigger faster and get to where we need to be and hurt you where it hurts the most, I think Homeboys are going to struggle.
Doesn't look like they go for that mid lane pick just yet, though. They're actually going to lock in the Barat and the Moskov. I think this makes a lot of sense, right, from the Red Giants. With the Akai already gone, you really need the Barat as soon as possible. If it gets banned out in that second phase, your jungle picks get locked down pretty heavily. So with the Moskov being shown, Homeboys are going to get that Claude. And with Claude and Novaria, I think this implies that it's going to be a very late game composition coming in from the Homeboys.
Diversifying kind of that damage source, right? We've seen examples where you have the Natan into a Moskov as a direct response, but in this case, I think both teams right now are going to be looking at that XP lane. For Homeboys, they might be put in a slight pinch because this Barat can still go to Cram, and that means that Sakai's heroes gets hidden until the end of the draft. And more so, SRG are one of the few teams that are willing to pick Stormy's hero in the second phase. I was thinking of the Aurora for the longest time, and I'm glad that Homeboys agree with that and go for the ban.
I mean, if they're getting rid of Aurora, that means they really do not only want to, either A, they want to punish by killing Stormy really early on and try and put him as far behind as possible during these fights, or B, they have a composition that wants to actually dive really hard against the enemy backline.
But diving against the backline doesn't really seem like that's going to be the case just yet, unless this Aurora is being banned out specifically to make sure that Claude doesn't get frozen when he jumps in. Otherwise, it could be a bit of information to SRG that Homeboys might want to lean more towards that early game with their last 2 picks.
I would assume so. I think if you want to look for dives, then Nana becomes another choice that SRG can go for, right? Nana and Aurora both have abilities, the passive, to keep him alive after taking lethal damage. If you want Pew for SRG, Vexana is there, Lilia as well for a more late game option. I think SRG are not worried about Stormy's hero, but they are now looking to shut down Zorn with that Grok ban. It could be perhaps the... I'm not sure if they want to go for Cho though. That could be a respect ban.
Cho might be a little bit difficult. There's a lot of Purify users on SRG as of yet, and Barats naturally has his own anti-CC with that Daytona's welcome.
Is it worth banning Kufra when you have Moscow?
Is it worth banning the Kufra? That might be a little hard to say, right? Because inevitably, Kufra really struggles when you have that Purify. And with Matilda, that's an added layer to deal with. I think that SRG is approaching this well, right? Take away the Swiss Army knives, make sure that you have winning matchups, and more importantly, this Barats could be flexed into EXP.
I'm looking at SRG right now because they have to decide where does Barats go. And Homeboy's answer yesterday against RGMY a lot of the times is if RGMY, if our opponents are on the blue side and we get Saba's last pick without the CC, Thamus is always going to be the second option. But they're going to go for the Edith. It's a possible flex for Homeboys, but so far we haven't seen it play by Sapat.
Yeah, this is unusual here. The Homeboys seem to be taking a page out of RSGMY's book. They really like picking the Edith early because it reflects on both Rippo and Stove. But you're right, Husky. I don't think we've seen the Edith on Sapat just yet. Even despite that, it's a question that SRG will have to consider.
Yeah, personally, I think, Pops is doing a very good job in the draft by saying we're not going to predetermine who our EXP laner is because this could be a flex, and now SRG has to show their full hand. With Cram now on Thamus, we know that SRG is leaning towards the EXP side of the map to fight for early turtles, and the Nana, like you called it, again, SRG was worried about a dive comp. Homeboys, they at least have opportunities to dive, but they're more about peeling backwards. Let SRG be the ones who predetermine the pace.
This could be Yuzhong or Sabakito, depending on how they want to play it, but they go for the Tersla, so committing fully to those big team fights. I have a Novaria, I wait to set up fight. Let's just go ham on SRG.
All right, I like this, I like this. SRG, I think their comp is a little bit more default, a little bit more normal, but for the Homeboy side, they've got some really bulky boys in the front to delay the game until Udil and Nets come online and just take over. Last thoughts on the draft, Gideon?
Last thoughts, I'm thinking that as of right now, SRG, their composition, it's very early game oriented, right? They have late game insurance, but unfortunately, if early to mid does not go in their favor, I see a world where the Homeboys can easily close this out 12 minutes.
I think you gotta set your eyes on Cram, right? This Thamus has to get up to a good start. Your natural matchup into Terisla is good, but I expect Homeboys to put a lot of pressure on the XP lane.
Well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, game 1 of the Season 13 Grand Finals is about to commence. The Selangor Red Giants in one corner and the Homeboys in the other. At the end of the day, only one shall stand atop the peak as the new champions. It's time to jump into the land of dawn.
Gotta be quite a bang and started it off. Homeboys wanting to just fight SRG, something that they probably picked up against RGMY yesterday. We just run at their face, don't let them take space, force the issue.
A lot of these early engagements, I'm hoping that SRG know what they're doing here. They can't overextend, and most importantly, information is extremely key for SRG to make these smarter decisions. We've seen them consistently adapt in the middle of the game, but ideally, with the information at hand, you can lessen down that time, give less windows for Homeboys to actually look for the punish.
Thing is, I think Homeboys actually do have pretty big windows of opportunity, right? I think the genius with the Novaria pick, especially in game 1, is it allows you to dictate the pace of how you want to control the game with that Astral Echo. You always have information. You always are the one to decide when to engage and disengage.
I feel like that's a little up in the air, right? Because it comes down to when he leaves the lane. And so far, based on the prior games we've seen from Stormy, he naturally has a knack for the laning phase. And afterwards, he walks with Yumes and sometimes even splits up the resources. I think that Homeboys, as of right now, need to kind of corner SRG.
So guys didn't really get the red tree, but the knockout from Zorn missed. Needs a bit of help right now. So guys escorted out by Sabat. Star Shatter damage not enough. Should be able to disengage.
Yeah, a kill onto the skies there would have been huge for the Homeboy since the turtle is coming up in another 15 seconds. But it was just early enough that he should be able to recall, regen the full HP, and come back for that turtle contest as well. So as of right now, still no impact yet for either side.
They're going to take their time with this. Level 4s need to be hit on all members on the side of the Homeboys. The main DPS is going to be Nets, but he's going to be left on an island for a majority of this game. As long as he goes even against Innocent, I think he should be all right. But for the most part, Udil, let's see the information.
Four-man ping, Cram instantly throws his body in front, and Homeboys with a counter engage, taking down Stuck Guys with the appraisal threat, but GB also falls. Cram powering through the pain to get a trade for himself, but Udil with the snipe star shattered for Turtle. Homeboys looking for more zones, Primal Rev runs out, it's 2 for 2, but Turtle for Homeboys.
Excellently done. Ooh, just barely missing the Star Shatter as well onto Yumes. Homeboys creates a little bit of space for themselves early on. The junglers initially traded for one another, but Selangor Red Giants are lacking a bit more fight presence once Cram and Skies are taken out, and that allowed for a pretty easy snipe on Udil.
I'm liking this a lot. Homeboys have done their homework, they've done their preparation. During these neutral objectives, they expected the rotation and they denied it straight away. More importantly so, we have to keep in mind that Daytona's welcome, it needs to catch a priority target, because unfortunately for Sakai's, he's going to be stuck in that animation while people like Zorn with that Primal Wrath is going to be gunning at him. Udil slowly melting him away, percentage max HP damage, and let's not forget that Supa can slow down the progression of that backline from SRG.
I think that because of that, Cram gets a lot of pressure put on him to make sure that he is the one that's taking all these CC abilities away from Zorn, right? He ideally wants the Tamas to be caught by the Onward, by the Earth Shatter, but I think Zorn is doing... Oh, hold on.
And Stormy, he doesn't have the passive. GB sticks onto him. Praiser Press slams down. It's an easy kill. Daytona's welcome a bit late, but Nets will join the fight with the blazing duet. Stuck Guys needs help and is not going to get it. Homeboys finding 2 more kills in the top.
Oh, he takes it!
Innocent takes the ultimate, looks for GB, finds the kill and gets out, but Yumes dies in the process.
Woo! 4 minutes into this game, we're already seeing 8 kills. 8 consecutive kills in quick fashion as well. A lot of it in Homeboys' favor so far as they're winning out these trades. But worse yet, for once, we're actually seeing these outplays being really negated. Homeboys not letting anybody off the hook.
Yeah, this is hurting the Red Giants real hard. Up until now, we have seen Red Giants behind in the early game, specifically when they played against King Empire, but it's usually a bit of a controlled descent. In this case, Homeboys are really piling it on.
Zorn will be pressured a bit, had to onward out of that, but this is the second turtle. Both junglers, same level. Udil spotting 4 of them in this pit. They engage onto Chibi. They want to get him out of here, but Sukai is taking a lot of damage. Stormy finds the kill, but again the jungler dies. Turtle will fall this time. Zorn finds the kill. Primal Wrath bomb pounding onto Stormy, and Udil again, the sharpshooter from Indonesia, finds the third.
Man, Chain Lightning coming in from the Primal Wrath from Zorn, steals it away. I mean, Yumes can do his best here, but right now, Homeboys, they're amping up the tempo. They found their advantage, and every single time we see Sakai's get on top of Chibi, you see the rest of the team pivot straight into killing Sakai's.
I love the target prioritization from the Homeboys right now. They know that there's no point pulling all their damage on the Cram, deal with Skies first, then take care of the Tamas later and catch the rest of the stragglers with Zorn and Udil. Currently 6 kills, 0 deaths between the 2 of them. A near 4K gold lead for the Homeboys.
Udil has been part of every single fight, and now the attention turns to Innocent, who needs help, and Yumes is going to try his best to stall out the blazing duet, but Nets, he's going to get all the help he needs. Udil again, just not letting anyone go.
Oh. There should have been some consideration for Stormy to drop his ult there, maybe to clear the wave or maybe to trade back against GB, but so far, this is the biggest lead we've seen, 6 minutes against SRG from the regular season, 2 playoffs. Nobody has achieved this much gold. Homeboys, they're gonna 2x this. I don't know where it's gonna stop, either 6,000 or 8,000.
Yeah, normally the Red Giants, even when they're in a situation where they're losing the early game, know how to control it in a way where they don't fall too behind in terms of gold, so that there's still space to scale. But Homeboys is not giving them that timing.
Udil just got a Divine Glaive.
That is
6 minutes.
He's getting too much off of this. He's getting so much gold, and I think Homeboys have done it. They figured out a way to actually put Stormy behind. And in this case, with 10 seconds left on the clock before the turtle actually spawns, SRG, I don't know whether they want to still be a part of this.
The guys can't even get his stacks.
Yeah, SRG needs to back it off just a little bit. They gotta play a little bit safer. Unfortunately, oh, never mind.
Might not have a chance. Cram, he's forced to just tank through this. Zone does go down. Stormy finds the kill. Praises Cram, does not take out Cram. Big penalty zone from Subbat to the back. But the damage insufficient, and Ness will come in as the supplement to find 2 in a row. The arrow connects. Subbat is gonna be fine. Innocent will not take it, but Homeboys, they have the lead.
Ooh, this is starting to look really, really scary here. It looked like Red Giants had control there. Cram was surviving a lot of that fight, but Subbat jumping the back line perfectly. Chibi getting another free turtle. It doesn't feel like the Red Giants can do anything.
No, they can't do anything for now. They need more time to scale. This early game is basically gone for. Cram has done his absolute best at creating space, chunking people down, and putting them at a lethal amount of damage. But so far, we're seeing more out of Zorn with that Primal Wrath in comparison to the circling eagle from Yums.
And speaking about Zorn, he just bounced the guys. This is a dead dinosaur. Stormy needs to run away. The passive will expire at this point. Flickers away, but Zorn ain't gonna let him get away. Double kill for the Edith.
This is unprecedented. The Selangor Red Giants came in as the final boss, as the favorites. A team that was unchallenged throughout Season 13. And the Homeboys are denying that title.
I mean, right now,
Can they at least get him? They do. Innocent's gonna be pinned down, but for long enough, though. Chibi slams down the Cram. He will get away. Homeboy is taking both top and mid outer tier 2s. He's gonna take it. Didn't get the pin.
Okay. Not gonna take that risk.
Unfortunate. This game, it's all about these small inches, right? Like, it's not like Homeboys aren't finding the angles. Zorn is. Everybody else has been following up on these Zorn engages very well, and SRG need to start respecting that. The problem is they can't really punish him. What happens when you try and go on this Edith? She comes out with the Primal Wrath, and she starts chunking you down. It takes too many resources to take out one guy, and I think even for SRG, they might as well let this through. Take as many lords as you want. We can play for high ground. We'll eventually be able to pick you off.
Yeah, Zorn gonna be stopped by Surguys for now, but the target is gonna be Innocent. He's gonna be taunted out. Innocent needs to get away. Uses the Spectral Step. Gets dragged out. Innocent safe for now, but Subbat follows up. Not gonna let Innocent get out. He will die underneath the turret. Cram will be rescued. Udio will not find a snipe this time. Homeboys finds 2.
Oh, I really like the way Homeboys is doing this right now. They've picked their targets. They focus Skies in the early game, and after the Barats got shut down, their next target is Innocent. They know they don't really need to bother about anyone else on the Red Giants because there's simply not enough burst damage to really affect Zorn or Chibi.
Yeah, there really isn't. And once we see, I mean, once he gets the Winds of Nature, this is going to be really dangerous for SRG. They don't have a lot of answers to them. And unfortunately, now with the Lord gone, let's see if they get an inhibitor. Maybe it's a checkmate angle, maybe it's not. We'll see whether SRG greed out by trying to walk out of their base again, and we'll see whether Homeboys respect it or not by cutting them off.
Innocent didn't use his Purify the entire sequence because he knows that he's dead. He gotta keep a Purify for after the Lord fight. But SRG, like you pointed out early on, Gideon, this is the furthest they've been put behind at a 10-minute timing.
Even previously, when they ended up dropping a game against King Empire, it did not look like this. There was still some control, there was still some scaling coming in from Innocent. If anything, it was just because they had made some mistakes later on. But these are not mistakes. This is Homeboys playing at a higher tempo and denying any chance of scaling from their opponents.
Yeah, they're just keeping the tempo really high and making sure that they, like, SRG is continuously pressured. They're not giving them an opportunity to breathe, regroup. You better regroup underneath your inhibitor.
Zorn's not gonna land an Earth Shatter. Penalties over Subbat, catching 3. They're gonna focus fire on it. Chibi cannot use his ultimate. And that is the clapback that SRG has been looking for. 2 kills already. The Lord taken out. Selangor Red Giants hold the fort.
Great high ground defense here. Great follow-up coming in from Stormy. That Molina Blitz making all the difference here. But most importantly, it's that polymorph, right? Homeboys, they walked up thinking, hey, we're already 7K ahead. We shouldn't be too afraid. But you need to keep in mind that SRG is slowly scaling up and they're scaling fast.
Yeah, I really love the fact that they're confident enough that they're just going to group up under the tower, almost as if to bait the penalty zone in so that they could take advantage of it. They managed to narrow the network lead just a little bit, but 7K is still a pretty big amount considering we're only 11.5 minutes in. Innocent needs to farm faster right now because Nets and Udale are already hitting really hard.
I mean, he's got the Trinity build already down. It's about situational items and more importantly, yep, there we go, the wind of nature against Nets. When that blazing duet comes out, you know that Innocent is going to be popping that pretty early on in that fight to maintain his threshold. At this point, they need to make sure that Homeboy...
Trying to take space.
given.
But he's coming though, has the flicker. Cram gonna get caught. Shadows connect from Zorn, but this is a pincer angle from Homeboy. Subbat to the back. Cram again rescued by Innocent. He's gonna man by Zorn. Zorn flickers for him. Innocent needs to get out. He uses the winds of nature, but still ends up going down. Homeboys piling onto him, and SRG has lost their marksman.
Oh, broken position. A broken position. The frontliners weren't in the front, unfortunately, and Homeboys were able to sneak around through jungle side. And now that SRG has already lost their members, Homeboys are looking to take an inhibitor while Innocent is down.
Yeah. 4-man ping.
They're trying to go for... Oh, hold on.
H1's welcome. That's onto Chibi. Do they have the damage follow-up though? Chibi just going to turn around with the ultimate. Mid inhibitor of SRG down. Chibi tanking the turret. Pendio comes out. Chibi gets away! How is that a thing? SRG loses their jungler, but at least the rest of them gets out.
The lead might be a bit too big at this point. I'm not too sure if Red Giants has enough time to make their way back into this. Homeboys is doing such a good job of splitting up their ranks. Subbat has been finding the correct angle every single time. So even with the guiding winds, it doesn't feel like Red Giants are able to escape from their grasp.
I mean, they missed their window here, and unfortunately, they haven't been able to kind of find their footing, recuperate from the economical damage that Homeboys have put on them. The constant pressure in the jungle, it just feels like SRG. It boils down to how many kills can I get back before the Homeboys during the mid game, and as we transition into the late game, it's pretty straightforward. The Homeboys, they're just trying to close out this game, and they don't want to give this fight over to SRG, because if they fail this base closure, that means the SRG has an opportunity to clap back.
The net worth lead might be a bit too big though. Nat's already maxed out on items. Udil close to it as well. The Lord pushing in mid lane.
Stormy takes the brunt of it. Innocent just focus firing on the Lord. Cram, he's just gonna tank through this. Uses his body as a shield. Homeboys will take this opportunity to take out the top inhibitor. There's still some damage dealt to SRG, but Homeboys taking it slow.
Okay, second wave. Let's see if they can get another inhibitor. If they can get 3 inhibitors, I think at least the transition into the next Lord is going to be a little better. Or at the very least, it's not up to SRG whether they take it or not.
Homeboys games to lose. Another ping, this time on a tree. Homeboys, they have found Innocent, but Innocent not looking that juicy though. The barrage pull! Mr. Edge for Subbat counter engage with penalty zone, but cannot do enough damage. Now Chibi is so deep, and he's gonna go down to Innocent. Homeboys fail this push. SRG defend again.
Ooh, that's something that the Red Giants are looking for here. They're really good at these high ground defenses and just holding. You normally wouldn't expect that defense to be so tight when they're 10,000 gold behind. But the Red Giants makes it look like there's not that much of a difference at all. Now they're looking to take as many towers as they can while Chibi is down.
We're expecting an equalizer from the side of SRG, but they didn't kill enough members of the Homeboys to justify that. They will hit 42k, which is pretty good. That means core items are built. Some may actually have components towards the situational, unless you're Innocent, who already has it and is probably full build by now. But let's have a look at the items, right? Malefic Roar already complete, full items on both marksmans. At this point, the people who are starting to fall behind, well, I can't really say supports, but at the same time, Yums, he's going for Blood Wings. He wants to survive and still provide damage.
Gonna be quite an important item. I think Yums keeping himself alive is going to be very valuable here, not to mention a little extra bit of movement speed, because Red Giants right now really need to prioritize that maneuverability. The Astral Echo is taking away a lot of their fight control from them, as well as the penalty zone. And right now they're playing around those cooldown windows to make sure that they're at least able to put up an even defense against the Homeboys.
I think at the same time, it's also, this is where we hit the immortality timings, right? Homeboys, the fight, the game could be decided not by a Lord, but by a couple of immortalities. Zorn and Subbat, they both have them. Innocent, he just go all in, he gets the pin on the net to force out the Purify. Important resources gone from Homeboys.
Just goes to show, Innocent, he's dangerous. He really is dangerous right now. And that's why Homeboys have been putting so much time and resources into breaking that back line up from the front line. We see that Udil does decide to go for the width. Hold on. This angle doesn't seem good. The minion wave on the top side is nothing for Homeboys to worry about. It's a slow push, but they need to reset this.
Yeah, I agree with you. Looks like they will agree with you as well. Homeboy's not going to take the risk just yet because they're not really aware of the positioning just yet. But the Astral Echo has come out, so now they know.
Oh, they see Innocent. They're going to commit onto him. Innocent needs to somehow get out. Yums, where's the guiding wind? Innocent slides to the side. Oh! Down to slam the Winds of Nature! And the Daytona Squawk to protect GB. They lose the guys in the process, but SRG, no destruction already went wide. SRG somehow needs to out-red the jungle on the side of Homeboys. Innocent gets knocked out. GB gets the Lord. Sapa loses his immo, the courtesy of Cram, but Homeboys still finding the advantage. And Innocent, he wants Studio.
What?
Right before death, a pause comes through.
No, that time it could not have been any worse there. All right, let's see what the tech issue is going to be first of all before we predetermine what and jump to conclusions about what just happened. Oh my God. How has this boiled down? Ooh, a type 2 issue. Haven't had one of those in a while.
I get where you're coming from. Oh my God is the correct phrase to use in this situation. This is close. This is tight. It looked so one-sided from the Homeboys early on, but now Red Giants is showing signs of life and signs of taking over if Homeboys are not careful either. This first game is already demonstrating to us that these two teams are champion level. Looking at their faces though, Red Giants looking a little bit more comfortable with the situation.
It does beg the question, if we're at this state of the game, with Red Giants not losing any inhibitors, this could have gone so much different, right? They had 2 inhibitors down, they just lost their 3rd Lord. This is the best game ender scenario for Homeboys.
It is, but at the same time, the problem is that SRG has finally scaled into this game, right? People like Stormy, people like Innocent are dangerous members if they're left alive. And I think at this point, Homeboys need to figure out a more efficient way of taking them out. And yes, Udil can do a lot of the work, but it really comes down to who makes that first mistake. Do we see Stormy walk up too far? Especially Innocent. He has been dashing forward in certain angles, and that's when you see the Homeboys instantly respond, right? Instead of resetting the Lord after Innocent jumped, wow, Chibi, he turned 180, walked right up to Moskov's face, is like, I'm gonna try and one-shot you.
I think it's the right choice. If Innocent hadn't timed the Wind of Nature perfectly to dodge that Appraiser's Wrath, he would have just gotten smushed on the spot. So we know that he's a player that has very high micro sense. But if Homeboys are able to bait out that Wind of Nature in advance, it gives a green light for Nets to jump in with that Blazing Duet, and I think that's the combo that they're going to be looking for.
And it puts us, I think SRG, this is the 3rd time in the entire season that they're put behind. First time they came back was against Homeboys on day 1. That was game 1. Second time, didn't manage to come back. That was KGE. And actually they came back as well. The 3rd time was against KGE in playoffs. That one didn't happen. This is exactly the 4th time. And it always feels like SRG has a chance.
Yeah, it really does. And I think as of right now, SRG has kind of identified that at least from the Homeboys' perspective, Zorn is the main engager. We haven't seen Sapat try to go out of his way to catch that backline without the help of Zorn.
But Sapat and Zorn have been working really well in cohesion here. Zorn catching the front line, Sapat catching the back line. And that's why Terizla has been frequently banned out. Even when it's not against players like Rippo, that penalty zone is a great way of disjointing the positioning of the back line on the enemy side. Unfortunately though, the heroes are going to start scaling off just a little bit in terms of like those tanky frontliners on both teams actually. So the positioning on Nets and Innocent is going to be the highlight going into the game again.
I just want to quickly sidetrack. I like how everyone is putting their children on the line. That's how important this news is. We're going to go back into the game, and remember last time where we left off, Udio is going to die to Innocent. That one is a guarantee, so SRG still gets something out of this despite losing the Lord.
KDA ruined by a tech pause. The man is like, I could have flickered, I could have done so many other things, but hey, here we are, 4, 1, and 14.
The thing is, even if the Red Giants are doing a good job of responding, they're still 8k behind. We are 18 minutes in nearly. The Lord is pushing down mid lane. They only have 1 inhibitor standing. They've done a great job of defending up until now. But can they do it again?
They got to stagger the Lord here. That's why they're walking up just to try and pull the attention of the rest of the Homeboys.
They're doing a pretty good job. The Lord is going to get melted. Sapat doesn't have the flicker, so not comfortable going in. Homeboys, they will lose that Lord, but the asset is still the minion wave, which SRG can easily take care of. So this defense is just flawless.
Beautiful stagger. Beautiful stagger. Homeboys, they got a little lazy on the synchronization of their waves, and SRG, they just walked up, sped it up, cleared it up, and now we're back to square one, and the second wave will collapse, and maybe Homeboys put some fight in. They've got to start sacrificing things.
Yeah, Chibi, he's going to be the one to jump in to soak up all the damage. So, but penalty zone doesn't catch his Innocent. It's pretty rest in slams now. Lands on the Innocent, though, but Innocent still powering through. He is the damage dealer. Nicholas welcome. Ease up Suppa, spits him into his team. He goes down, but Innocent is still alive. The spear lands. Innocent's going to take it. Let's come down with the immortality. Innocent will fight through him. Fight me! Fight me! Innocent save me!
Oh my God!
Innocent life steals up Uno. Finally gets the kill. But SRG have done more than enough.
Oh, but Zorn, he's in the backline. He wants to target the crystal. It's wide open.
They're gonna try and do his own. Loses the immo. Can Stormy hold him back? They need to clear the minion wave. They make sure that he's out of range. Chibi goes down. The defense draws the leg on Red Giants. Unbelievable in this first game. As Yums is gonna bring Stormy in. 4-10 for Homeboys.
That's the equalizer we were looking for. SRG are back in this game in a holy crystal purchase as Stormy holds it above his head in victory. We're back, baby. Homeboys now, they still have a major advantage in this game, and that's because of the 3 missing inhibitors on the side of Selangor Red Giants. As much as they have scaled into this game, dealing with these minions as they scale up 20 minutes is going to be a bigger problem for them than the actual members of the Homeboys.
Yeah, the Homeboys still have a few chances to close this out, whereas the Red Giants cannot afford to make a single mistake because of what their side of the map looks like. But they're already showing us what is possible. Innocent positioning in that last fight was insane. And then diving in, nearly taking out Nets and Chibi without dying himself. Homeboys need to be stressed out a little bit now. Even though they have way more towers than the Red Giants, it doesn't feel like they actually have much map control.
I mean, at this point, Homeboys might even consider rushing down the Lord just to force SRG to respond to them, right? They need to put some pressure, and there's no way that they... Wait, hold on!
Cash, that's Innocent with some nature. Innocent needs to get pulled out right now. They're following out everything. Good sidestep. Innocent dodges it. The guys might be sacrificed, though. He's not going to get assistant. That's the catch that Homeboys are looking for. Jungler of SRG down, Cram. Follows up. Bit of destruction connects. Innocent's going to take it. He doesn't know the Suppa is in the bush. Now he's going to come back. Innocent finally goes down. Homeboys setting up the ambush. And a win angle for them. Stormy escorted out, but Homeboys, they have almost a minute to find the closure. Udo with the 3-man ping. Homeboys walking down that mid lane.
They're all spotted. And there's Stormy. He's already gone. 3-4-1. Homeboys looking to close out this game.
Oh, that was a mistake. Innocent jumping in, not realizing Suppa was there, not realizing he was surrounded. Suppa jumps in again.
Final push, Homeboys. Just one game one to got out to a good start. Grab, powering it through. Gives his life away. Yums needs 10 seconds, but I don't think he's gonna get it. Ness has pushed the minion wave in. Yums needs to control his body, and Homeboys looking for the first blood, and they found it.
The defending champions make the first strike. They are now 1 game up in the grand finals, denying SRG and delivering them their 2nd defeat of the entire season.
Oh my goodness, the first time we've seen Innocent be forced in a corner and forced to make a super play. He excels at this, but it's still high risk, high reward. That also includes the consequences if you fail.
Oh man, considering it got to that point, I mean, it's a minor W for SRG, right? They held on for way... I don't think any other team would have held on until that point.
I don't think so, right? Like, this is a grand finals worth watching. This is the series. This is the matchup we have been anticipating since the beginning of the regular season. And boy, neither side is looking to disappoint here. Guys, I know we thought this was going to be a hype finals, but did you think we'd kick off like this?
No, I really didn't. I definitely thought the SRG coming into the draft was already looking a little better here, but unfortunately it looks like Homeboys have done an extensive amount of homework in how they're playing each of these phases and how to address, how do you deal with SRG?
That is the question, right? How do you handle SRG? Homeboys, they seem to have found an answer, but will it work every single time? For now, though, the momentum from their victory is going to be pulling them forward, and our MVP of game number 1 is, of course, going to Spicy Boy himself.
When you get Divine Glaive as your first core item, you know you're eating good that game. Udio got it at 6 minutes, 10 seconds.
I mean, there's nothing left that can be said about it. He was owning this game. He was having the time of his life. He was making sure that nothing slipped through the cracks and the grasp of the homeboys. Every single time you think, it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade, he turns it into a 3-for-2. Every single time we see a 5v5, he is sniping that backline consistently.
Yeah, those that Star Shatters were keeping SRG low a lot of the time, and the Astral Echo made it so that they couldn't go for ambush plays. They were always on the disengaged side of the battle, and although they did a great job of doing that, Novaria's ethos is basically just slowly but surely whittle down the opponent until there's no more path to take. And I think that's exactly how Homeboy cemented their victory here.
Well, I mean, that's not the only thing, right? I think right now, as much as Matilda is a S-tier pick in every single situation, unfortunately, Homeboys is leaning very deeply in wave control, right? The fact that they're getting Subpot on this Terizla, even though it's considerably bad matchup to Cram on the Thamus, at least he can push the waves. And Zorn, I would say is a very big part of why Udyr was able to leave the lane so early on, because Stormy and Udyr were fighting it off pretty often, but Yums unfortunately doesn't have that level of contribution in terms of clearing a wave in comparison to Zorn.
And I think to add on top of that, Homeboy's focus on Sakai was also immaculate, right? Every single fight, every single objective, if Sakai goes down, you can see the SRG, they kind of turn towards Cram and be like, Cram, you need to be able to hold the front, but there's only so much Cram can do. Your backline is compromised, and Yums can only save one person at a time.
Looking at it from my perspective, right, I feel like Homeboys may have even manipulated the draft to force Red Giants to pick up the Matilda and Baraz, right? By banning out the Akai, making it so that they had to go Matilda first so as not to lock themselves in, but then having to go Baraz very early on meant that Homeboys already knew, okay, early game we can punish because Baraz is not as tanky as he used to be with the recent update, and Matilda is not going to have that much value early on. It seems like a very smart choice.
I think that the Homeboys are litmus testing SRG, because at that point, right, when you see the Akai already banned out, you could have picked up Matilda for yourself or given over Matilda Baratz over to the side of the Homeboys and lock in Frederick for yourself. And I think that at this stage of the game, at least for Pops, in his mind, SRG are trying to play their own game rather than slowing down the Homeboys' overall plan.
Yeah, I think SRG has also felt very comfortable playing their own style. We see Rafaela, we see sometimes they just run around with Sakai's playing Nolan, Roger going GDS, Nolan going GDS, but Homeboys making the statement, this is not the same team that you 2-0 swept in that regular season. This is a team that is bound for greatness. Udyr has already riled down multiple regions. That man has set up a war declaration. So this grand finals is even more important for the Homeboys.
It is. And with such a high kill count, honestly, right? This is what we're used to here in MPL MY. Above 30 kills total, and for each moment, at least there was a reason to fight. It's not like they're fighting for the sake of fighting. It's either preemptive or a way to tempo break, but most of these fights that we see from SRG and Homeboys, there's a clear idea. We want the Lord, we want the turtle, we need pressure, we need to take space.
I think there is still one weakness of the Homeboys that I've been observing throughout the season, though, and that is with that base siege. I think generally, unless they have the Lord behind them, their 5v5 inside the enemy base tends to be not the cleanest. I think they don't quite perfectly understand how to take advantage of a situation where the opponent is able to just back off and heal consistently. That's why they ended up winning the fight outside of the base, but getting comebacked on when they were pushing into the base. If SRG can take advantage of that, then that could be a huge issue to punish.
I only agree with that statement to a certain point, right? Because when we're talking about Homeboys, especially Best Wingman Chibi and Rich Guy Nets here, it's when they break the inhibitor and try to push forward is when we see them make that blunder pretty often. And the carry and the sandbag here, Kramen as well as Innocent, are actually phenomenal at the way they actually play the siege against Homeboys. Now, keep in mind, Homeboys didn't have the best siege tools in the world. The most that they had was Udyr on this Novaria, but you notice that both Kramen and Innocent kind of like pace themselves in the same way. They don't line up too close together, but they want to make sure that Kram is taking those shots instead of the backline.
Yeah, and even Kram doing his job every time the backline gets dove, Kram, he's like, Yums, you're going to be the one that saves Innocent. I'm diving forward. I'm stopping the Fredrin. I'm making sure that this Edith does not go any further. If I die, at least Innocent is still going to be around.
I think it was really unfortunate for this game is what Skies had to be put through it, right? Because he was targeted so early on and Bharat is already not in the same shape he was once. Basically, once he fell behind, he had no use anymore for the rest of that game, which meant that SRG kind of had to play a 4v5 situation a lot of the time. So Homeboys did a great job of knowing who to prioritize early on.
I mean, a lot of that just came down to like very small interactions, and Udil just understood, hey, at least when I'm using my Astrosphere, I can just, oh, it does max percentage HP. Oh, perfect. Oh, Sakai's is using Daytona's Welcome and is standing still. You can take the full duration of the damage. And every single time that happens, you see Sakai's just melt under that type of pressure.
There's really nothing much that he could do, and that's why we saw Cram being the sandbag, right? Him having that ultimate and the End of Vengeance is a contributor to that. But overall, I feel like despite SRG being put in such a position, the one thing that they set themselves, that sets them above the rest is how they manipulate situations when they're behind, right? How they manipulate minion waves when Homeboys got sloppy with Lord pushes, how they defend base siege with a team comp that seemingly isn't able to withstand whatever force that Homeboys has.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times, right, when we see Homeboys play against any other team, especially if they know that they're better than them, they will camp in your jungle. Here, they give up a lot of that space. They go back to no man's land most of the time, even if they only lose just one guy, and that's when you see SRG start aggressively taking the space, but more importantly, prioritizing the camps that are still available in their jungle to maximize the farm of Innocent, who again, if we look at the item progression list, right, he is keeping up every step of the way of Nets. When he gets a Winds of Nature, not too long later, he gets a Winds of Nature. Malefic Roar, no problem. Give me 2 minutes, I got a Malefic Roar on my own.
Yeah, but the goal difference ended up being a little bit too substantial towards the end here, where you can basically see almost every member of the Homeboys switching items during that final base siege. We see the switch from Immortality to the Wind of Nature to Rose Gold from Nets. We see Winter Trunkians being purchased on Chibi and Sapat. And that does make a bit of a difference when you have difficulty pushing straight in against a team like the Red Giants. If you ask me though, in regards to the topic where the Homeboys kind of give up space and retreat when they lose one member, I kind of wonder if that might be intentional, because they know that with the Edith and the Terizla, they actually take better fights if Red Giants are outside their base.
Yes, no, that's exactly it, right? Because keep in mind that as we look at these match highlights, when you do see the engagements happen, how far is Udil's range with that Star Shatter, right? Everybody needs to be within range of a Star Shatter, or at least with the Astral Echoes, just to make sure that they can capitalize on these moments. Worst yet, it's a lot harder to chase down SRG when they're stuck next to their crystal. And I think Homeboys recognize, man, our composition just not great fighting in that type of space. We need them to walk out a little bit more, ideally in a choke point.
And I think even in this early game, whenever SRG wants to go for these small skirmishes against Homeboys, Homeboys technically have an extra damage dealer in the form of Zorn. It's already tough enough that you're dealing with Udil with the long-range poke, but every time Zorn maxes out his passive, goes into that Primal Wrath form, SRG just does not have enough damage to fight them.
They had to back away so many times. I think the one time that we did see Zorn overextend is when Stormy got that Genius Wand. Instantly one-shot Zorn, but later on, after he got the Athena shield, we don't get to see that happen. And now SRG, like even in this clip, right? Primal Wrath comes out, oh, we got to start backing up. We can't one-shot him no more. He's got enough items.
It's precisely because of this that we're seeing Edith start to be prioritized by more and more teams, right? The setup potential and then the transition into the damage potential is really valuable, especially in those early stages when not too many people have items to defend against it just yet. This allows Zorn to actually just directly out DPS most of the Red Giants and whittle down members that would ordinarily be bulkier in the first couple of minutes.
Even how Homeboys play this team comp, it's all about running at Selangor Red Giants. You see the layering of abilities, right? If Chibi goes in, Sapat, that ultimate is reserved for Innocent. It has a VIP card stamped with Innocent's name. And even if he doesn't catch Innocent, he manages to catch Doom, manages to catch Stormy. And Innocent, I think it's great that he's taking these risks. It's necessary to keep SRG alive, but there's only so much risk you can take. And this one was kind of the killer, because Innocent, he took it and instantly got blasted by 4 people.
I think the backup wasn't quite there, because Innocent jumping in there is fine if his team is in position to defend him. But he was basically on the opposite side of the fight from the rest of his teammates, and that's what costed him, because he was surrounded by Homeboys while the rest of SRG was trying to surround one person themselves. That's not the positioning you want, especially on a Moskov.
Well, at the very least, he wasn't able to achieve his goal, which was to try and one-shot Nets at that point in time. Luckily, Nets still had his Winchant available, survives it, and they get a free kill on top of it. So I think for the upcoming game, SRG really need to start buckling down and cramping down on, number one, I think Edith needs to go at this point. It's just too obnoxious to deal with, and it does make some of your other picks not matter as much. For an example, this Matilda, right, we got to see very minimal value from it overall.
Yeah, aside, instead of the Edith, I'm thinking Novara. I think Novara is providing a lot of value for Homeboys as well, contrary to the Edith, which I think overall has some ways to deal with, combo breakers, counter-engage tools. Novara just gives Homeboys too much, right? How many of those early skirmishes went Homeboys' way because Udio was just sharp with the Star Shadow?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that if either of these heroes are going to be prioritized for a ban here, it should probably be the Novaria, because at the very least, I think Red Giants are in a position where they can contest the Edith themselves. But we'll see what happens, because we also want to share this moment with everyone that is watching right now.
Wow.
All 468,349 of you. A brand new PCU for the season. Guys, we're getting closer and closer to our record last season.
I thought it would take like 3 games, but it's just 1 game.
I mean, let's just start off with, come on, 500,000. Let's make it a nice round numbers between me and you. This is the bargain, all right, guys? Get your friends, get your family. If you have an extra device, pass it to your pet. I'm sure they're into MLBB. It makes sense. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I bet your pet spider is good at Fanny.
We just saw that first game, right? There's no way the rest of the games are going to be any less than that. Neither of these teams are going to allow that to happen. So you still have plenty of time to tell everyone you know to come and watch MPL MY, because these grand finals are hitting us real hard. But we have even more for you guys as well. You know, don't say we never give you guys anything, because we have even more. Just because it's the grand finals doesn't mean there's only gameplay. We have even more. You know what else we have?
A lot of content, a lot of funny and informative content.
Skin codes.
All right,
Yes. Yeah.
That's cafe, RG phones,
We got plenty of stuff.
Hot link.
I mean,
not even the SIM card, it's just the hotlink. We got the brand.
we got the brand.
We got no content for you.
Hotlink itself.
Hotlink on that side. It's red behind, that's Hotlink.
That's Hotlink too. I mean, we've got a lot going on for the competition today, and I think, you know, thank you guys for watching and helping to break our PCU record slowly but surely. It's only going to get better.
But of course, speaking of all that, you mentioned content. We got content. We got a video for you guys to watch right now.
Sejak permulaan musim, Selangor Red Giant sentiasa berada dalam liga tersendiri. Dengan hasil keputusan yang sempurna, tanpa keraguan, merekalah pasukan impian yang sudah bersedia untuk bersinar di pentas antarabangsa.
I hope we can represent Malaysia and show them Malaysia is strong. I want to show to other regions what we are made of. We've already come so far and we can only keep going forward. Do it for us, guys.
Menjadi penghalang gergasi merah adalah Homeboys. Mereka memenangi perlawanan demi perlawanan untuk mendapatkan slot ke Riyadh. Tapi sekarang mereka harus memenangi perlawanan ini untuk mencipta sejarah di MPL Malaysia dan membuktikan bahawa mereka mampu bersaing dengan pasukan-pasukan terbaik dunia.
Saya rasa Nets lah yang paling keras terhadap diri sendiri. Dia tak pernah pun blame teammate dia. Nets banyak salahkan diri sendiri bila game tak jadi. Untuk final kali ni, kita tak pernah target untuk hanya ke wildcard. Memang kita nak champion back to back. Itu target kita dari awal season ni.
For Zorn, sebagai idola aku, so aku nak bantai kau.
Siapakah yang bakal berjaya mengunci slot mereka ke group stage MSC? Dan siapa yang bakal berjuang melalui peringkat wildcard? Selangor Red Giants menentang Homeboys.
Emotions and rivalries run high here at the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Grand Finals. Both the Red Giants and the Homeboys have so many stakes that they are competing for on this stage right now. 10 players, all eager to get their fingers on that trophy, but only one who will emerge victorious.
With so much stakes on the line, it's going to be hard, right? Especially for those who aren't even technically playing the game, the drafters. I feel like Coach Arcadia has a lot on his shoulders. Same goes for Pops. Netizens are always going to criticize every step of the way, but I think at this point of time, right, it's a chess match in a best of 7. In a best of 5, you get a little bit of a taste. You know, it's blitz chess. Now you can really take your time and really strategically attack your opponent.
Yeah, SRG, they're good at sprinting, but are they good when it comes to a marathon? Can they run a 10-kilometer run? Because Homeboys, they've done it countless of times, and this season they are more than prepared, right? They came from the lower brackets, and I think it's a good time to start talking about pressure on the stage, because Homeboys are not worried about them. They've been there plenty of times, grand finals, championships, some of them returning repeat champions. But for SRG, we have Sekais. This is his first grand finals.
Yeah. It's the first grand finals for the org as a whole, right? I still remember 3 seasons ago when the Red Giants joined MPL for the very first time and really showed us what new blood can do in this scene. With every subsequent season, they've grown even stronger, and now they've reached their peak. But standing before them are the defending champs themselves.
I think, you know, as much as we like to believe that this is their peak, there is more to be given. And I think Homeboys are really going to have to force it out of them. SRG is going to have to dig a little deep here, but I don't know. Maybe it's just like, oh, Arcadia's like, it's a drafting problem. We can fix that real quick. Game 2, we'll get in the bag. We'll even it out 1-1. Unless Pops, we don't know. We don't know whether he's going to take full advantage of the side that he is given.
I mean, when SRG lost their very first game against KGE, to them is, well, we got a bit overconfident. We were messing around with the draft with this Rafaela thing, and we still had to make KGE work for a win with like, about 12,000 gold lead. So I think this is not a tough issue to fix, considering the SRG have already been at the top so many times. But it's good to see Homeboys kind of pull them down a little bit. It's like, hey, you can't just look down on us. You have to be on the same level. This is the bench we're sitting on, and only one of us can leave it.
It shows that even giants can bleed, even giants can be toppled, and the Homeboys one step closer to making history as our first back-to-back. But the series has only just begun. There's still so many potential games that can happen. One good thing about the Red Giants is that despite having a perfect season, only having dropped 2 games so far, they're actually not the type that's like, oh, I lost the game, my record is over. That was never the intent. The goal was always just to get that W no matter the stakes. So going into game number 2, what do you think we can expect?
I think a lot of it is going to be expected towards, I'm guessing that SRG might just consider staying on blue side. I feel like there's there is a question of whether or not they'll actually excel a little bit better on the red side as well, because it really goes to show that Homeboys, when in terms of the draft, a lot of it is just predetermined of what power picks can I get for myself, or at the very least comfortable with my team. And so far in this game number 1, it feels like they got a majority of them, especially for the core players that they wanted to be around.
I think if SRG chooses to stay on blue side, the Fredrin first pick, like you pointed out just now, might be something that they need to consider taking, right? Give the Matilda Barras away. We take Fredrin because it is just such a good Swiss Army knife. But I personally want to see if SRG would take the red side. Give yourselves a better opening. Sure, priority picks is going to go to Homeboys, but if we look back at game 1, there are a lot of picks open up, and you're never going to run out of choices.
Well, here's the thing, right? The only way they did that was because they were dangling the Matilda in front of their faces. They're just like, Matilda is real good. It's good, real good first pick. Yeah, you definitely want it. Oh, the healing. Oh, the rotations. But then you have these other picks that kind of, you know, supplemented in place. Matilda, it feels like, oh, wow, she's really great when you're ahead, but when you're behind, when maybe you'll survive a couple of situations, but it doesn't really change the goal differential.
It's the same situation with Baraz as well. Feels good when you're ahead, feels really bad when you're behind, especially after the update. So I think Homeboys definitely played a small hand there in pushing Red Giants in this direction. I imagine that Coach Arcadia is going to learn from this and realize, oh, actually, they may have us a little more figured out than we expected, and we're going to see things switch up. I do agree with Husky as well. Maybe the Fredrin needs to be contested somewhat, because very easily, Skies and Chibi are the best Fredrin players we have here. The way they use the hero is so aggressive rather than utility. So I am hoping for a really interesting game number 2. But how about you, Husky? What do you hope to see?
Just like you, interesting game 2, but I'm thinking about what we can learn from yesterday's series between Homeboy and RSG. I think when RSG were put behind 0-2, they came back 2 games in a row. In one of those games, I believe game 4, they took out Fredrin on red side. And that really changed the dynamic of how RGMY was able to play that early game, right? I believe Chibi was forced onto the Barats, and they were able to shut him down so much easier with proactive picks like the Edith, where we saw from Zorn. So I think there's a case study there that SRG can look at to be like, maybe that Fredrin needs to go, either that or Novaria, and if the Fredrin is there, we have to take it.
Yeah, and I think this should be the response when you see the Akai. Now that's something to keep in mind here, right? It does leave Barats out in the open, and there's not a lot of tank junglers. Afterwards, maybe the Abaxia might come into play then, but I would much rather be in a Abaxia versus Barat situation rather than have to deal with like, no, you're Fredrin, and I'm gonna try to play the game. Maybe, honestly, maybe even Guinevere might be a considerable answer.
I just think it's a little bit unfortunate that even after all this time, even after all the nerfs, Fredrin still dominates the jungle, alright? Like, he's just a little too good, you know? That six-pack abs is a little bit too attractive during the draft.
I mean, we could say the same about Claude, just minus the abs and add a monkey.
I mean, a monkey is pretty interesting, right?
Maybe the monkey needs to have abs.
Oh.
Think about it. Maybe Claw is more popular if the monkey had abs.
We get a revamp and Dexter is a gorilla.
I was about to say, have you seen a monkey with two guns? Have you ever thought of that?
You know, you're right. That's more interesting.
Have you seen a monkey that just... No, right?
No, I have not, in a matter of fact. I have not, but that definitely is probably going to increase the appeal of the hero, and maybe even a mythic skin if you guys vote for it. I already know the Clint one was messed up.
I know it's a good idea, okay? Muncho, listen up, all right?
$1 million right here.
Okay. The second skin, same as the rarity of Vexana's latest skin.
Zenith level,
all right. Get this. Dexter is now a big size ape or a big size primate, all right? And Claude is the dog on his shoulders. Now Claude is the one that's,
in collaboration of Planet of the Apes.
Yes!
I see the angle.
Perfect.
Mark, Moonsa Marketing, get on this. Get on this.
Rolling the dough, baby.
Rolling in that dough. MLBB X, Planet of the Apes. That would be the play. That would honestly be the play. But for this upcoming game, right? I do think that the Edith is a bit of a problem, right? Tank junglers in general, but more so as a meta answer to a lot of dive composition. They just struggle against it. Edith takes too long to kill.
Fight.
Come on, man. You can do better.
Man's sleeping on the couch tonight. Did you see that arm cross? It's over, man. It's over.
It's over.
It's over.
It's so done for him.
We just witnessed the end of a man.
On the second game of this best of 7. You just got here.
But let's see what about Ozora Veki, the meme lord himself. We messaged him. We said that, homeboys are pretty good at snowballing. What do you think about it? And he says that, no, it's us. Team SRG is the strongest at snowballing. We have a 20 win streak after all.
Ooh, I don't know if this is going to age well. I mean, right after dropping this game, I mean, we're going to need to see a clap back from SRG, and it has to look like in the same fashion where homeboys are like, they might be in it, but eventually getting closed out.
I want to see SRG kind of break the unspoken curse of MPL MY. They finished first in regular season, but first place never wins trophies. And they're getting very close to it.
The second place curse, that's true. How about Sapat? We messaged him too. We asked him, are you ready to face SRG? And he said, SRG was unbeatable in the regular season. We're one of the teams that lost to them, but so we're still looking for our revenge. We're upset we lost 2-0. So they trained really, really hard until they were able to secure top 2. And I imagine now they have their eyes on being number 1.
I mean, it's really weird. Sapat's English is so good. Why aren't we asking him the questions in English as well?
I mean, Sapat wanted to 4-0 SRG. That's the goal.
All right, 3 more games to do so as we jump into the drafting phase. Let's get these teams to duel one more time. I want to see the way that they approach this, right? These first rotation picks have been quite detrimental for both of these teams. And I think that it's highly volatile to a point where if homeboys accidentally misclicks or mispositions, misselects a hero, that could be the end of that game.
Yeah, the draft is so important. So when we jump into the draft here for game number 2, we can see that they have switched sides. Homeboys on blue, Red Giants on red, and Homeboys lock down the brethren. They're putting an embargo on the man. This is no longer allowed through the borders.
That's so funny. That's so funny because now the onus is on SRG to get rid of both. Get rid of both Harith as well as the Loyi. Maybe Loyi is questionable, right? Maybe it's like, yes, Chip, naturally, Zorn, he's good at it. But do you believe enough in Udil to carry the game on a Loyi?
There's the Matilda that you need to consider about, right? Again, it comes down to picking your poison. What do you want to let through to Homeboys? Because I'm starting to see Homeboys, they're starting to lock down on the jungle for SRG, right? So guys didn't have a good game of 1, and now removing that Fredrin, telling SRG that we don't care about this Fredrin, we just want you to not be able to play.
Maybe they're targeting because Chibi was the only one on the dream team of SRG, right? They realize, oh, the jungle, that's where we win.
That is their first tip on how to beat SRG. Look at who's on the dream team, and then just, you know, target him.
Just target him.
Poor the guy.
I mean, it would be funny if there was a mic check where it's just like, I'm on the dream team, guys. It's me.
Whoa, the Akai too.
Wow.
Oh, hold on. Is someone pulling Exorcist?
All right.
Yes, he is.
This is the important one.
Does he get a skin? Does he get a nice skin?
And roll. Come on.
Hayabusa.
To be fair, this one's a lot harder to hit.
It is.
Like, they don't use the bingo system. It's just roll, get some tickets, pray that you unlock it.
You pray that you maxed out your ticket roll.
Yep. Well, let's see if the ticket rolls are going to be in favor of the Red Giants this time. They're 1 game down. They're going to want to even it out so that they can regain some momentum. But this last man is going to have the weight of the world upon it. Matilda going to be the choice. What will Homeboys go for first?
Loyi, right?
Loyi, I think.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Or Novaria.
Or Nova. I don't think Novaria is bad, don't get me wrong, but at least this kind of opens up Stormy to breathe a little bit more. Either way, he's going to get a matchup where he is pretty comfortable in handling overall.
Yeah, I mean, Loyi's win rate has been through the roof, so it would be quite surprising if Homeboys chooses otherwise. Even when you look at the jungle, there's like, what, only Faraz and Boxel left as tanks.
It is going to be the Loyi. They're going to give that over to Udil. And we can see here, got a fun fact, Subbat, who's played 255 games here in MPL MY. I think it's a funny stat as well because I'm pretty sure this number can't be shared with GB. These two have been together with Homeboy since the very beginning.
That's a good point. Unless they're also including all-star matches.
Oh, yeah.
And at that point, it's like, I don't know how to do the math on this one. Let's see. SRG currently... Well, I mean, they've only got 2 losses, but both with Novaria in the opposing
that
draft.
was interesting.
We found a problem. Let's just take out Novaria. Maybe that's the key.
You know what? I know why. It's because for Red Giants, the sky is the limit, but they can't deal with stars.
They can't deal with the cosmic wrath.
I cannot see beyond the clouds.
God dang it, Sakai.
We're limited. We're limited,
boys.
boys.
They got the stars themselves now.
I think this is a good idea, right? Because regardless of that, regardless of what the matchup is going to be, at least Novaria is pretty uninteractive. As long as you're not giving those yin-yang reactions, it's totally fine. But the Grok pick from the side of SRG, and this is a blind Grok pick as well. I don't know if Cram, they're flexing it for Cram if they have to, but at the very least, it feels like Yums is in a position where it's like, I want some revenge, I want something I'm comfortable on.
Wow, the Claude again for Homeboys. They are just going to stick to this. They realize that between Natan and Claude, it feels like Ness has been finding success, especially after yesterday against RSGMY. That Game 5, Ness's Claude out of this world, and they just won Game 1 with it being the part of the draft as well. So I think Homeboys are just going to stick to this Claude as the primary option until SRG finds the win against them.
I mean, it's Ness's previous signature pick, right? That's what made him such a exponential, or some may even call it the gold lane experience against Innocent as well. When you're isolated and left in that 1v1, you're going to need something that gives you that
wow.
advantage. And here we go.
I wondered about this.
A Nolan for the side of SRG. This one...
The guy's mad.
The thing is, Homeboys are clearly pushing Skies into playing Nolan, right? They ban every hero, they pick the Barats, they want this Nolan to come out. So SRG are taking that challenge.
I don't know whether they're forcing him or whether Sakai's is like, you know what? I gotta show up against GB.
I'm not on a dream team. I'm gonna play as Nolan. I'm gonna set a record right here, right now, and take that plaque from GB when this final ends.
Yeah, you took my Dream Team award. I'm gonna take your highest GPM award.
Watch out, this is not gonna even make it past tonight.
Oh boy, they ban out the Cho too. Okay, so by locking in the Grok now, they're gonna target Zorn's heroes instead, but his hero pool is pretty big. I guess probably the Edith should go here, right?
Edith, Minotaur. Ooh, there's quite a number of heroes that Homeboys can pick for Zorn. I don't think he's gonna run out of options.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna run out of options just yet. But as of right now, like SRG, like what can you really say about their comp, right? It doesn't really give you a direction about how they want to play the game so far. And they've locked in their mid trio. Now the question is who's going to be, what's the hero for Gold and what's the hero for EXP? Homeboys, on the other hand, separate problem, right? They're playing towards the gold side of the map. They've got the Swiss Army Knife of Gold Lane, Claude. They've also got Loyi. They've also got Barat. But now, if we give Sepat a hard engager, it might just lean back to Rizla once more for him.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same. Kaja ban out for SRG. They want this Nolan to flourish. This could lean into a Moskov ban. Homeboys just want to eliminate whatever potential problems that Nets might face in that gold lane. Or if they want to lean into Cram, it could be a Thamus ban, I suppose.
Do they ban Thamus? Moskov is still open, but Homeboys have already dealt with it once before, though it was still very scary when Innocent played it. They'll go for the CC instead.
Okay.
Wait, I think this actually, like the idea that this will put into the mind of SRG is that this Barat might be EXP.
It could be a fake out, to be fair. It could be a fake out. And I think that SRG at this point, if they want a really safe option, they could go just like Yutong. Oh, carry!
Wow.
They're going to try and make a hard read against the boys.
I suppose
not bad, right?
I suppose it doesn't matter where the Barats go if the carry is there as a means to an end. But again, that early to mid game is going to be rough with how Homeboys having all these maneuvers with their Loyi.
Maneuvers are going to be many here. Obviously with the Loyi, we've already seen how teams are able to control the map very well. But we've also seen that these teleport type heroes are strongest when you're able to have a lane control. And I think right now SRG is focusing on making sure they have some of that early game lane control here, especially by making sure that the heroes that counteract Grok are taken off the table.
Well, they are going to need like at least a good center, right? There we go. You see the Edith once more, and as well as the Lapu. That's what we want to see from the Homeboys. Now with this Edith pick, it's going to make Nolan's life a little bit more difficult at the very least. Grok doesn't really care about the Edith for the majority of it, but even Carry is going to look at this Edith a little funny.
You thought game one, Homeboys have a dive comp. They have another dive comp, but in a different fashion, right? We saw Sepas Lapu yesterday as the conclusion to their lower bracket finals run. Was it against a Carry? I think it's either Carry or Moscow, but regardless, right? Once he gets to that back line, Carry is going to have a rough time. Regardless, if you take Purify or Flicker, you still have problems that you need to deal with, and there's no Matilda to save you this time.
Yeah, Sepat is easily the best Lapu player we have here, but Red Giants going to take a page out of Homeboys. They'll go for the Terizla for Cram, and that's going to be the setter that they are looking for. The question is, will it be enough?
Well, I think they needed something tanky that deals a decent amount of damage and can push those waves. But I was thinking of Paquito, or if they want something more volatile, a Benedetta, but I think that Terizla works well. He's probably going to come in a little late to the fight, but at the very least, you have that body of the Smith to keep you alive and absorb damage from Udil. Hopefully that splashback to the rest of his team doesn't cost him the game.
Yeah, I hope so here. Homeboys, they're going to be jumping in. They have advantage, but can they close this out? Can they deny the Giants from yet another victory?
We just got to see if Homeboys can extend the lead, they are going to be in such a good spot. But we also got to see if SRG can come back from a defeat. It is game number 2 coming right up in this grand finals best of 7. Selangor Red Giants on that red side, Homeboys on the blue. Here we come.
Oh, MPSJ Serdang Jaya is shaking with a number of fans, bringing in the drums, making sure that their voices are heard live as they battle it out. Game number 2, Homeboys on the blue side up against SRG on the red.
I love how many people they put around the purple buff instantly because they know Yumes on the Grok is definitely gonna try some funny business. He will successfully chase him away, and then we'll just slightly slow down Chibi as compared to Skies. They have both started on the same side of the map as well.
Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. Force Udil to use as many chargers as possible, but force him to use mana. The more he uses his resources, the more likely Udil is going to retreat and go for an early recall. Look at the emblems and talents. Ooh, common emblem on Grok this time. Looks like Yumes wants to be aggressive.
So guys, I think he just spotted Chibi as well. Does have that XP advantage simply from that invade onto that camp. So guys, it's gonna hit 4 first. That's what we expected from a Nolan. Top side, Cram is gonna take some pressure. Zorn shows up. The Star Shadow doesn't connect though. That means Cram is gonna lose HP, but he's just gonna strike back. Luo Yi from Udil. It will put on some pressure, but the flicker being forced out.
Alright, good response from the homeboys here, rotating multiple to try and stop Cram because they know they need to unblock Sapat from lane, and then immediately choosing to disengage when they realize that they don't have the resources against the numbers of the Giants.
Yeah, Cram's got a good freeze here, and Chibi's gonna bail Sapat out. Good help coming in from a brother in a different role. 15 seconds left, and it looks like it's an early recall coming in from Udil. He doesn't need level 4. He does not care about his level 4 as of right now. He just needs to make an impact. If he happens to get level 4, sure, but he's probably not going to need it for the upcoming turtle.
The guy's looking for his 5, and he will get it the moment he reaches the turtle. See Yumes claiming that mid-wave will have that wild charge in just a little bit, but Chibi is not going to wait, and Yumes will reset that turtle.
Ooh, nice reset there, allowing Skies to make it in time and even get that extra EXP to hit level 4. Stormy zoning out the top lane by himself.
It's going to be very crucial. Sapat jumps in, and Guys wins the Rectify with the level advantage. Sapat lands the Land Shaker, the Raging Slash comes right out, grab the victim, but it's not engaged! Yumes with the save, and SRG off with 2.
What a flicker wild charge. Instantly Zorn and Sapat lights out, and that's EXP compromised for the side of the homeboys. SRG have opened a wound up on the top side of the map.
Man, Cram just dangled his body of a Smith like a bait in front of the homeboys, and they bit on it. Beautiful play. Red Giants having the lead now is exactly what they want, especially those 2 assists on Skies is going to help this Nolan heavily.
Feels like the onward didn't connect against the Yumes. But at the very least, I think that the homeboys, one of their weakest points is when they start getting desperate for a trade. That's when you start to see them do sporadic movements. Oh my god.
Wild charge. This one to Chibi. Cram, he's out already. Chibi needs to get out. What a penalty zone for Cram! All of them caught on the edge. This guy is a geometric genius. SRG finds another 2.
You know, I gotta use that term, geometric genius. That's very nice. Catching all of them, and then Sky is jumping for the backline specifically because he knows his team can handle Chibi from that point on.
I mean, SRG, what's great about them is their micro, right? Looking at that micro, it looked like everybody was gonna back away at the same time to leave Yumes by himself, and homeboys, they kind of sniffed up on that. They're like, oh, maybe we can actually do this. It feels like they're not gonna send in reinforcements. And then Yumes wild charges once again to turn it around.
Common emblem. That is a minor difference maker. Now SRG, Becky said that they're good at snowballing. They got a snowball rolling.
And this is now going to be scary. We already mentioned how Bharat's going to have difficulty if he falls behind. Chibi going to be feeling a little bit of that pain that Skies had to feel in game number 1. But they do still have a lot of damage potential, right? Literally everyone else on the team is able to output DPS. So the Red Giants still cannot let their guard down here. The net worth lead not totally in their favor yet.
And Sapat, he's already forced so far away. After Echo ping onto 2 against the guys, gets the turtle, no issue. They get the cobble out onto Cram, spit him out, go for the burst. Cram will flicker the safety zone for the change, but Yumes re-aggros it, and now it's gonna be Zorn that gets sacrificed. Selangor Red Giants coming back strong.
Oh, you know, it's not often during the draft that we see a roam hero being picked so early, but Yumes on this Grok is such a Swiss Army knife that it just works.
Wow. Wait, guys, he messed up. He wanted to put all that damage on Udil. Accidentally auto locks onto Chibi. Udil on the run, unfortunately, and I think Stormy, he's getting a little bit of revenge from game number 1. Recall? Nah, brother. You're walking back.
It's still a flicker, right? Still something of value taken out from Udil.
And the more things of value that the Red Giants are able to take away from the homeboys, the better they're going to feel. These cooldowns are very important right now for the blue side of the map because they're already in a difficult spot, a 4K net worth lead now. Red Giants, we saw how they were able to farm and make up the difference in game number 1. When they have the lead though, it's a totally different ball game.
Yeah, I mean, with this lead, and especially since Yums is a full level ahead of Zorn, you can see how much Zorn is like trying to punish Yums specifically. He needs to get this Grok out of the way before he can start opening up the map efficiently. If not, they're both going to be side by side, rubbing cheeks against each other.
And it's annoying for Zorn because even if he wants to crowd control Yums is just power of nature. What are you going to do? Crowd control me? No, not an option.
He just holds his pillar slightly different and you can't throw him over your shoulder, right? And that's gotta feel rough because Zorn was in so much control in game 1, but oh, Cram.
Push back, Sapa. He's gonna be forced away by Sakai Spawn now. Cram would just bear the brunt of the damage, even go for the penalty zone to force Zorn out. Sakai, a poke on the Wudio, that's half his health bar. Third turtle coming up. No penalty zone for the Terizla.
Yeah, and it looks like Cram, he's not going to go back into lane. They're going to rush this down, rush this turtle down in the meantime. And I think this should mean that Supad will be able to take that top tier 1 as a trade.
I think it's not too bad a trade for the homeboys. Structural damage can be a lot more permanent, and then the slight gold and the XP buff that Red Giants will get from this. So, oh my goodness!
He still gets the kill. He wants to get away.
Oh!
Missing the Earth Shatter, and that means Sakai gets out. The Red Giants the block from Yums. You ain't going nowhere, boys. Udil, you're next. Grab another catch on the edge. Killing spree for Stormy. Matt's just gonna dance his way away. Finds the kill! 4 for SRG!
Oh my god! What a play coming out from the SRG! What a clap back! Putting homeboys back in their place, telling them, hey, you can't beat us just yet! That was just a fluke!
You don't see that from any team but the Selangor Red Giants, man! Firstly, Skies, how do you dodge Earth Shatter like that? I have literally never seen that before, but even on the tiniest sliver of HP, they know they can keep the ball rolling. They know they can push homeboys to the very edge.
Oh man, game 1 was homeboy saying, yes, SRG, we outplayed you. SRG responds, try that one more time.
Yeah, SRG is like, we got close in game 1, but game 2, maybe not. Oh, not even a chance.
Oh, such a good read. They even knew that they TP'd it to try.
Oh, they went for net. PMI out for net, but Cram is like, okay, you abandon your teammate. We're just going to take them down. Try as we hardest as we can. Udio, he's going to pop. Snap of the finger. That's him down to Cram. SRG is still getting something in return.
Oh, they're getting everything. They're getting everything. SRG taking out the outer turrets like it's nothing. The first Lord should fall into their hands without much contest here. GB is 3 levels behind, and this is the SRG we're used to seeing. 72% AI winning prediction 8 minutes into the game.
I have a quick question. Do you think banning out the Fredrin shot homeboys in the foot?
You know, maybe a little bit. Like, I get what they were going for, targeting the jungle picks, because honestly, the pool of meta jungler is not that big recently, but the Nolan, right, could... I don't know if it slipped their mind or if they really tried to force guys into it, because it's not working if that's the case.
I mean, I think they had a rough idea. I just think they underestimated Yums on this Grok, right? How little effect Zorn has because Yums exists playing this character. And Zorn, he's like, as much as he's TPing it around, he can't seem to shake him off.
It sticks onto you, man. Rock solid. Immovable object. Oh, GB.
They're not going to do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
They're just going to try and build something out, base something out.
You can just see the way what Yums wants. He's like, oh, I'm going to isolate Chibi, and if anybody from the side of the homeboys oversteps their boundaries, that's when I'm pulling the trigger.
He just grounded Chibi, basically. He put him in a timeout corner.
Yeah, he's doing it again.
Oh my goodness.
He's 2 for 2.
You want your Chibi boy, huh? All waves synced up. Except for the mid one. The mid one is, has been eliminated. So the SRG, though. They're just going to let the Lord slow down the push just for the mid wave to come in. GB taking some pokes. Here is the stage. Cram only onto one, but that is Nets. But with a re-engage, Cram will throw his body to ensure that SRG get the top inhibitor.
Will they go for more here? I think that's about it. They're going to disengage now that they no longer have the Terizla around, but that's more than good enough. 10 minutes, 10,000 net worth leads. Guy's really trying to take that award from GB.
Oh yeah, and if he can do it before that 12-minute mark, that would be the most ideal, but this checkmate angle for SRG. Homeboys, they're not going to make the 42k mark in time, and let's look at the items. Not even a golden staff coming in from Nets just yet. Their scaling has been significantly slowed down, and Udil is not having a fun time, only having the enchanted talisman complete.
Having a rough time.
That feels bad here.
Really bad.
I gotta ask, do you think going for the Brute Force Breastplate and Guardian Helmet from GB here might be a little bit greedy considering circumstances?
And maybe that's all he gets. GB stopped out again. All right, GB, detention time is bedtime. Go to sleep.
Think about what you did last game.
How does that even work? You're supposed to be able to dash over walls with Detonas. He literally timed the perfect peak at the end of his dash.
Yep. I think GB...
He wants to fight! Catches Nets with it. Yuzi's most likely going to go down. Zorn with the Primal Wrath fights the guys. He's going to try and chase the guys down, but the guys ain't going to fall for that. And now Zorn gets sniped. Conceal ain't going to help it. SRG, too good. And 2 inhibitors down. 2
inhibitors down. And this is honestly a feel-good play coming in from Yums, right? They have nothing to lose off of this. Even if Homeboys take out Yums, they're not going to be able to get this gold lead back from the side of SRG because there's nothing to fight over in the map. Inside their own jungle, nothing is alive, and the rest of SRG will eventually start stealing these camps away, but they want the Homeboys to walk out 10 seconds until the next Lord spawns.
Yeah, it's such a nice timing as well, right? The Red Giants back off. Instantly, the Lord is already ready for them to start working on. And Homeboys, they don't have lane priority, so they can't even risk walking out of the base to contest this. They're just gonna have the turtle and hope that they can hold it back.
Telling you, man, Novara is something else in this playoff.
GDS purchase from
GDS.
Oh my god.
He wants it bad. He's looking at GB eye to eye and being like, I am you, man. I am going to take that black today.
Who do you think you are, huh? I was 1-9 on the barrage, but I don't need 9 deaths on you to win the game.
Oh boy.
Guys took GB taking his spot on the dream team personally here.
He could have went with the boys.
Flexes his knuckles, you know, it's like, all right, we know what we gotta do here, boys.
Oh boy, this is rough. This is rough for the side of the Homeboys. A cruel reminder of who they're facing up against. Every one of these small mistakes really starts piling up against SRG. And it can go the other way around. But Homeboys, at this point, let's see the GG push.
GB is going to pull the Lord away. The ping from Stormy, Zorn taking the brunt of the damage. Good juggle, but the Wild Charge is going to take care of GB. Cram to the back, finding Udio. Innocent flickers in. He wants the killing blow. And SRG, they're just not letting Homeboys have any space. The Lord still alive despite all of Homeboys' effort. And Innocent is just not going to wait. Udio going to take him down. But SRG are a team. And the Giants equalize the series.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a grand finals on our hands. 1-1. SRG giving it right back to the Homeboys the way they received it.
Woo! What a statement piece from SRG. Homeboys, they came out strong. SRG says, no. We're going to be stronger. Every time we see this response, I'm expecting the level of play just to increase. I mean, game 3, I'm hoping that Homeboys takes it now.
I mean, Homeboys, they put SRG in the Gara sand coffin, you know? And then SRG comes out, drops the weight from Rock Lee's heels and just kicks them right in the gut.
Oh, this is a good grand finals, man. We haven't had one of these in quite some time. It's been stops in previous seasons and previous years, but this one, let's see how it plays out.
This is the exact same sentiment I have. Our grand finals, they've been good, right? We're the most entertaining region for a reason, but this feels different. This feels fresh. This is a new era for sure.
I mean, they can cure diseases with how good they play. This is just top-notch quality. But that means we're at least guaranteed 5 games. I think, personally for me, the fact that Homeboys took game 1 was already a good start. Sure, my prediction is wrong. You know, I call it SRG 4-0. I still support SRG, but I want to see Homeboys push them. Indeed, they did. But they got to keep on going.
Oh, keep on going is exactly what they're going to do. Let's see who's going to claim the MVP title for game number 2. And it's going over the skies. You know, maybe he did take it personally.
Honestly, I wish he did, just for the sake of storyline. Let's see GPM. Come on. Come on.
Actually, that's a lot lower than I thought it would be.
I thought it was like closer to 800, but I think the game kind of dragged a little bit too long, and that's when he's like, I missed the chance. I missed the opportunity.
He's like, man, I want to farm camps, but you know, Innocent's taking this lane, Cram is taking that, I'm farming heroes, that's not enough.
Yeah, we also have this guy named Stormy, he keeps taking away these kills each and every time.
Yeah, we also have this Innocent guy, you know, he's guilty of stealing everything. He's like,
I'm sick of them.
But guys, he's always had to play that supportive role. He's very aggressive on heroes like the Fredrin, but it's so fresh. It's always so nice to see him on these assassins once again. That's where he's got his roots, right? I still remember he was one of the better Ling players in the tier 2 scene, but getting to show that Nolan telling Homeboys, if you're gonna ban all junglers, I'm just gonna pull this man out.
Yep, and I mean, honestly, this game was a real test of mechanics from everybody, especially between Zorn as well as Yums. They're playing a constant game of rock, paper, scissors of, oh, are you gonna use Onward? Try it! And Yums is taunting him to do so, and Zorn also knows as soon as he misses that Onward and he's too far out of position, SRG could easily collapse on him.
Yeah, they're playing Jurassic Park. They're like, we don't want Zorn. We want that dinosaur. You see that boy? You see that boy right there? Caged.
Caged each and every time, right? I think this Grok pick is such a detriment for the Homeboys. At this point, there might even be a consideration for a ban towards that side, towards the support sector of this game, because that's the big game changer between both of these teams. Can Zorn and Yums perform at the level they're expected to?
That only is possible, sorry Siddhartha, but I think that only is possible if SRG doesn't prioritize Yums' pick in the first phase, right? They've been very comfortable letting him take second phase, but there were times where when they went up against KG target banned Yums very hard. I think this switch up is a way to kind of salvage that.
Yeah, even in game 1, Yums as heroes were the ones being banned out in that second phase, right? The Grok was banned out at that point. So normally, we don't see roamers being picked up very early on because it's easy to counter them. But Grok is so like flexible and so universal with that anti-CC. And it's so easy for Yums to mess with the jungle even after the recent patch fixes because he just has to throw a wall instead of trying to deal damage. That you can see the pressure he's able to put in that early game. He just had to slow down Chibi by like 1 second behind Skies, and that was a world of difference.
Yeah, it is quite a big world of difference. Even when we're looking at these numbers, right? Stormy as well as Udil topping the rest of the damage, but it really comes down to everybody else in the team trying to contribute. And when we look at total damage taken, right? As expected, Chibi sitting right on top, but Yums not too far behind, right? Dealing at least taking 20,000 more than Zorn in these situations.
It's just a tough situation to be in. Like Barat's win rate is already pretty abysmal ever since the hot fix, and it's not getting any better. Back then, we've all know Barat, even though I'm not a hit, but I'm tanky enough to snowball you. I'm tanky enough to contest objectives. But right now, I mean, even against Sakai's Nolan, this Barat is struggling.
It's a complete switch up, right? Because in the past, people got away with a little bit too much on the Barats, and now they have to play a lot more careful, a lot more respectful. I think it's a much more balanced state of the hero. Now we just need to do the same thing to Fredrin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
I think it's a bit hard, you know.
Ah, that's rough. That's rough. Poor Fredrin, man. He didn't ask for this. He was just born this way. I think as of right now, both Homeboys and SRG, they understand that, yes, they have their star players that they usually use as a means to an end where it's like, yeah, we're going to draft around them. But now, I think, you know, all eyes on Zorn Udil versus Yums Stormy at this point.
I would even still put Innocent on that list because I don't think, despite game 1 going to Homeboys, I don't think Nets had an edge on Innocent, right? The lane was even at best, and at worst, Innocent was ahead. Still, mechanically, the best goal laner we have. Nets wanted to get revenge on Innocent just in terms of laning, but he hasn't been able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, both of them have been walking out of the laning phase pretty even, and the only thing that really like breaks the economy in the gold lane sector is assists, funnily enough. Like sometimes it's not even a kill, it's like, oh, I so happen to hit the person that you're about to kill, and that slight extra bit of gold gives me a bit of an edge.
I mean, small bits of gold add up, you know? That's how you get those gold leads in the first place. Homeboys, they've been prioritizing the Claude Fournette so far because, like you highlighted during the draft, it's one of his signature heroes, it's something he's very comfortable on, and it gives them a safety net because they know that Innocent, no matter what, he's gonna be able to find farm. So at least they have a hero that matches them in that late game phase. But what happens if the early game doesn't go well for Homeboys? Nets just doesn't have a floor to stand on, basically.
Yeah, I think this is where I want to go back to what I pointed out during the draft, right? Sure, Nets is great on the Claude. It became a priority because they felt confident. But we might see a switch up into a Natan or most likely Moskov. Right? I think Natan makes a lot more sense because even if you're behind, the one thing he has over Claude, he can clear waves slightly better, right? He's less reliant on hitting 3 items. He just needs 2. Feather of Heaven, Stalim Sai, he can do some work.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to scale even more, I mean, you can start rushing the Holy Crystal. I think you're on the right track. But how this affects the entire draft is what is even more impactful, right? Because now SRG have to start thinking of like, oh man, if I am on red side again and give that Lo Yi over, that means Kaja suddenly starts to rise up in popularity because you can combo it with Natan. When naturally, oh, I bring down your MR, your magic resist, then I can burst you down as soon as you hit level 4 with or without your first 2 items. And I think that's something that they want to consider here.
So many considerations, right? The longer this series goes, the more the chess match is gonna rise in complexity. Let's have a look at the highlights once again just to see what exactly happened in that game. Starting from the very first minutes. This very first fight where Cram baited them in, Humes jumped on in, and Homeboys realized, oh, this is different.
I don't know. It feels like right there and then, that's when they lost the game, right? Because it really didn't feel like Homeboys was able to find their footing, like you mentioned earlier, throughout this game, because Selangor Red Giants just held on to this lead really, really hard. And then every single time we see Homeboys set up an opportunity to actually collapse onto SRG, they just get stat checked, or you have this.
Yeah, I don't know. It happened twice this game. Not once. It happened twice. I'm going to quote what Mirko said, but Terisla, you guys ready? I didn't practice this, by the way. And no matter how many times you kill Terisla, he's still good. He's he's 0-4, 0-6, still good.
Man, for a moment, I thought Mirko was on desk with us. Whoa.
Mirko is watching this. This is probably going to drop me an angry text, but shout out to you, my man.
I mean, he's dropping an angry text while the rest of the fan base is going to be like, what do you mean? Mirko never left the MPL MY stage.
Yeah, that's him. You know? Like, why are you still over there, Mirko? Like, when are you coming home?
Now, when this game, if this game is to continue to progress, I think it's going to come down to who is going to break blue side. And I think that's a big problem here, right? Red side, there's a lot of ways to kind of manipulate the draft in your favor. More so that SRG is pretty committed to banning out the Harith. Lo Yi, maybe if they have the opportunity, maybe that's something they're holding in their back pocket for game number 4 or 5. But I think that Homeboys at this point of time probably want to jump back over to the red side, want to make sure, hey, if they're going to be banning out these same few picks every single time, at least we might have access to Frederick. At least we might have an opportunity to get ourselves the Lo Yi once more. Novaria, we saw it last 2 games dominate.
And Terisla. He's the only 2 heroes with the 100% win rate so far.
These 2 heroes, 100% win rate, so I think their stocks are gonna start rising a little bit going into game number 3. Honestly, I don't want this series to end. I want it to keep going 50-50 here. So I'm super excited to see what's going to happen, whether or not we're going to see Homeboys switch things up, prioritize different heroes, whether we'll see Red Giants adapt to the current situation, whether or not Fredrin is going to be banned at the border once again. I think we got to ask the questions to someone else, right? So you guys already know what that means. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Rose for the interview segment.
Terima kasih kepada kasih-kasih kita. Hi guys, this is Rose. And dengan saya kita ada Si, Anip dan juga Saiful. Hi boys. Lama tak jumpa korang.
Ya. Lama tak jumpa, betul.
Kan? Sihat semua?
Sihat. Masih boleh cakap bahasa Melayu? Masih lah. Tapi sikit-sikit.
Oh, sikit-sikit. Ingat dah ada macam slang Singapore dah sekarang ni.
Alright, so alang-alang korang dekat sini, kita nak interview sikit sebanyak. Melihat sekarang ni grand final di antara pasukan Homeboys
bertemu dengan pasukan Selangor Red Giant. Kita dah melihat sekarang ni, dah 13 season MPL ni dijalankan. Adakah kita memang expect tahap macam ni untuk kedua pasukan memainkan?
Maksudnya?
Mereka punya performance memang dah improve tak?
Improve improve. So tak expect kan sampai fans semua semangat apa semua. Macam tu
Okay. Anip.
Okay.
Actually kan, I memang rindu Anip punya gelak.
Rindu
Ya. Your laugh is really contagious lah orang kata. Dulu bila I selalu interview you dekat musim 11 kan, you selalu gelak, buat I gelak juga. Okay, Anip, sekarang ni you datang MPL musim ke-13. Macam mana beza suasana MPL sekarang dengan yang musim sebelum ni?
Dia sekarang lagi makin meriah. Memang yang main memang akan deg-degan.
Tu apa?
Memang dia punya jantung nak tercabut orang kata.
Macam mana bunyi jantung
Oh, tu bunyi jantung.
Itu memang orang kat sana cakap jantung macam tu lah. Alright. Okay, kita dah lihat bagaimana daripada korang sekarang ni bermain untuk pasukan Homeboys Singapura. Alright. Soalan dia sekarang ni, bila korang nak bawa Flame Boys pergi dekat MPL SG?
Dia soalan dia macam agak berat Dia sebenarnya dah tersingkir kot.
Tak, next.
Next
Okay,
season, musim depan.
Sekarang.
Jangan kau.
Aku cakap next.
Okay, kalau next mungkinlah akan bawa lah akan bersorak dekat jambatan tu. Kat border.
Dekat border. Bro, awak ada lagi soalan?
Okay, ada soalan lagi untuk Anip actually.
Okay.
Anip, kita tahu hari ni best of 7. Now, Anip mestilah dah ada experience main game lama-lama. Lagi-lagi masa season 11 kan?
Betul.
So, you rasa kan untuk grand finals match ni, apa score prediction Anip? Siapa akan juara? Adakah game sengit? Game, selepas ni satu pasukan akan sweep semua? Apa yang akan menjadi?
Okey, yang akan juara semestinya Homeboys. Dengan skor 4-1 sebab tadi saja bagi diorang ni.
Wow, 4-1?
4-1.
Maksud tu terus sweep lepas ni Homeboys?
Betul.
Boleh tak Saiful? Setuju ke?
Janganlah macam ni orang pandang aku.
Tapi
pandang kamera.
5-1.
Oh, 5-1.
Best of 7.
Best of 7.
4 atau
satu nak cover yang kalah 3-0 lawan RSG tu.
Okay, alright. Sebelum kita nak lepaskan korang untuk get ready perlawanan seterusnya, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir kepada pasukan Homeboys untuk masuk game yang ketiga selepas ni.
Kata-kata apa?
Kata-kata terakhir. Bukan kata-kata terakhir, kata-kata semangat. Mungkin nak bagi motivasi kepada rakan-rakan anda dekat pasukan Homeboys.
Kalau boleh just disiplin je lah kan. BO7 ni perlawanan yang panjang. So tak perlu gopo-gapa, simpan energi. Macam tu je lah. Lepas tu fokus je lah. Tu je.
Alright, Anip pula.
Alright, kat sini semua tolong mendoakan semoga Homeboys champion lagi back to back insyaAllah. Alright.
Amin.
Alright, thank you so much dekat Anip dan juga Saiful. Alright, sekarang dah masa untuk throw it back to the casters untuk mulakan game ketiga dalam Best of 7
Saya nak cakap.
ini. Casters, silakan.
Aduh.
Thank you very much to Sih, Rose, and of course, Saiful and Anip. It's good to see them again. I still remember when they first debuted alongside Homeboys. It's good to see that they're doing well. And that support gonna go a long way as well to their teammates up on the stage, because that game too really did not go well for them.
I mean, it sets the tone, right? It sets the tone of the minimum level of play coming in from both squads, right? And I think at this point, you gotta arm them with the best weapons possible. And right now, it's between the mid duos that have, honestly for me, been standing out.
No, they definitely have been. Game 1, Zorn Edith, a lot of impact, but it's good for SRG to find a way to deal with the Edith, right? So now she becomes less of a concern. They can focus their attention elsewhere. I still feel like maybe Homeboy's idea in that game 2 was there, but they just could not execute it with the bans. Wait.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Whoa, whoa, whoa! We've hit 500k already? We've blown past it to 500,000 concurrent viewers right now.
That's within half an hour.
Yeah! Just from one extra game, guys. We are only like, how much? Like 40,000? 40,000 viewers away from breaking our record from last season. So, I don't think I need to tell you guys what to do, right? Invite everyone to come and watch, because we are now down to basically a best of 5 again.
Are you looking for your soulmate out there? Because if you even get us to 600,000, maybe your dreams come true as we go straight into the drafting phase. Good luck and don't hold me against my words.
I was about to say, are you an RSG fan?
Hey.
Are you AE fan?
Oh my God. No, please.
Tune in right now.
Please, I'm not living in the past, I swear.
Well, let's hope that we are not living in the past, because we're looking to the future right here, and that future is going to be one of these teams holding up that trophy on screen. The Red Giants, they're on blue side, Homeboys on red, and they will ban that Novaria.
All right.
3 mid laners banned out.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It's so funny. I love it. They're like, guys, we figured out the Edith, but what about Novaria? Stormy is like, let's just ban it. Genius, Stormy.
Or maybe Stormy was like, I'm gonna first pick it. Arcadia was like, no. No,
Darn it.
we're not first picking Novara. Are you out of your mind?
Becky's like, ban it, you genius. For the most part, I think it's a good idea, right? Because now at least SRG isn't so inclined to be like, oh yeah, well, you know, Matilda's so good at that first pick. There's so many power picks left. No, not really. We take it a step back, right? We take it a step back, we breathe. Because look at what Homeboys is banning. They're holding that Harith ban up until the very end. If teams get a little too jittery about it getting let through the draft, at this point, I don't know, it could be one of those Harith games that get played with and maintain its high win rate.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, right? Will Red Giants maybe go for that Harith first pick?
What if, I'll do one better. What if they ban the Fredrin here?
Magic is
Okay, never mind.
Man, for a moment there, I was like, dude, if that timing would have been incredible. But it looks like it's going to be the Harith ban once more. Homeboys, do they get rid of the Fredrin?
If they don't get rid of the Fredrin, will the Red Giants first pick it? Previously, they went for the Matilda instead, and that costed them game 1. Surely they won't repeat history. Surely the man with the six-pack needs to go.
Or Gilbs is just like, that's just one Matilda game loss. Let's try it again. It's the best of 5. We have like
That's not impossible either.
Homeboys is like, we'll ban Moskov, right? Okay, we'll start with banning by Moskov, and then we're gonna give Matilda.
Guys, I'm the most improved player. We can do it again.
I'm the most improved player and Dream Team roamer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We go, oh,
Wow.
Roger ban. All right. So at least there is an admission of guilt from Nets where it's just like, yes, I am the best laner, but if Innocent is playing Roger, I don't want none of that. I want none of that, sir. Let's see. First picks here.
Would they bite?
They could bite. I mean, they could bite on the Matilda. Fredrin's not too bad of a pick as well. Pretty standard, but I think the most like outlandish wild pick would have been like a Grok here for SRG.
I was thinking the same thing.
I don't think you go for first pick that surely, right? Maybe,
oh, no way.
Maybe if they still have the option when it's like the second phase again, they might go for it. But I wonder, right? Do you think now Zorn says, give me the Grok, let me mess with them now?
Oh, the chip went. Completely forgot about that. I was about to go even further. I was about to be like, Moskov.
I mean, I think this might be a Moskov angle for the side of the Homeboys. I'm hoping to see a Carmilla here at some point of time. The answers we've seen so far from the Homeboys, number 1, Carmilla, number 2, Belleric. It doesn't mean that Udil can't play an Odette at any point of time. It's just not one of the options that we've seen him try out just yet.
Yeah, I mean, he can play the Faramis, right? That could... And Aurora could be a big tempo breaker.
Yeah, maybe. Right.
We haven't seen Udil play that, so maybe they will pivot to Nana. Terizla is now up on the table. Big AoEs, heroes that Homeboys can always pivot to. This should be a Fredrin. Yeah, Fredrin Faramis.
Ooh, all right. Good start for the Homeboys here with the Faramis and the Fredrin. They've already got a good amount of bulkiness. Imagine if they add the Matilda on top of that as well, right? They're just go for the full team fight draft.
I think maybe not go for the team fight draft here. I think that the Matilda might be too big of a detriment for now. We need to see what SRG is willing to throw on the table, because even if you do get a Matilda on your side, it doesn't necessarily equate a free win, especially with the chip on the other end.
Yes.
Aurora, Export.
Yes.
They're taking it all.
I like this so much. Because I think we had this conversation with Mirko yesterday, right? We were like, all right, so there are ways to deal with the chip, big AoEs. And then Mirko brought up a good example. I don't remember exactly which team, but the chip can be played differently when you're up against up against direct counters. You don't play for the team fights, you play for macro, you play for vision, play for information. If the team fight team goes elsewhere, you take your team to the other side of the map to get objectives. And I think SRG, they can start to consider that.
They can totally do that, but with an Xborg and an Aurora, I feel like they can totally go for the team fight angle as well. Homeboys gonna need to look for a way to respond to this. They go for it a ton. All right, we talked about this before the game. Surprisingly not prioritized in the previous two. This time, Nets will get a hero that doesn't need quite as long to come online.
Yep. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. Now we go into the second phase, right? And now, from the previous game, we saw that from Pops, they decided to opted to get rid of the CC as their final ban, right? In comparison to Coach Arcadia, who opted to get rid of a lot of the support picks. Supports technically haven't been locked in yet for the side of the Homeboys. I feel like SRG is going to do that again.
I mean, SRG with this export pick doesn't necessarily mean that Cram will go export. We've seen export jungle from RCPH. Demon Kai played that. Yesterday, Venogo also played export jungle, and they beat Homeboys, I believe, in game 3 or 4. So I think SRG, they still have something left up in the air. Homeboy starting to ban out Innocent Zero. I foresee the next one probably would be a Moscow ban now that Claude is gone.
Yeah.
What about the carry though? They have a Fredrin.
I think that if they ban out the Fredrin, that means Homeboys also want to be putting a really thick EXP laner, most likely leading into Turizla or maybe even oh no, but then Vengeance might be a bit of an issue here. So it's either like Tamos or like Turizla at this point.
SRG, they do ban that Edith, not gonna give Homeboys the flex. I think it's a great choice as well, since Rome and EXP are the roles left in the air right now, and Edith would make this final question difficult for them. Homeboys do decide to get rid of that Moscow. So right now, I think we are going to be eyeing that carry most likely for Innocent, especially with Redrin Faramis already on the opposite side. SRG, did they continue banning against Zorn?
Minotaur, I suppose. Minotaur, Bellaric, that's something that Homeboys used to beat a chip previously.
Ban Carmilla.
That could be an option.
I think it doesn't really matter at this point, right? I think that there's no real way to pinch it. What do you not want to deal with, right? And it looks like they don't want to deal with the Arla instead. I think that's fair, because at the very least, it puts Homeboys in a good position to kind of flex their picks, and then you have to show your hand because you're on blue side. But let's see what Homeboys do without this flex pick.
Let's see. Homeboys gonna have first pick in that second phase.
Man's about to catch something when he walks out the arena. You better watch out, boy.
He's gonna catch some hands one way or another. He's booked that appointment. Here we go. CC gets locked in for the side of the Homeboys because he finally got let through by SRG. Now they have to complete their comp.
Yeah, this is an advantage for SRG, because usually Homeboys on red side, they would try to keep the bus hero for last, but the fact that they have to pick that CC so early on means that SRG, they have seen the matchup already.
And SRG, they actually do still have the opening if they want to go Nolan. We have to note, the last game, game 2, that was the first time an Assassin Jungle won a game in the playoffs thus far. So they could ride on that momentum if they want to, considering that the Akai is already gone, the Barat hasn't been having the best time.
Wait, Nolan is still up.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I mean, I don't know if they would want to play Nolan in this position. There's a lot of heroes that's just difficult to take out, but here we go.
What did I say? What did I say?
Nolan out, dude. This is, oh my god, I haven't seen a Melissa get locked in so long. An old counter to Farmers because of the Muddles being able to hit multiple people at once to break that temp HP. This is going to be a sick game.
Yeah, and even Sapa can't get close to him. Right? Oh, you want to hop onto me with that fancy yo-yo? Stay away.
Stay back, deep.
What you gonna do?
Ooh, I like this. This is fun from SRG. They're definitely set up for team fighting here around this chip. Homeboy is gonna be looking for their roamer to close things out. Carmilla, Bellaric still wide open. Could be good options if they want to deal with this Melissa somewhat. Homeboys, what's it going to be? What is the last piece of the puzzle they need? It is the Cursed Blood.
Darn.
Man.
I thought for a moment, as much as I love the Cursed Blood, this might have been a better Wrath of the Dryad game. Only because Melissa's auto attack base, then his passive is going to hurt him back.
Well, we're jumping in soon. Husky, whose draft do you like more?
Selangor Red Giants, I think riding off of last game's momentum and having a draft that, first of all, you can deal with Homeboy's draft. Second of all, 2 out of the 5 heroes have 2 lives. You know, Aurora, Esports. If they get a hit, this game is going to be quite a journey for Homeboys.
Oh, what about you, Gideon? Who do you like more for Game 3?
Honestly, I'm kind of liking the Homeboys' draft just a little bit more. As macro-oriented it is, they need a clean team fight, and Homeboys ain't going to be giving that to them. They're going to be fighting dirty.
Looks like the desk is 50-50. The games are 50-50. The teams are ready to face off once again. Who is going to be able to break ground and gain some foundation for the rest of the grand finals?
The guys looking to deliver the second win for the Assassin Jungler pool in this grand finals. Game 3 SRG this time is going to take a blue side and Homeboys on red. No teams have been able to find a victory on blue side thus far in this series.
Ooh, an interesting observation, actually. All right, we'll see if SRG can break that trend. Both junglers going to be starting on the same side of the map, which means around level 4, they might look to gank towards that gold lane instead.
They typically mid, again, engaging on each other as much as possible. They've been trading back and forth this entire time. And even on bottom side, right? Again, these teams, they understand how to play for priority and they know how important it is.
I just noticed as well, Innocent went Inspire with Assassin, with that Master Assassin emblem. He's going for full damage. He's believing that his ultimate will keep him safe no matter what.
Yeah, strong beliefs. And with the chip recent change, well, the buff to the shortcut, right? You get an extra shield when you come out of it. It does allow you to survive longer against Homeboys in this AoE, but Innocent, he's feeling really good if he's going to take that Inspire. So guys, also trying to look for Udio. He's not going to find it though.
Ooh, this guy's already level 4. Chibi's still looking for a camp somewhere.
Oh, Chibi's gonna go down! First blood for Stormy! I mean, what you can do about it?
Wow.
That was fast.
It was a fast reaction, and honestly, that 2v1, I definitely thought that Chibi had an opportunity, but until he hits level 4 and gets that energy eruption, he is not as tanky as most people think.
And he's not gonna have the camp as well, so guys will be stunned up. Concussive blast, this damage. Udio flickers. He wants the guys down, and he will find it.
Well played there, Udel, with a flicker forward, punishing Skies. Gonna be able to at least keep things somewhat even here. Unfortunately, because they took that last camp, Chibi has to take this turtle at level 3.
Yeah, they have to somehow fight this cram. Hasn't hit 4 just yet. Yums can run in. Stormy's on the way. Yums with the stun. Here comes Sky. He's back in. And Stormy fights the turtle. Chibi goes down and doesn't even hit 4. This purple buff is gonna be stolen.
Dude, Stormy is so smart. It's unbelievable how much. I'm surprised. First of all, I'm surprised he survived. I don't think they will be able to defend this purple buff. But goddamn, I wish I could see a replay of that.
I agree with you. The flicker forward to get away from Zorn and the freeze Chibi at the same time. The Fredrin only just hit level 4. This is going to be a rough spot. Chibi thought he'd be safe now that he was on the Fredrin, but he's getting the same barrage treatment all over again.
And Ness just lost this lane to Innocent.
Yep.
A full level.
Yep, and Innocent didn't use any shenanigans of like popping the Inspire super early on. He hasn't touched it for the majority of this laning phase, and he's a level up on nets. Zorny's nearby, but overall, SRG, they're playing this really, really well. They found these really important windows. Fredrin pre-level 4, making sure that they're able to get these early ganks off 2v1 against him, and better yet, they've isolated Nets once more, which is always part of the SRG plan.
And we haven't even seen a shortcut yet. Yums hasn't popped that chip ultimate, and Red Giants have already picked off Chibi twice. Imagine what happens once the going gets going. Homeboys have to be very wary going into this. Zorn needs to open up that map better.
The guys, he's gonna take this fight, uses the red tree to gain some movement speed. Not a fight he wants to take.
Yeah, I mean, after you whiff that all right, I'm out of here. There's no reason to keep on moving forward here. And once again, we're seeing that Innocent just honestly dominating this lane. He's gonna freeze this.
That's such a pain.
Oh man, dude, Ness he can't be mad about this, but there's nothing he can do about it.
Look at Yums. He's back there. He's looking for it.
Is he gonna drop the portal?
I don't think he has to, right?
Oh, okay, interesting. Is he waiting for it? What's he waiting for?
I mean, he's just trying to bully Chibi. He's like, Ram, come, let's deal with this Fredrin, that purple buff. Chibi's gonna get it, but Stormy will force out that Nether Realm, and last stand, he will secure Zorn's life. Zumba tries to show up, only to be booked by Yums. This is a fight that he cannot win. The third guy just got the turtle. Udio wants to help his team, but this is where the shortcut comes in. Innocent joins the fight. Doesn't get anything. Goes back to lane.
Oh my goodness, SRG just got literally everything out of the homeboys. They got their lives, they got, most importantly, their battle spells, right? Udil, as much as he traded back, people like Subbat, he probably shouldn't have lost his Purify in that type of situation. I mean, now that they have nothing left, they can do whatever they want. Look at this.
Oh my goodness. That Inspire, wait, he didn't even use Inspire. That's just Innocent's damage on its own.
Yeah, he used Inspire when he took the shortcut.
I realized there's like a 900 gold difference between Innocent and Nets. That's already so much. I remember how difficult it is to lane against a Melissa. TV looking for Stormy.
Stormy should still have the passive. It's gonna break right now. Praises Wrath. The timing off!
You're kidding.
Oh no!
How?
Actually kidding.
That is crazy.
There was enough time before the Appraiser's Wrath. I thought GB got that timing perfect.
Well, he's called the Maze Prodigy for a reason here. Stormy keeping his presence on the map well known, and oh!
This is a kill for sure.
Don't bring a yo-yo to a whatever Nolan is holding fight, basically.
Hey, you know, the circus tricks don't beat, you know, I don't know, what is it, time slicing knives?
Close enough, I think.
I think that's as close as we can get here. Interdimensional assassin, like, there's so many ways we can take this. But for the time being, Slime and Red Giants, well, we know for sure the facts here. 4.3k ahead, and that mid tier 1, Udil is trying to defend it with his life. He refuses to go down because he knows that if he dies, mid tier 1 falls, and therefore GB is going to fall even further behind.
He's already 2 levels behind Skies. This Nolan has not allowed him to catch up, and Humes is doing such a good job of controlling that jungle too to limit the number of camps that GB is able to farm. They've already had to switch lanes, put Sabat up top so that Nets can farm, and even then the CC is getting bullied out by Innocent.
They're gonna get this turtle for sure. When was the last time we see GB fall so far behind?
It's been a while.
Been a long time.
3 levels now.
Oh, it's not looking good. It's not looking good for the side of Homeboys. Right now, we haven't seen a Cursed Blood that has mattered from Zorn, and that's what Homeboys need. One good fight, one Cursed Blood.
Humes should be fine. Most of SRG are on the bottom side. They won't get this turret. Nest holds it in place for now. But Innocent, he's going to be able to start moving around the map, right? He's taking mid and top wave.
You know, I'm realizing the way Humes is playing Chip, he's not using the portal the same way Zorn does. He's actually using it more like a nether. Oh, hold on.
Oh boy, that's vengeance. Oh, Innocent.
Oh my goodness.
Dynamite. Cram collects it. Oh, they pulls it back. Cram. Is it really not going to go down? Brace my heel.
Ah!
Just enough.
Never punished.
No way.
Just enough.
No way. Oh my god.
Humes calls for round 2. Udil, where are you going?
No.
And Ness is going to be chased in front of him. Sakai stands and watches him die as time itself collapses around him. SRG running around Homeboys, picking them out.
They've snapped Homeboys in half. SRG winning on every single frontier. And what's worse is the fact that SRG aren't really doing much. They're not doing anything too crazy. It's just Homeboys. They don't have the stats.
Homeboys are too far behind. 8,000, 8 minutes in. It is so quick from the Red Giants. Their momentum is unstoppable.
Hey, yo, Mados. Hey, yo, Sabat.
What do you... Oh!
And Udo just went down.
What do you do? What do you even do?
Oh, no.
Game 1 was probably a fluke.
I don't know. I think that Homeboys, they need a mental reset here because right now, it feels like they're too hyped up for nothing. And more importantly so, none of their execution has been looking too great 8 minutes into the game against SRG so far, which is something they must address. Calm down for a second. Your calm plays for the later half of the game. Yes, SRG is super far ahead and they basically have checkmate angle, but at the end of it, keep the mind calm. There are plenty more games after this.
The way you say it sounds like the game's already over, though.
I mean, how do you come back from it, right?
So, yeah.
The 10k gold lead.
It's a 10k gold lead, 9 minutes into the game. I mean, SRG are almost guaranteed to get an inhibitor because Homeboys don't have the numbers, and the only way they can really turn around is if SRG walk into a five-man Cursed Blood.
How do you even take out Cram? How do you even move him?
You pray that he uses the last insanity on the air.
Man, that's a big request right there. Looking at the items, the net worth differences between everyone. 3 items complete on Skies, only 1.5 on Chibi, 1.5 on Nets compared to 3 on Innocent. The difference.
Oh man, that's already a flicker out from Udio. And you can't really stand near the turret thanks to the Muddles. They catch the guys, but can't hold it in place long enough.
Actually, that's not too bad. I requested that maybe Cram do a, use break his Faraga armor, last insanity whiff in the air. It technically did happen. Yeah. So not too bad for the homeboys, but doesn't mean that they won't lose an inhibitor when the Lord starts crashing and knocking on their door.
He just got it back. He can even recall, and Yunes would bring him back with a shortcut, right? So infinite ways. Here comes the siege, the real one. Just now was the test, the warning shot, but homeboys now. Just a blur, Stormy, he's just gonna stand there and eat it. Yunes loses his flicker, Sabat finds the back, and then Stormy's passive broken. But SRG still able to hold off homeboys, but at least homeboys were able to defend their structures. And that's Cram losing the Faraga armor. The defense was good.
Yeah, that's a good defense from the homeboys. Red Giants not jumping the gun, not using portals and stuff. Homeboys just basically holding on with the bulk of Chibi. He may be behind, but Brethren is still a pretty durable hero overall. So they're able to keep their inhibitor intact, and that's very important. The more structures they're able to keep alive, the more space and time that homeboys might be able to buy for Nets.
Well, I think at this point, the next Lord, guaranteed, especially with the Luminous buff, is going to get 1 inhibitor. The real question is whether homeboys can actually find a kill onto SRG's side, because it feels like SRG are posturing against homeboys, expecting them to actually make that first move.
I mean, the damage dealt graph just now showed that Nest hasn't even hit 10k damage yet. Innocent is at almost 30k.
I don't feel like I've seen Nets do anything this game. And it's not even his own fault here. It's like Red Giants have been too quick. They've been too oppressive. This is Nathan. Normally, in the current meta, Nathan has a good laning phase against almost every meta marksman. But Melissa is not one of those. It just changes things.
Yeah. I mean, Cram, he's just gonna eat it up, right? Recover a bit of that armor, Sapat. Who's next? Who's next? Udio, Chibi, you're a tank. I like tanks. I like those odds. Doesn't even break the Faraga armor. They pull him back. Okay, this time it finally goes down, but Innocent is there, and Udio ends up having the flicker.
Innocent is just babysitting Cram, and Cram is like, yes, I get to play the video game.
I mean, as an Xbox player, a seasoned Xbox player, I know the game is within my grasp when I can stand in front of the enemy base and just flamethrower 5 people.
And then you pay off your marksman for insurance policy just to be nearby in case they, if feces hit the fan once again, lose the Faraga armor, and then Innocent steps out of the bush. You're like, whoa, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was getting involved with this.
The Cram just walks and says, I broke my Faraga armor. Can I borrow your doll for a moment? I need a new toy.
His calls must be hilarious. It's like, the armor's still up. Wait. Not down yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
I thought the big sword would break my armor, but nope, it's still good.
He broke his sword.
Oh boy. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Nets for once. He's not going for a greedy build. Forced to actually pick up some steel leggings.
Oh, that feels bad. It's not a good sign when you gotta buy pants on the gold lane there.
Man.
Selangor Red Giants, nearly 14,000 net worth lead, 13 minutes in. A 5k goal difference between Skies and Chibi. Maybe he'll get that GPM this time.
Man, Chibi hasn't even completed his anti-cuirass yet after so long. Min inhibitor already shattered by the Lord. Homeboys looking to defend this, and off-screen, Sapa just went down. The guys are Innocent, takes care of him. Yum doesn't even go down. It's a 4 against 5. So now Red Giants posturing around this area. So guys trying to look for nets. Repositions with the entropy. But still, the problem is not solved yet. Now Cram throws his ultimate. It's his turn. And Udio to with it. SRG looking for the second point in this best of 7. Sakai to the back, finds an explosion, time collapses, 16,000 goal lead, and SRG takes the lead in the series. It's 2-1 for the Red Giants.
Way to add insult to injury, freezing Nets in his own base and taking him out right before the crystal explodes. The Red Giants are here to prove that Game 1 was a fluke indeed. They want to take down the defending champs.
I mean, you can see Udio walking off of that stage with a smile on his face. He knows SRG's here to play. They're feeling it. They're feeling so very warm. Oh boy. Homeboys, they gotta go above and beyond if they want to take on this squad, because right now, Sakai's, he's got all the space in the world.
Second Nolan and Assassin win in the playoff. All Sakai's. By the way, I looked up at the terrace. Ultra fans are, the Ultras are ready to throw some hands for the Flame Boys. The moment the crystal broke, a few guys just stared at the Flamers and went like, what now, what now?
It's just the instant death stare, the realization that their team has done it. Like, we don't support toxicity around here, but we can't even blame them for being hype about that one. That was very one-sided, even more so than game number 2.
It was. And I mean, like every single situation, you could see that the Homeboys were a little bit more hesitant in actually approaching SRG, but still, they still showed weakness, and that's when SRG just kept on clapping them each and every time.
I'm trying to figure out if the drums ever stop. Now that it stopped, this time it's for real, but has it ever stopped in between these 3 games? I really don't know. I feel some
it's hard
tremors.
to tell because like our hearts are pounding so loud during the game itself that it sounds like they're always there anyway, right? Well, let's see whose hearts pounded the loudest.
Whoa.
The MVP for game number 3 goes over to Cram, showing off his Dream Team Award. Xborg has always been one of his pocket picks and showing us what it's capable of once again.
Disgusting game coming out from Cram. Absolutely disrespectful to the Homeboys, making sure that no space claimed was ever held for long. 56% kill participation because his job is very, very different from everybody else, right? Even though he has that perfect KDA, you look at his damage per minute and his damage taken per minute, and you can see how close it is.
He actually dealt the most damage the entire game, I think. That's how crazy
I wouldn't
it
be
is.
surprised. Xborg has a tendency of doing that, especially when he's so ahead that he can go War Axe, Ice Queen's Wand, Oracle. He is so farmed. He's winning against Sabat in lane. He's chasing people away. He's eating the Appraiser's Wrath, and it doesn't even chink his armor out. Udil may have been spitting fire yesterday, but today it's all Cram.
How long though? I'm trying to think whether there is a draft opportunity for Homeboys to actually pull themselves out of this current rut, right? Because now we're seeing a different side of SRG. We are seeing that their mid trio has definitely changed up from what we saw prior to this, and then all of a sudden, very lane-focused heroes. We're seeing that Innocent getting Melissa all of a sudden. It's like, yes, you scale, but also she's great in lane against the Natan. Cram getting this Xborg into the CC matchup, going with the emblems of tank, making sure that Brave Side is active before he trades. He's done a good job.
Yeah, I think it's not just kind of the draft. It's also, well, it's not kind of just lane priority. It's more like SRG. They're just giving Homeboys a taste of that game 1 medicine, right? We make the proactive moves. We make sure that our Roamer duo is stronger than yours. Your Eden is not going to work out if I have a Grok, your Carmela. What's it going to do against a chip, right? I'll kill you, I'll rotate you, and I allow my assassins to invade you. The fact that Chibi died 2 times at 2 minutes, that is already a disaster.
Yeah, that's like the worst possible case scenario for the Homeboys. And I mean, the 16-1 scoreline represent this total damage dealt big time for Udil, but then we cut back over and realize that Cram is just like, kitty numbers.
Cram is almost doing as much damage as all of Homeboys put together. And that is insane. The Xborg is so good at just dishing out this DPS. And when you realize that Homeboys actually doesn't have a lot of burst, it's not easy for that Firaga armor to come off. That's why he feels so confident about walking forward and just denying Homeboy's space. But on top of Cram as well, I want to highlight the way that Yumes played this game, because his approach to chip is very different from Zorn, right? He doesn't just drop down the portal, he saves it for the shield.
Yeah, that and also how he uses it to gain macro advantage, right? Something that Mirko highlighted yesterday. We are so used to seeing, Storm or especially Zorn playing the chip. Every time we see someone, portal, we come through, we kill the guy, we go back to where we came from. But for Yum, it's not really a priority to use the shortcut.
I agree. I definitely think that he was looking for opportunities to like pull Homeboys apart, like really stretch them thin across the map, right? Because as much as Nets was isolated, Zorn was having to try and stick around longer in certain areas just to keep track of the portals of the Y wall coming in from Yums.
It's starting to get a bit painful though, because SRG, they have shown a myriad of heroes and they're winning the games with it, which begs the question, if you're on Homeboys, who do you really want to prioritize? Where do you want to attack?
They've tried so many things, right? They aimed the skies in the previous games. They tried aiming Humes. They tried aiming Innocent this game. And Red Giants just pull something new out of their pocket every single time. Going into the next game, I think what Homeboys needs to identify is that if Red Giants have a lead, it's not going to be possible to stop them. So they need to be the ones to create that early game, right? In game one, you got to recreate that sort of early game lead again.
Can they even find the situation? Because right now, SRG, this is 2 games in a row where we've seen that the game pretty much is done for off the very first team fight.
Yeah.
And most of the time, it's not even like a full team fight. It's like a 3v3, 4v4, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, 3 members of the Homeboys are dead already.
Especially when you have Nolan on the side of SRG, right? Like for 2 games in a row, Chibi basically got the same treatment he gave everyone else when he was playing Nolan. He's getting invaded early on, he's being put behind, and if his jungle clear was slightly slow, just a fraction of a second, he dies, right? There's nothing that he can do, and he relies on Zorn to help him, but Yums is just holding Zorn. Is like, you're not going anywhere without me.
It's an interesting relationship, right? It's an interesting relationship when you are playing one of the best tank junglers in the meta right now, but you're struggling to deal with this assassin, all because of how you interact with your support. And I think in this case, now we have another opportunity. There is another opportunity to punish this draft. Something to keep in mind for the future if we do see Carmilla get locked in so early on. I think right now what Homeboys is trying to figure out is how do we win 2 out of the 3 lanes, because that's what we're seeing time and time again. Mid lane seems to be okay right now, but EXP and as well as Gold losing matchups doesn't help them a lot.
Prioritizing winning lanes is going to be very important if they want any of that early game lead. But we can see here in these highlights that these initial first couple of plays from the Red Giants just instantly claimed the game in their favor. The micro mechanics, the juggling of movements across different players. Every single player on the Red Giants is operating at maximum capacity.
This was probably the most painful 30 seconds for Chibi. Doesn't hit level 4. Forced to rush the turtle down, ends up dying, doesn't get the turtle, and respawns at level 3. It couldn't get any worse than that.
It really couldn't. It really, really couldn't. And from then on, I mean, the story kind of speaks for itself. SRG just completely dominate this game, and Sakai basically gets to do whatever he wants. I don't think anybody really threatens him for their lack of that quote-unquote damage here, other than Nets. But even so, Nets was losing his lane pretty hard as well against Innocent, that he wasn't able to get to that 2 to 3 item point.
I want to quickly follow up with what Gideon pointed out, right? The interaction between roamers and junglers, because I think there are some heroes that we see examples where your jungler is clearing one buff, the hero starts to leash the second buff.
Yep.
And it has to be done in a condition where your mid laner has priority and damage to keep the enemy jungler away. That's why Guinevere, Carmilla, Edith, Marsha can do it. But in this case, because Yums is so oppressive, Zorn does not get the space to help Chibi get ahead even if he wants to.
I think the way that Yums used the chip in this game effectively held Zorn hostage. Because that Carmilla is designed and picked up specifically to counter chip, specifically to counter the portal. But Yums holds on to it. He makes sure that Zorn sees him. And he is constantly in a position where it looks like he can drop the portal down. So the Carmilla has to be standing there in preparation for it. But it just never happens. And because of that, there's no roamer presence, no support presence for the rest of the team.
Maybe that's why they banned the Arlet, because Arlet is one of the few heroes that can deal with the chip reliably early on.
Yes, no, that's partially one of the reasons, but also because with that final slash, and especially with the composition that they're trying to build from the side of the Homeboys, is very team-oriented, right? So when they're stretched thin like this, unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of holes in the dough when they're trying to bake this bread. I think at this point, it's really hard to say whether Homeboy should stay on the blue side or move over to the red side, because these issues have not been answered. And it felt like right at the beginning, they had a rough idea of Edith being a potential solution, but now that Yums on this Grok is more than enough to keep him at bay, they have to start expanding in other horizons.
That seems easier said than done, though. Like, in terms of expanding horizons, it seems like Red Giants have already been doing that preemptively against the Homeboys, expanding their hero pool, looking for different angles of approach against the team that did manage to take them down in game number 1. And that's what makes this team so scary, right? That ability to adapt and understand their opponent. Homeboys have shown in the past that they're able to adapt during the game, but they have to do it so much faster than they normally do. Just like you guys have to move even faster than normal to scan this QR code at the bottom of the screen. Because we have an MPL MY survey that we want to hear you guys' thoughts about. Please feel free to share your feedback with us about MPL MY, literally everything you want, because we want to continue to make this competition even better for all of you watching.
Only gets better when you guys are around. We can't be shouting without anyone watching on or offline. So you guys are pivotal to this ecosystem. And in fact, we have proven that we listen to you guys because we are making improvement day in, day out. You wanted the terrorists to be free entry for the grand finals. It became free yesterday, right? We reversed that decision. Well, not we. Everyone.
Isn't
you
that
get what I
me,
mean?
though?
Specifically this guy. He's the one in charge of the terror.
Yeah, you can go to him.
For the most part, we do listen to you, and we want to make sure that we have a clean line of communication with everybody who wants to be involved with MPL MY as we continue to progress as a community. But now we have to talk about MSC, something that everybody is playing for, a chance to go to Riyadh.
So for those of you who may not know, first place of the tournament, the champion of MPL MY, goes straight to MSC. Second place will go to wildcards. And as of current, we already know quite a few of the wildcard teams that they'll be facing off against. We got Xeno Zenith, Entity 7, S2G, Train to Kill. Like, do any of these teams like stand out to you guys?
Looking at S2G Esports, I personally have been very, I would say, I've been gravitating towards the Turkish MLBB scene because I think they are starting to show a lot of promises, right? Like Fireflux, like last season. Right, Fireflux Turkish, right? I'm trying to make sure. I'm trying to make sure to hit it right.
You got him.
Yes, Fireflux, for example, like last year at M5, they had a blast. They didn't make it as far as their fans wanted, but I think it's a good start. So maybe this wildcards, the Turkish region is gonna kind of heat it up again.
You say that, but I'm looking at the TBD, the to be decided regions, right? China, number one. I want to see whether or not their team has caught up with the rest of the meta. EECA is always an exciting region to watch. Their casters always sound metal, but their players are really, really aggressive. And let's not forget about Mongolia as well. Lil Gunna showed the rest of the world what they're capable of, and I would very much want to see them at MSC.
Hey, yo, I want to see your stats. Do it.
What are the stats? How do they look?
50. Wait, no. Wait,
we gotta look closer.
There we go.
Wow, man.
53. He's above.
He's like, wait. Oh, man, he's just pushing it. How many skills does he have?
That's a lot.
Oh, this guy. Oh, boy.
Man, if only we could figure out who that guy is.
We absolutely don't know who that is. But let's talk about what's going to be happening next. Oh, actually, no. We're going to check out some other fans here.
Flame Boys, let's go. Your turn.
All right. How does it compare? Wow.
Improvement. Wow. Support.
Ooh, support me.
That's a Roma right there.
We appreciate you.
Thank you very much for your service.
Your sacrifices are worth it.
You are the Yums in my game.
We all could use our very own Yums, but this fan asked a good question. Will SRG win again? We will wait and see. But in the meantime, we actually have an interesting question to ask you, Husky. In fact, we've asked you this in the past. We have posed the question, who do you think can go toe-to-toe against teams in the MSC group stage? I'll let you answer it yourself.
I'm still sticking with what I said at the start of the season. SRG, no questions about it. I think that Homeboys, they can draw blood, but they cannot close out against SRG. They're still a league ahead, and I think so far this grand finals have proved the point.
I think that Homeboys are catching up here, right? But there's a lot of tech that it seems that SRG is a little bit more ahead in certain interactions than others, right? And I think, that's why they are looking so good as they are, right? They feel like a well-oiled machine. Homeboys, they have strong plans. But if things keep on shaking up and the messier it gets, their team fighting is great, but it could be harder.
Well, besides that, we also have a WhatsApp video to have a look at.
Hey guys, nama saya Lefel, and kalau kita nak berbual pasal prediction grand final, saya rasa tak akan tukar daripada regular season, sememangnya antara Selangor Giant dan juga Homeboys, di mana pada pendapat saya, finally kita akan jumpa kita punya back-to-back champion. Saya rasa Homeboys akan jadi champion pada season ni. So, kalau salah, memang teruklah kes aku. Sorry, Didi.
Well, interesting, yes. We gotta wonder whether the LaFell curse is gonna strike once again. And for our English-speaking viewers, basically, LaFell was predicting that Homeboys is gonna win. We're gonna get our first back-to-back champion.
Yo.
Uncle, oh wow.
Wow, Uncle has 840 skins.
Jeez.
Actually, how many skins are even in the game?
As a Layla player, you're disgusting, Uncle.
Hey, Layla is surprisingly strong in lane, you know.
Yeah, she is. I'm not gonna deny that, you know, but still.
Yeah, back to what LaFell was saying. I know that we have a slight SRG bias on this desk, but do you think there's substance there? Do you think Homeboys is gonna bring it back? Let's ask you, Husky.
I personally always held on hope that they can bring it back, but I feel like I need to see some signs of that before I could kind of, you know, be more firm on that statement, because right now, for 2 games in a row, SRG has had Homeboys figure out from the draft with those early priority picks like Croc and Xborg that really put Homeboys in a position where they can play their draft, but they don't get to execute it. So I want to see signs of Homeboys recovering in Game 4.
Same here. I think that, you know, SRG at this point have been making some honest-to-God hard reads, especially like Game 2. Like, that very much was a hard read coming in from Coach Arcadia. I think at this point, I'm looking at Pops, and I'm thinking there are more questions left than answers.
Yeah, a whole lot more, especially when you lose to such different drafts 2 games in a row. So this time SRG takes red side, and Homeboys, they're going to be banning out the Novaria first.
I'm hoping that Homeboys will be able to find those answers as well, because I think we're all having a lot of fun here, right? The fans are enjoying the atmosphere. I'm sure everyone watching at home is enjoying a very exciting grand finals as well. So let's keep it going. We're also going to tell you guys a little bit of a fun fact. You know, the distance from Riyadh to Malaysia is over 6,000 kilometers. But despite that, you can still use Hotlink roaming while you're over there.
5G internet with Hotlink, even in Riyadh.
Lightning fast 5G. So if you can be at Riyadh, but your gameplay is still going to be crisp, still going to be smooth. Not a problem.
Not a moment to miss here. This is draft again. The banning phase has been extremely slow coming in from SRG. Usually they're pretty like crisping quick with this, but now they're making sure that they're covering all their angles, and I like this because it just goes to show that even if SRG are ahead, they make sure that they do the preparation necessary in the draft and to consider the options, because now Homeboys, they've adjusted slightly, banning out the Nolan, getting rid of the Novaria. I mean, if SRG comes up with a new problem for them,
the Akai is let true, right?
Yeah.
I know yesterday Homeboys played an Akai roam because they try to mess around with the Leomor and Angela, but with Akai true, if Homeboys pick Fredrin, which there is a high chance, Akai can easily go to Sakai.
But will they prioritize the Akai as well is the question that's going to be open here. Considering from the previous games, you've already seen Xborg is a very solid counter to the Fredrin, can be picked pretty blind against the Homeboys as well. Aurora works pretty good. It doesn't feel like the jungle needs to be too much of a concern anymore. Red Giants, they ban out the Arlet.
Dangling them Matilda again. Matilda did lose priority in the last game, in game 2 and 3. That's a hard read.
The hard read of like, oh, if Homeboys win, I'm going to confess to my girlfriend. Cut to the next guy, I want to kiss daddyhood.
Wait. The third one was like, Homeboys will beat SRG, and then he kind of like crossed it out because SRG won 2 games in a row. I think I didn't see that, huh?
Adding the tally slowly.
There's 3 types of fans at MPL.
There's SRG fans, there's Ultras, there's the Flame Boys, there's Poji.
There's Bay!
Nice.
OG, that's a good way to categorize them. I like that. I like that a lot. Now we see Valentina is the first pick for the side of the Homeboys. This, by far, is the safest opener I've seen from the Homeboys.
Matilda, Fredrin, Roger, Moskov, everything left for SRG.
I think Fredrin should be the choice here. I wonder if they might want to...
What?
They prioritize Aurora.
What?
Wow,
Stormy
really?
tell Arcadia? What?
I'll win the lane. Stormy, I need you to not die. And he's like, but I'll win the lane. It's fine.
Not die? Give me Aurora. You can't die. I got 2 lives. I'm Xborg.
I'm the Xborg now, Cram.
I'm Xborg, but ice.
You know what stops us from winning games? It's those darn towers, right? How about we freeze them?
How about we stop it in its
How about we
tracks?
stop the towers?
We saw a couple. I mean, we've seen Stormy really abuse the mechanic a couple of times. I think, what was it? What game was it in the regular season where we saw him use the Aurora?
I can't quite recall either.
I remember that he successfully got like 8 different dives off in the span of like, what, 6 minutes?
And they had a Matilda on that team, right? So, Yoon was just like pulling Stormy around. He's like, all right, Stormy, we need you here. Freeze tower.
Freeze tower. Oh, Claude Grok from the side of the Homeboys. Okay, is this the approach of like, all right, let's go back to the comfort picks, or are we looking for opportunities to stop SRG being aggressive?
I think they're just keeping it open. They're going for Claude as a safe pick, and then the Valentina and Grok are just generally very universal. I think they don't want to fall into the trap they did previously, where they kind of locked themselves into a certain playstyle with their earlier picks, and then Red Giants just pivoted their gameplay to another direction, right? This time, they want to make sure they have a proper response so that they're not caught with their pants down.
Such an open draft for SRG. You literally can't figure out what they want to achieve. Sure, they show Aurora and Fredrin. They show 2 lanes. But still, not really an answer. The Edith now taken away. Wow, a direct matchup into the Grok, which didn't go in the Edith's favor in game 2.
Interesting. I want to see whether this is actually going to make any difference here, right? Because like based off of the previous logic of like, wait, Yum's on that Grok, beat Zorn on that Edith. Constant rock, paper, scissors. Is that going to be the case here in this game? Or maybe this could be a potential flex pick for Cram specifically. We'll have to wait and see with the next upcoming bans in the second phase.
What's the problem for Homeboys when they went up against RSG MY?
The thing is, even yesterday, right, we actually did see Valentina stealing Edith's ult and then just directly man-to-man fighting it. I can't remember if it was Udil doing it specifically.
Yeah, it was Udil.
It was, right? Yeah, so they have experience doing this. Our Red Giants are directly challenging them.
Time to target down onto Chibi. Take out the Barats. You think they'll ban Akai? They probably won't, right?
Tough call. Tough call. Can't say for sure. Can't say for sure, right? Because if they were going to get rid of any of the junglers, like I can kind of understand the Barats for sure. Homeboys on the other hand, they're getting rid of the Moskov. Might as well. Oof.
He'll ban the Natan next.
Does he ban the baton?
I mean Homeboys, right? Because if you're targeting innocent.
You ban Natan or Roger though, like the 6th pick, right? Oh, they do ban the
Akai just
Akai.
get banned out.
They're posing the same question Homeboys asked to them. How about Chibi's hero pool? How deep are your pockets?
I think Chibi, at this point, if it wasn't for that Aurora, it's looking like a Nolan or Baxia angle.
Yeah. Nolan did get banned out, yeah. So Baxia is like... Baxia is probably the only choice. What else is left? Like, can he play? He can't even play a Link here, can he?
No.
Link's too risky nowadays. Like, he used to play Martis, but even that has fallen off. So, like, Baxia is the only real meta option he has left.
I mean, they could consider, like, Hellcurt, but now that...
yeah.
After the revamp, I don't know if it's going to be as effective, because last time it's like, oh, CC, oh, you get silence, right? Now it's line of sight, which kind of changes the way you manage the matchup.
All right, what's it gonna be? They banned the X-Borg. Okay. Cram put some fear of fire in their hearts in the previous game. I don't feel like it's quite as necessary to go for it this time, since like they don't quite have the Fredrin, but I assume they will still need like tankier frontliners. So they go for that, but it leaves the carry open. So now if you go tanky, they're still away on the Red Giant side to deal with it.
Forcing the Baxia, forcing Homeboys away from the Baxia, but then again, Baxia is the only remaining tank jungler for Chibi. SRG have already kind of laid the foundation of how they want to deal with Homeboys.
Is it time to pull the Lancelot back out again?
Oh
boy.
If he can win a game on that Lancelot, I'd be more impressed. Especially against SRG. But here we go, it's Roger as well as Vizsla.
Roger jungle, yeah, that's an option.
Wow, into this Edith Fredrin and the Aurora. And that means that Homeboys, they are hoping to not have Game 2 and Game 3 happen to them, right? Like this early game is even more important than it is when you're on the Fredrin.
I agree. Is this a Benedetta angle? Is this because Paquito's also not too bad, but into the Terizla matchup can be a little bit awkward, right? Because these early engagements from the side of SRG probably is going to be a little bit better, but eventually Homeboys should be able to outscale it overall and maintain like the outer circle, right? It's being an in-fighter compared to an outer fighter, and right now I think that Homeboys definitely want to be on the outside early and then later try to go in.
This works as well. because Claude and Roger don't want to hit him, right? And he also makes life hard for the other two tanks on Homeboy's side.
It's a great final pick here and something that we already know that Graham is comfortable on. I think that the Red Giants have figured out a very good response to the Homeboys and narrowed down the options, pushing them into a situation where they do have to play double marksman. What do you think are Homeboys' chances here, Gideon?
Honestly, it really depends on like who gets that first blood, right? It's less about how this skirmish boils down to, and more so whether Chibi can even play the game. He's dependent on Subbot. He's also dependent on Nets. Maybe Zoran can make the difference here, but it's definitely not up to him.
Let's find out, because game number 4 is about to be underway in just a little bit. SRG thus far has destroyed Homeboys 2 games in a row, and they're up 2-1. One more point and it's series point for SRG. Game 4 coming up. Homeboys on that blue side, SRG on red.
Homeboys wants to become that massive obstacle on the path of the Red Giants, and they're going to try their best here. Zorn already doing a good amount of damage early on. Both junglers going to once again be starting on the same side of that map.
For now, so guys, he's going to have an okay time. The question is whether Chibi is able to find that lead initially, right? Because Chibi, he wants to scale hard, but he needs to snowball hard. So guys, he naturally just gets stronger over time. But this being said, at least they now have some information about starting paths.
Man, Cram is so nice. He leaves the entire orange buff for Sakai. He knows that he's going to be able to catch the wave in time as well.
Here comes Chibi trying to steal something. He's not successful though. Red Giant's not going to force any sort of engagement here though. Stormy gonna be the victim.
Yeah, no point trying to go for the Lycan pounce here. Stormy still has his passive. You're just wasting time, as you can see that Sakai is quickly catching up. Most likely going to hit level 4 first. Yeah, he's already level 4. Perfect. This is exactly what we want to see. And at this point, oh wait,
they got the timing right. Oh, Yums.
Oh, that was close.
Wow.
Yep.
1-0 for Yums.
Using that flicker as well means that Zorn's pressure during this turtle fight is going to be lessened massively. And we saw what Yums did with the Grok at the first turtle fight in Game 3. That's an important timing that they've now delayed from the Homeboys roamer.
See some difference as well. Zorn going for just a lot of movement speed and the tank emblems as opposed to the common emblems that Yums went for.
Yeah, okay, so slightly different here. But with now 6 seconds left on the clock, it looks like Selangor Red Giants have taken a very good position on the north side of the map, hiding by Tribrush, making sure that they can maintain prio over the EXP. And now they're going to start the Lord Dance, right? As expected, supports as well as mid laners looking for level 4.
Yums will be quite a distance from his, but Cram is going to straight up jump onto Zorn. Chibi is around, looking to see if Cram's going to drop down low. Now Vengeance and Penalty Zone both traded in. The Lycan pound and some damage. The Bud finds the first blood. The guys gets the big taunt, but no ultimate for him. Homeboys finding 2 kills.
Udel up to his shenanigans once again, stealing that Primal Wrath, doing so much damage. I feel like Cram may have popped the Vengeance a little bit too late there. He was already so low on HP that just the passive damage from Lycan Pounce would take him out. And without him, Red Giants not going to be able to do too much.
I don't know. That was a bit weird from the Selangor Red Giants, right? Like, why take that fight when you know Yumsin as well as Stormy isn't level 4? Like, Stormy missed out a minion by EXP side.
Wait!
Oh,
Wow, committed the wild charge just for that.
I mean, might as well, right? The next objective to fight over is in 92 seconds.
They played them. They were balancing their timing around knowing that Zorn only has that power of nature to potentially steal it, but then he pops the wild charge, catches them off guard. Ooh.
So far, the teams that have gotten an early lead went on to snowball the game. See if that's going to be the case for Homeboys.
They already have a near 2K lead here, 3 minutes in. That's the start they were looking for. That's literally what we mentioned, right? Homeboys need that early game goal advantage if they want to match up against the Red Giants later on. Zapat already 2 levels up on Cram as well.
I mean, the fact that Cram died once, I mean, that lane is basically over, right? Homeboy, like, even for Subbot, he doesn't necessarily have to win trades against Cram. He's just going to outpush him every single time. And as long as he doesn't interact with Cram, well, Cram doesn't have much of a choice or say in the matter.
4X going to be the first item for Chibi.
Chibi's definitely having a way better time on this Roger. 2 assists, no kills unfortunately. I think one for Udio, one for Subbot, but still, right, those 2 heroes getting early lead is gonna benefit them in the lane regardless. Worry about the next objective fight though. Turtle in 20.
I think we're seeing from the interactions as well that this Edith pick not having a very good time, right? This is exactly what Yums did to Zorn in the previous game. That anti-CC messes with the entire combo, doesn't allow Yums to have a lot of map pressure overall, not to mention Udil feeling very good about stealing that Primal Wrath consistently. I kind of wonder if just the direct challenge here of taking this hero in a disadvantageous matchup is paying dividends or not.
We'll see in a little bit, right? Like, for now, we can confidently say that, yes, it sort of is.
Cram is going to jump at Udio again.
Wait, he's melting down.
Less than half health. Penalty zone onto Cram. Cram's going to use that ultimate and vengeance, but Supat, he is pounding Stormy. Stormy still has the passive, but Cram already went down, and Stormy forced to run away. Udio with the Primal Wrath, and he's going to flip Yums back. And this Edith is not going up well against the Valentina.
Yeah, this is gonna feel quite bad now. Already a 4K lead. We're seeing the same snowball. Is it gonna be the same thing for every single game? Yums. Oh, is he dead here?
No! What? He walks away with just like 1% of his HP. Oh, the timing could not be worse. And I mean, for the most part of it, I think this is going to be quite the snowball, right? I mean, SRG is very dependent on Cram being in a decent position, but I think Sapat has definitely diffed him in lane.
This is the opening that Homeboys were looking for. That early game lead, that pressure, 5K in 5 minutes. It's kind of surprising how one-sided these early games are, considering that these teams are pretty evenly matched so far. But hey, that's how the cookie has been crumbling so far. Nets going to be able to farm up very safely. Already a level up on Innocent. These gold laners going to be that late game win condition. Oh,
the wall blocks off Yums. He's going to use the Primal Wrath, but Supat catches him with the penalty zone. And that means Udio finds another kill. Might be an angle for a dive, Chibi. Thinking about it, doesn't commit. Cram is in a rough spot as the Damus right now. There's nothing he can do in a fight.
Yeah, this is a hero that feels it really hard if you fall behind. And that passive damage from Chibi hitting hard. Level 10 versus level 7. This Damus is no longer in a position where he can actually execute the role that he was drafted for.
Yeah, I mean, the most that he's got is Vengeance, and even so, it's a very small window to tank out against the raw damage from Homeboys.
And all eyes will turn to Innocent very, very soon on this carry. But, I mean, even for Innocent, he still needs some time. It's behind Nets in terms of experience, so it means that Nets has won that lane.
Homeboys are in full control of the map right now. They just need to continue doing exactly what they're doing. They have better utility, more CC, more damage overall, because Red Giants are still going to be waiting on some scaling on Innocent and Stormy. This is go time. What Homeboys need to do is make sure they don't allow the game to delay to a point where Innocent becomes a problem again.
No, Sapa was found, taunted. Innocent won't full commit into this. They know that it's too risky. But I don't know how SRG are going to contest the turtle though. Chibi is 3 levels ahead. It's about to be 4.
I think they just have to wait for an overextension, right? Oh.
I think Yums overextended. Surguys comes in, attempts to steal, doesn't find it. And he's just getting melted. It's not even close. Not even a competition. It's a one-sided smackdown.
Oh, man. SRG, they just don't have the tools, unfortunately, right? Unless Stormy makes like a super play, able to get like... able to get a maybe, I want to say 3-man, but I don't realistically see 3 people clumping up too close to each other from the side of the Homeboys.
And they're not going to make that same mistake. They're going to try on Chibi here.
Chibi needs to somehow outplay this. Where's the Lycan Pounce? That's the iframe. That is what we've been looking for, and Chibi, he's going to beat Yums as well. Yums, 1v2, Chibi is stepping on the Yums. Oh my goodness. The Primal Wrath form almost getting him off, but Udio will find a collection. Wall charge, and the follow-up layering is just immaculate. Stormy will walk away, but Cram finally shows up. Surguys barely surviving, but Cram might be sacrificed. Surguys doesn't even survive. He popped to the execution strike.
Oh, this game might be over. Nearly 10,000 gold difference. 9 minutes in. Homeboys have just completely dominated the field. The Red Giants don't have any space to farm anymore. This is unexpected, to say the least.
I would say it's pretty unexpected too, right? It's not like Homeboys is winning by gigantic miles, right? It's not like they're diffing them so hard. It's just small built-up interactions. every single time, Homeboys is just etching them out at 100 gold. Oh, you made an even bigger mistake. Maybe I'll get 500 gold off of this interaction. And SRG, unfortunately, has blundered more times, and Homeboys is able to win out in these types of situations more often to get them to this point. There's not much to say about this because there's just so many things going right for the Homeboys.
And the fact that Homeboys are 11k ahead without a Lord is just insane. And it's only 9.5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm realizing that the Homeboys having multi-pronged setups is very valuable.
Looking for Zorn. This could be an opening. Zorn does end up going down. Blazing
Oh,
from
the
that zone.
damage!
Here is the penalty zone. I think it's lights out for SRG. No chance of coming back.
Yeah, that's just over. There's no way. The
Right?
damage from Nets is too much. The damage from TB is too much. Both of these are meant to be the win conditions for the Homeboys, and they're both already online.
Like, this is disgusting. Like, this is absolutely disgusting from the Homeboys. They've won on every single front. They only need to win 2 out of the 3 lanes. They decided, you know what, we're going to go 3 for 3 in the lanes.
Every single team fight is going their way. They've got so many angles of approach. They've got so much damage built in. The Red Giants really needed a foothold early on to be able to build a foundation in this game, and it's just been taken out from them. The carpet's been pulled from beneath their feet, and they are slipping, and they are hitting their heads real hard.
The fact that Innocent doesn't have a flicker against a Terizla makes it even harder, right? It's the Terizla of Grok. Both are an issue, but you only have a solution for one. Lord will be coming down that mid lane, but Homeboys are at just an insurmountable lead. 13,000 and counting.
All right. Now, SRG, they've got an opportunity to maybe turn this around, right? In terms of high ground defense, probably not the best in the world, but they do have an opportunity if Homeboys, and only if, they clump up too close together. I think that the Homeboys probably should split up ever so slightly. Yeah, 4-1 just like this.
Even Udo has this crazy damage. Homeboys, you can just slowly whittle down the structures. 2 inhibitors down just like that. Wild charge, Zorn to the back, Sapat with a penalty zone. Yuz doesn't even get to respond. They're going to be frozen underneath the crystal. But Homeboys with this sure goal lead will tear SRG apart. That is the equalizer. We are guaranteed 6 games.
Wow! 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 Ladies and gentlemen, what we have just witnessed is the most one-sided loss that the Red Giants have had the entire season. Every defeat, they've had a chance. But in this one, Homeboys did not give them a single glimmer of hope.
Man, both of these teams only throwing haymakers, right? There's no jabbing, there's no fading. They are honest with what they do. It's either I dominate or you dominate. There is no in-between.
And some of this top-level heavyweight fights, you know, you come in 30 seconds, it's a knockout punch.
Oh, this grand finals. We knew it was going to be something special. We knew it was going to be something different. But every moment it continues to surpass all expectations. The grand finals are now 2-2. All bets on the table once again, down to a best of 3. How are you feeling, Gideon?
Honestly, I don't know, because I feel like I don't even need to be here other than the draft, to be fair. These fights, it's not like things are going out of control or happening too crazy. Maybe the first 2 games, right? That's when it was the craziest that we've seen. But now, it just feels like, man, they're just wiping the slate every single time. Blurry image, just wipe, move on.
Well, let's have a look at the MVP. I think there's not much more that needs to be said. This time, it's going to be Chibi. The junglers just posing the same answers to each other. You ban all my tanks, I bring something new to the table. This time, it's the Roger. 8-1 and 9 KDA on this man.
And no one has been able to take more than 1 game off of SRG. And Homeboys did it in this grand finals, but in dominant fashion. That was the most dominant, most one-sided slap I've ever witnessed.
Especially against SRG, right?
Yeah.
And let's not forget, goal per minute, 939, something that Zikai's has not achieved just yet. Like, they are moving at such a fast pace, you blink, it's over.
Homeboys have always traditionally been a more aggressive team overall. They're more dynamic, more bombastic. It means that they play hard, they lose hard, they win hard. And this is winning hard. this Roger was a question, right? Like whether or not he's able to snowball that early game or not. And the answer to that is yes.
I mean, taking a look at the items, we can see at least a couple of the priorities here, right? Like Jimmy, let's forget about him. He's way too far ahead of the curve compared to everybody else, right? But then we see the item priorities coming in from Nets. Even he respects the fact that he needs to deal with Cram, but at the same time, he also needs to respect the fact that, yeah, he can still die to Cram. Get the steel leggings, it's totally fine, especially when you're proactively trading against Innocent, and that way you don't have to start thinking about getting the tough boots. And now, from that point onwards, we see Zorn actually making and winning the majority of these 50-50s against Yums, right? The constant rock, paper, scissors. Whenever Yums wins the rock, paper, scissors, you can see that Zorn gets heavily punished and loses his flicker. When Zorn wins the 50-50, that's when you see the big wow charges against SRG.
I feel really bad for Cram this game. He only got 2 items, right? He got Tough Boots, Dom Eyes, and Athena's Shoe. Does not get to play the game at all, and that just came off of one turtle fight. The moment that fight was over, Cram just got absolutely locked out.
Like he received so much damage during that first turtle fight. I think even he wasn't prepared for it, right? The Roger passive inbuilt dealt a lot of that percentage HP. Udil having that primal Rav. All of a sudden, this Tamus, which is supposed to survive long periods of time, just melts. And he's not even able to respond fast enough to pop that Vengeance. And once that lead was gained by the homeboys, you could see that it was not comfortable for them.
Yeah, and I think at this point, I feel like Fredrin is, well, I would say that Fredrin's a bit of a detriment. Just a wee bit. Because, like, Assassins, Nolan has won 2 games already. Roger is the next to win another game that isn't technically a tank. Like, is Fredrin a curse at this point?
I feel like it could be the case because he might be a Swiss Army knife, but that's also how his win rate has tanked over multiple weeks across different regions, right? Everyone is picking him up, but there are ways to deal against him. And the statement of mid laner and roamer relationship still stays true. Whichever roamer dominates the early game shuts out the enemy team.
Yep. And I think this one, I will give it a spot. He did end up with, you know, a sizable amount of damage still being on the top of the chart as an EXP laner. But at the same time, like, he was really beating Cram hard in that lane after missing level 4. He's like, oh, you missed level 4? Now you're never going to play the game again.
The fact that he's 7-0 blows my mind. I mean, Ripple did slightly better, but you know.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those, like, but still, it's like they got Edith on that side. They have a carry.
I mean, once he got the Fury Hammer, it was over. Cram could not even walk up to it.
The poor guy. I mean, we're looking at some of the other stats, and I mean, even Udil is taking a good bit of damage, more so than Stormy. But I do think that at least for the side of the homeboys, this is probably the way that they want to go, right? Open up this Valentina, make sure that you have a decent laner. You need to win 2 out of the 3 lanes. 3 out of 3 sounds good, but majority wins, right?
Yeah, now I'm thinking, going into the next game, what is... Are these 2 teams going to keep prioritizing that roam mid-lane relationship? Because I felt like this has spilled into the jungle and then inevitably the side lane, right? Like when the 2-minute mark hits, your XP lane gets affected.
Yes, no, 100%. I think that, like, in terms of order, it's the mid duo, then the jungle, then the EXP, then eventually it gets to your gold lane. If we are talking about these 2 particular teams, because they like to have strong laners. That's why they imported both Nets as well as Innocent, right? They needed people who are strong in lane, strong in game. And I think that both SRG and Homeboys play similarly, but I do think that SRG is much better when it comes down to slowing down the pace and adapting accordingly, right? Homeboys, they're better at a different version of adaptation, and that's when it gets messy, like really, really messy. Like hands in the mud, smear it across your face messy.
Now, Homeboys, when they were running at SRG, despite Stormy having the Aurora, which should be the one to help them peel, but you can't really peel Sapat away from you, right? Can't really peel Chibi away. The iframes just makes him even deadlier. But then you have Zorn that can hit to the backline, which begs the question, is that Vexana going to come back into that mid lane? Because we haven't seen it for quite a while.
Let me think about this. Will we see Vexana once more? Probably not if Valentina is open. I think right now it's just about who has been trading more effectively at level 1 and level 2. And we've seen that whoever recalls early on in that lane usually misses out something, right? Like at the end of it, we saw that Stormy walked away from EXP level 3, which means he either lost EXP lost a minion somewhere, either in the EXP lane or in the mid lane. My general thoughts is probably in the mid lane because it felt like the entire wave was taken care of on EXP.
I suppose right now it's fair to say that Matilda not a priority anymore, right? After game one, it seems like both teams just started putting Matilda on the backseat just a little bit. They're not really looking at her as much. But in terms of Roma's selection, we've only seen a handful. Matilda, we saw Edith, Grok, Carmilla. Wonder if the Ruby will come off for SRG because that's something that Yums has been playing.
I think Ruby is a pretty good consideration here, right? Ruby does well against assassins, does well against tanks, great at peeling, right? And that's something that they need, space for their gold laners in these types of fights, right? And I think that if they go for the Ruby, it's not that bad, but Grok is still a problem. So again, there needs to be a certain amount of beds being invested into that sector. I think it needs to happen earlier on, right? But then that begs the question again, the power picks. I mean, we know that Udil can carry pretty hard here and be the wingman, but like, nobody really wants to be in Sakai's position, constantly being a sandbag, and then the opposite jungle being the rich guy, and you're getting pounded.
I think it could be a slight oversight from SRG. I'm not sure what the thought process was, but the Aurora second pick, right? That was sure you saw the Valentina, but still, Aurora usually comes out in the second phase because you've seen the enemy draft. That one felt a bit too blind.
I mean, they've been coin flipping a couple of times here. Like, Arcadia has made some good hard reads. I wouldn't put it past them to make another successful one. But at this point, I think now that it's 2-2, it's pretty even, right? And I can only imagine that the drafters are getting more and more aggravated with the way these games are going. We even saw it, like, those winning moments that Pops, he's smacking that table. He's showing that table who's boss.
Yeah, you would think that after all this time, right, that the Red Giants have built this sort of mastery over the draft phase, considering that they'd been undefeated all the way up until now. But it seems like there's actually some cracks there, right? Like, Pops is identifying how to manipulate things, being able to steal away things like the Grok, taking advantage of the Roger jungle, and using that to punish SRG in the early game is not something we expected, but something that is certainly welcome here in the grand finals.
I like this Grandmaster chess series between Pops and Arcadia. Right, Arcadia, a lot of people look at him, he's decorated 100%, came from the Philippines, but Coach Pops, he has accolades under his belt. He has won trophies on 2 different teams before, and he's about to make a back-to-back run. So this man, he's been to the world stage, he's won local tournaments more than once. And the fact that he's able to make these reads against Arcadia and Azora Becky, of course with the help of nobody, I think this also puts Homeboys in a very comfortable position knowing that they have options, and the wide hero pools for both teams is also contributing to that.
Honestly, I'm just excited to see Homeboys and SRG just keep on duking it out against each other, right? They're very decisive with the way that they play. There's never a moment of like, oh, I'm gonna hesitate here. I'm gonna sidestep a little bit to the left, or I'm gonna start stutter stepping just to mess with my opponents. No. Homeboys, it's either you go in or you're all out. There's no in between. Same goes for SRG.
It really is an insane back and forth, and we get to see moments like this. We get to see plays being made by every single player. Sapat, Udil playing their roles to perfection in this situation. The Red Giants not knowing what hit them. I don't think this is a position they found themselves in for a very, very long time. And so going into the very next game, I expect that there's going to be some major differences in that approach. Just look at how much damage that Blazing Duet is doing at this point.
Absolutely melting that backline. Then again, it is a 11k gold lead, ending up to be 15k towards the end. I think, man, I don't know. It's really tough to say because there's so many different ways they could approach the draft, but every single time they always start with what they want to go with first, right? I mean, we've seen hard reads coming in from the side of SRG, but first pick Valentina and saying, Udil, I need you to win this lane no matter what, right? And for all we know, that was quite a risk in and of itself.
Yeah, first pick Valentina has kind of been not too popular of an option considering you have so many other picks around. So I think Homeboys, they're starting to shift some priority back to Udil because Udil, when you give him power picks, he's winning games really hard, right? We saw that on the Novaria, we saw that on the Valentina. This could continue to be something that Homeboys look at, but the fact that SRG lost the previous game, I want to see if SRG would go to blue side again.
Yeah, the blue side question is one that has been posed a couple of times. We're already seeing teams win out games on one or the other. So I'm personally very curious about, I still don't know why the Harif is consistently being banned out on the blue side too. Like, I can't believe we haven't seen the hero the entire playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really do much about that. Harith is just way too good in its current state. But I think that we're only going to see the Harith only get let through once there is something more important to get banned out. And I think maybe for the side of SRG, hopefully there's going to be a point where they have to say, all right, we have to let go of this Harith and we need to pick it up when we are on blue side. And Homeboys sure as hell are making a good argument with this Valentina.
The thing about the Valentina first pick, right? It's kind of like the vanilla flavor, right? It's something that people won't usually go for, but it's always going to be reliable and a nice, refreshing treat whenever you need it.
Did you just slander vanilla?
No, he's just talking about how
vanilla
acceptable.
is a good, refreshing treat. It's just not that popular.
I was like, man, you must be a chocolate guy.
I am a chocolate guy, but vanilla is good.
Well, I think it's a lot more popular than most people think. But okay, all right. So here's the Neapolitan to break it down to you ice cream fellows, right? Because the start of these drafts, so far, the safest picks, Fredrin, Valentina, right? Those are the two flavors of the month that everybody has either kind of thought about or at the very least dabbled in. Mainly because, hey, Farmus is always going to be an option. Farmus comps, super annoying to deal with, but it feels strange, right? It feels like both Homeboys and as well as SRG, if they're going to play a team fight composition, it's going to be a little bit different, right? And Farmus isn't going to get picked up super early on unless there is an insurance policy of Valentina not being there.
I saw one guy who is also about to catch some hands when he leaves the stadium because he wore a Homeboys jersey with SRG jersey underneath. Oh, showing that on cam, boy, you better watch out.
Man's prepared to take the top one off if necessary.
No. He's got an insurance policy as well. When both sides are about to gang up on him, it's like, you got to pick one. He's going to rip both off. Bounty Esports jersey, baby. He's like, yeah. Who's going to fight me now?
Learned that from Poji for sure. Though now with how the series has been so far, I wonder if that Loyi would kind of get let through again, right? I mean, it's not like Homeboys won with the Loyi in Game 2. They actually lost quite badly with it.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing because I think teams have played enough now in this season that even picks that were once considered like power picks have solutions that have been figured out against them, right? Like the Loyi, like the Chip. Either way, we'll leave that for later. Let's once again throw it over to the host for an interview.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hai semua, this is Rose once again bersama Sith. Tapi bukan itu sahaja. Sekarang kita bersama dengan Sultan Rick dan juga Uncle Chikanu.
Wow, tadi sebelum ni kita dapat lihat bahagian pasukan ataupun Selangor Red Giant, dia dah ada satu post berkenaan yang posting pasal korang berdua. Dan kat sini kita orang nak pencerahan. Apa sebenarnya role korang dekat dalam pasukan Selangor Red Giant? Kita mulakan dengan kita hormati orang yang tua, Sultan Rick.
Tak habis-habis main personal ya.
Okey, Uncle lah. Kita dah lama tak jumpa Uncle.
Role Uncle dekat Selangor Red Giants adalah sebagai community manager dan juga brand ambassador sekali. Jadi untuk community Selangor memang kita orang akan fokuskan lebih lagi daripada sekarang hingga ke masa akan datang lah. So kita nak ramaikan lagi community untuk Selangor Red Giants dan akan ada banyak event-event community yang kita akan bawakan especially untuk cross culture antara esports dan juga traditional sports.
Faham.
Menarik. Okey, untuk Sultan Rick pula.
Okey, macam semua tahu saya lebih buat kepada ke arah konten. So tugas saya adalah ceritakan tentang SRG, behind the scene, bagi benda-benda yang korang tak akan dapat dekat MPL ni lah. Buat konten tentang SRG. Macam kalau tim lain lah, paling dekat lah macam KGE kan ada Yoni kan dengan King Shah. So tugas saya lebih kurang macam tu lah, buat konten banyak-banyak supaya orang tahu yang SRG ni sebenarnya salah satu tim yang best sebenarnya.
Oh,
tapi
macam
saya rasa saya tahu macam dia cara diorang nak interview tau. Okay. Sultan Rick, saya rasa memang awak lah orangnya yang kena buat konten tu. Adakah ada proses macam tu kan? Kena pergi interview?
Jap, you interview dengan siapa actually?
Interview dengan siapa?
Uncle ke yang interview awak?
Oh, Uncle, okey.
Ya, sila.
Jadi memang awak lah orangnya.
Betul ke?
Tak ada.
Tak ada? So, bukan Uncle yang orangnya?
Oh, bukan Uncle.
Habis siapa?
Uncle lah perutnya.
Diorang.
Uncle.
Diorang lah orangnya.
Oh, I see.
Alright.
Okay, let's go back to the game a bit. Okay. Tadi first game kita nampak Homeboys literally pegang game pertama. Game kedua, game ketiga, Selangor Red Giants yang pegang. Now game keempat, Homeboys pegang balik. Adakah you rasa game kelima siapa akan pegang? Is it going to be match point for Homeboys ataupun match point kepada SRG? Kita start dulu dengan like what Sif cakap orang tua dulu. Kita ni suka hormat orang tua dekat MPL.
Ya, kau pun sama dah main personal lah macam diorang ni kan. Okey, tak apa.
Uncle janganlah ke belakang sangat. Takut masuk bilik kan.
Masuk bilik Okey. So sebenarnya kalau based on pemerhatian first game and fourth game tadi SRG more on drafting punya problem lah. And then early game kita dapat tengok yang Sekis memang banyak kali kena kacau. Dia punya leveling agak perlahan, dia punya farming rate pun agak slow. And bila dah towards the first slot, diorang banyak force the gameplay, kurang disiplin kat situ. But then it's nothing too serious sebenarnya, sebab motivation player still tinggi and diorang still fokus lagi lah.
Alright, itu daripada perspektif seorang analis lah. Kalau kita letakkan Sutari, kalau awak diletakkan sebagai netizen dan penyokong pasukan Selangor Red Giants, apa yang awak perasan? Ni based on kalau awak punya perspektif sebagai rakyat marhain.
Oh, dia analisis. Saya netizen.
Yes, macam tu.
Okay.
Tak, saya bukan select. Awak pun makin lama makin ke belakang.
Okay. So, pada pendapat saya lah, benda ni kan, kita tahu grand final kan. So, kita tengok kedua-dua pasukan 100% dah ready. Dua-dua pun kuat. Saya sebenarnya happy sebab dia ada fight tau. Betul? Kalau tak ada fight, penonton pun bosan nanti.
Betul.
So basically, siapa yang lebih disiplin, siapa yang tak pandang rendah dengan musuh dia, yang ada potensi untuk menangkan game yang seterusnya lah.
Okay, now you rasa, this one is a really good question. I feel like, sebab sekarang 2 sama. Adakah kita akan habis game ni 4-2 ataupun 4-3?
Okay, macam biasa kita utamakan orang tua dulu.
Hey, tak habis-habis main personal diorang ni. Nak report lah. Okay, pada Uncle, judging by the situations, Uncle rasa dia akan go 4-3 lah. Sebab sekarang ni keadaan mental player semua bukan nak kata at their best, but then kita dapat tengok short games between short games. So benda tu akan stress out mental players. Even though tak kisah berapa kuat diorang sekalipun, kalau diorang dah kena titik dengan bawah 12 minit punya game, something will affect them. Same goes to both teams sebenarnya.
I see. So actually it's more towards siapa punya mental lagi kuat di fasa early game tu untuk memegang game, baru diorang akan menang. Sebab we can see here that ada pattern sebenarnya yang our games currently.
Betul.
Siapa yang dapat lead ataupun snowball di fasa early game tu, diorang yang dapat menang game. And setiap game kita punya goal difference macam is around 10 to 12,000 gold lead by 8 minit. So untuk Sultan Red pula, as like what we call, apa Sif cakap tadi, as a netizen punya perspektif lah kan. Okay, apa yang you rasa akan jadi dalam Best of 7 series ni? 4-2? 4-3 ke?
Okay, macam kita tahu kan, saya rasa sejujurnya yang buat game tu jadi hidup adalah mid laner tau. Macam di Homeboys kita ada Zon dan juga Udil. Manakala dekat SRG kita ada Yums dan juga kita ada Stormy. Bagi saya, diorang berempat ni, diorang punya kekuatan dia, level diorang lebih kurang tau. So kalau salah seorang buat mistake even kecil pun, pihak sebelah akan manfaatkan lah. Macam Hero Pool, bila Zon pakai Grok, SRG kena. Bila SRG pakai Grok, Homeboys kena. So dekat situ, 2 orang ni main peranan lah. Selain daripada jungler lah, of course lah. So kalau jungler kita, kalau kena pressure, mungkin boleh kena down jugalah saya rasa.
I see. So it's more towards maximizing the small mistakes done by the opponent lah kan?
Ya, tadi Sutari awak dah mengatakan bagaimana vibes di dalam stadium kali ini memang sangat-sangat meriah. Ada tak perbezaan pada musim ini dan juga grand final musim lepas? Kita mulakan dengan Uncle.
Okay, so sejujur-jujurnya memang vibe musim 13 ni lagi orang kata apa, meriah berbanding dengan season lepas atau mana-mana season sekalipun. Sebab bukan pasal tim sahaja yang kita nampak lagi kuat, tapi kalau kita tengok fan club semua pun lebih happening. And kita tengok suasana dekat dalam Dewan sekarang ni 1,300 orang memenuhi MBSJ kat sini. And sorakan derang memang mengalahkan Caster lah. Even Caster pun kata susah nak dengar apa production punya ni kan.
Q, yes.
So pada Uncle memang season ni one of the best seasons yang Uncle pernah terlibat dengan MPL sejak daripada season 3 lagi pun. Memang fans semua lah yang menghidupkan, yang jadikan MPL ni sangat meriah sekarang ni.
Betul. Padat, panjang dan bernas jawapan daripada Uncle. Tapi Uncle tahu tak apa bezanya daripada season lepas Grand Final dan juga Grand Final season ini?
Beza dia?
Beza. Uncle tahu tak?
Ada satu beza.
Tapi
Uncle kena cakap tak tahu. Baru saya boleh jawab.
Okey.
Uncle spoil dia punya line.
Saja je. Okey, tanya lagi sekali.
Sebab season ni kita ada ramai penyokong-penyokong, kita dah ada rumah kita sendiri dan juga kita ada tetamu terhormat di sini. Di mana? Di sini kami ingin mengumumkan ketibaan yang amat berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Ahmad Zahid bin Hamidi, Timbalan Perdana Menteri Malaysia dan Menteri Kemajuan Desa dan Wilayah. Terima kasih kerana sudi bersama-sama untuk memeriahkan Playoff Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-13 ini. Kami rasa sangat berbesar hati dan sangat berbangga dengan kehadiran Datuk Seri.
Yes, thank you so much for gracing our prestigious event. Tapi sudah masa untuk masuk ke game kelima dalam Best of 7 series ni. And with that, mari let's show it back to start game 5 in this series. Casters, silakan.
Thank you very much to our hosts and interviewees once again for answering some questions about the game. You know, let's go ahead and ask the same question, right, as we're going into the next game. Basically, what went wrong and what needs to be improved on? Let's go ahead and allow our elder to answer first.
Oh man, we're gonna go with that one. All right. And first off, it's senior, not elder. Please get the
my bad.
Get the monikers right. Get the
My
monikers.
translation isn't updated.
Yeah. But okay, for the most part of it, I think it just comes down to whether SRG is going to make a hard read, right? Obviously, there are going to be like some undisciplined mistakes that are going to happen in the game, but that's honestly been the theme of this entire series, right? When they're feeling it, they go in undisciplined, take those fights, but now I think, you know, both teams recognize they have to slow down.
Yeah, as a younger, I'm more gravitating more towards the survey. The survey, because I like to complain about stuff, and I know a lot of people like to give feedback and input. So you scan that QR code, rewind if you missed it, give us your feedback. We hear you. We make adjustments because every single season, it's not just about the players, it's about you guys.
Yep, your feedback makes a difference, and your support as well is going to make a massive impact in the future of the MPL, and of course, in the near future of this Grand Finals as well. We are just seconds away from jumping into game number 5 between SRG and the Homeboys. This series has come closer than any of us could have ever predicted. So let's just put all the cards back on the table. The Red Giants gonna be on the blue side, Homeboys on the red.
I mean, getting closer and closer to the crescendo, to the final ascent of both teams, and this is where stamina comes into play. This is where if you are the one to gas out first, you are going to lose.
Yeah, this is going to be an exhausting one here. 2-2 the current score, and Novaria as well as Lo Yi have been banned out, leaving Valentina up for grabs for both of these mid laners. Homeboys, they're thinking about it, right? Because SRG is holding on to priority. I think Coach Arcadia at this point, I don't think he's going to make any hard reads just yet. This might be a simple opening for the side of SRG on blue.
Do you still ban Harif? I mean, they've been banning Harif regardless of what side they're on.
I think it makes perfect sense if they want to ban it, right? Because Homeboys, they're more than happy to throw other prio picks at SRG that they're most likely going to pick up.
Yeah, I think probably they'll still end up banning Harif here. If they don't, then ooh, that's a big surprise for once. But no, that's the same voice line. That hero gonna be banned out. I think my big question, right? Do SRG go for the Valentina the same way that Homeboys did? Because Stormy was one. Oh, never mind. Never mind.
A little bit too early. I think Pops heard that.
My bad, guys.
Homeboys be like, oh no, the counterplay. We might as well ban it out. At this point, I think that SRG, safest opening could be Fredrin, but I do feel like Sakai's generally does start to struggle when Homeboys are being super aggressive against him. The block pick, pretty good from SRG.
I like it. I was thinking of Matilda, but then again, it has fallen out of priority, so the Grok is nice. That's kind of what Homeboys did in the previous game, right? Prioritizing the Grok for Zorn very early on. And we've seen it's 0-2 for the Edith when she faces the Grok this series.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Whether Zorn's like, this time I'll win the rock, paper, scissors.
I'll get him.
It basically means you need a different option against the Grok, right? I'm trying to think of what would be a way to go about it. Maybe the Matilda might be kind of interesting because at least you don't have to interact with it as much, or you're not as based around with crowd control. But the Fredrin is open if Homeboys want to lock it in right now.
Wow, they're going to go straight for the Roger. You not only take it away from Innocent, but we've seen Chibi's Jungle Roger pop off, and they even throw in a second layer. It's Udil's Farsa. Talk about hard reads, man.
Look, I don't know if this is a hard read or Homeboys are just like, yeah, you know what, Farsa, Grok, not a big deal. We'll outscale it. It's not like the Guardian, the Nature's Barrier can cancel the ult, or even the Wild Charge. That'd be crazy, right?
Yeah, under ordinary circumstances, we see the Grok, we see someone pick Farsa and say like, what are you thinking? But Udil has done this many times where there is a Farsa counter on the opposite side and he just goes for it anyway and makes things work. The damage setup is very solid for the Homeboys. Red Giants gonna be sticking with what works. They'll lock in the Fredrin here and the Vexana.
Yeah, back to basics. I was asking Gideon whether we would see the Vexana, and I'm glad SRG falls back to that, but man, Homeboy's tripling down. Zorn Cho now out of his cage.
All right. Let's see what the bans are going to be, because so far, when it comes down to like, if we're comparing bar for bar each of these three picks, I would say as of right now, SRG does have like a very slight advantage. But we'll see whether Homeboys are able to supplement it, right? Because Cho, at this point, he not only needs to take Concussive Blast to help out that wave, to help Farsa get out of the lane, because Vexana and Grok can easily clear it at level 1, but also they need a strong side laner. And getting rid of the export, good start from the side of Homeboys.
What would be the side laner they're looking for here? As of right now, the EXP lane pool is still very wide open. Unfortunately, from what we saw previously, I think Tamis is no longer going to be quite as prioritized now that both Roger and Farsa have been shown the hero melt a lot quicker than we would have expected. So that will raise stocks on things like the Terizla, which Red Giants do ban out.
Yeah, I was thinking of Terizla for Red Giant, but sadly they're on the blue side, so it's too big of a risk to let through. Without Terizla and X-Borg, I think SRG, I wonder if they will start pivoting towards the Pakido, but even then they won't have priority, right? Homeboys will be able to pick it if they want.
I mean, worst comes to worst, like Yuzong is still available, right? And I think the EXP right now is quite volatile. We're not actually seeing an Arlet ban just yet. Maybe from the side of Homeboys. No, Moskov. Let's see whether SRG think the same way.
I just thought of something. SRG did play Esmeralda.
Oh yeah, you're right. That used to be one of Cram's signatures, I think, even before he came to MPL MY. Would work well against Cho since he generates a good amount of shield for himself. But I'm not sure if it's going to be good enough, actually. I would still personally prefer something like the Pakido, because he can also cancel the Feather Airstrike. Like Pakido, Yuzong, Lapu Lapu, all are pretty good, I think.
Yeah, I think Lapu here for the side of SRG, not entirely bad, but that means they would need to have a winning gold lane matchup. And this Roger, once again, it's quite an interesting flex, right? SRG are the ones banning out the Yuzong, so it looks like they've already predetermined what their EXP is going to be. Let's see how Homeboys respond to this. They have first pick.
Especially when you need to potentially blind pick that XP lane again. Homeboys now have a good reason to just host the fast pick until the very end.
Ooh, this is gonna come down to the wire right now. SRG's draft is a little bit more open. Homeboy is gonna stick with what's safe and what works. Going for the Claude on nets once again, so it is the double marksman comp. Can Red Giants find the pain point this time?
Talk about being scrappy. They don't really have a normal front line, but they have long-range artillery strikes, they have late-game scaling, they have a cleanup crew. Unless they rely on Stepa to be that front line, but the only reliable one I'm looking at right now is probably Damus, Esmeralda, Khalid. Not much of a good option though.
All of them are susceptible in their own different way, right? There's no one hero solves all the problems right now. and I'm trying to figure out what is more important. Is dealing with this Farsa more important than being able to have Peel against Cho? I don't know. I personally think that maybe even Ruby would honestly not be that bad, but it looks like they picked their poison. It is Paquito, and they're also going to get the Natan.
I like it. I like it. I was wondering when we'll see the Cram Paquito. He did play yesterday, and it was a 2 days ago, right, against KGE. And it was a pleasure to watch. And it unlike the previous game, the previous days, there's not really an easy way for like a Lawyer to go cross-mat rotation to gank Cram. They will have surpassed Edith, and that is the best that they get for a frontline.
Alright, Edith hasn't been having a very good time against the Grok, but this time it's not in the direct contention. It's gonna be the EXP laner versus Paquito, which I think will make things easier. Red Giants have a very basic lineup. It's front to back. They do exactly what they need to do. Whereas, like you mentioned, Homeboys is a lot more scrappy, right?
Yep. Homeboys is way more scrappy. It's on them to execute at a level even better than SRG. This early game is by far the most important. Once they hit level 4, all hell's gonna break loose.
Yeah. And this also feels like Homeboys, they've regained their confidence after previous games win. They're going for a straight up ego check. This is the momentum boosters that Homeboys will be looking for as we head into game number 5. For this best of 7, the night is still young and both teams wanting to be the first one to touch series point. 2-2 on each side. SRG finding themselves on blue, Homeboys on red.
We are getting closer and closer to that final step, which means that the team who is able to secure a victory here is going to gain some much needed momentum going into what could be the match point of the entire series. They're going to start jungling on the same side once again, but GB on the Roger going to be a lot quicker.
Wow. Almost straight away, Yum's losing a majority of his life, forcing an early recall, and Zorn reconfirming the information that he already knows. Yep, he sees Sakai's. That's exactly what we want. And now, from this point onwards, Homeboys, they're going to try and take as many small advantages as possible, like Lethal Wanderer, forcing out Retributions, anything they can.
Sakai's got to keep it Retribution. Cram sidestep the Earth Shadow, but Chibi, he's about to hit 4, and yeah, Sakai doesn't want anything to do with that. Just give it over to Chibi.
Not the most fortunate situation, but better than giving an early lead that we already know is going to affect the rest of the game quite heavily. GB feels very comfortable on these carry style of junglers. It's the way that he started in MPL. And clearly, even with the nerfs to Roger, doesn't seem to have affected him all that much. That first turtle fight, again, gonna be a very important timing for both squads.
Well, let's find out how it goes, right? Because so far, in terms of who's been getting priority more consistently, it's Udil. But that just means that Story needs items to actually scale. Cram as well as Subbot, this lane is interesting because it's either really heavily in Subbot's favor, or Cram is not going to let Subbot ever walk up to the minions again.
Yeah, and I think Cram is trying to get that freeze going. Yeah, he's freezing the wave.
Exactly what he should be doing here, especially since the turtle is going to be spawning on the top side. The easier it is for his side to farm, the earlier they'll hit level 4, the better they will be able to control that turtle pit first.
That was a crucial onwards. Zorn looking for his 4, and Yum is going to run out of power of nature, but Zorn hasn't had the ultimate just yet. So SRG feeling comfortable to start the turtle first. Chibi is a full level ahead of Sakai. This is not going to be an easy turtle contest. Udio and Sapat also joining the fight. Chibi, he's going to start to take out space. Zorn finds the kick, kicks the guys away. That means Turtle easily goes over the Homeboys. Yums forced away. The Earth Shadow does connect onto Cram. Chibi not going to commit to it. SRG forced to fall back.
Yep, this is a lot slower than what we're used to, right? Homeboys, they're not pressing their lead too heavily against SRG, and even SRG, not even trying to contest it too hard against Homeboys. It's better to walk away with a missing objective than walk away missing the objective and having 4 down.
Gone on. Does have the Jit Kundo. I don't think they can kill it, Miss. Zorn just here to waste time. The guy still continues to try and chase his stuff, but misses the onwards. Cram can miss the combo, but Zorn is just too slippery.
He's got the movement. He's got the movement. And even without the flicker, he is sneakily slipping through. This allows Chibi to actually steal away the orange bomb and continue to get ahead.
Chibi is gonna be like 2 levels ahead of Skies consistently here. Roger just farms so quickly, and Zorn is doing such a good job of just being a nuisance in the jungle. There's a reason he's a local legend on this hero specifically. And the Red Giants are on the receiving end of it right now. Homeboys, their net worth lead, definitely not as big as it was in the previous game, but it's slowly adding up.
Down by bottom side though. At least we are. Oh, hold on. Take their time because Cram, he's winning out these trades. Slightly behind in EXP, but that's totally fine, right? As long as he doesn't die. But bot side, at least we're noticing that some of the moves coming in from SRG, the rotations are now leading more towards that bottom side of the map, just to make sure that Innocent doesn't get locked out and is able to scale faster against the Homeboys while the gold deficit is very minimal.
I think they have kind of switched to a contingency plan, right? Like my jungler isn't working out well, top lane is, XP lane is static, we gotta somehow get in the ton. As much as a lead as we can, no matter how small it is. You're gonna see Zorn here, and that's good enough. The fact that Homeboys is playing such a technical draft and still able to find a small lead against SRG this early on is super impressive.
Yeah, it is. And now they're going to give 2 waves over to Innocent. One from the mid lane and down. He's going to run back down bot side. And they're going to do the same thing, right? SRG, unless they find a very clear opportunity to get a kill on the Homeboys, for the most part, I don't think this is not much of a contest.
Gonna let the turtle reset. Stormy takes one shot to feather airstrike, but Udio is gonna hold on to that as long as he can. Uses the rest onto Sakai. Zorn flickers kick, and that means there should be no turtle, but somehow Stormy steals it. The Eternal Guardian knocked out Chibi, but Sakai needs to get out. Nets with a blazing duet. Sakai will fall. SRG, they will be the one to get first blood though onto Zorn. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but turtle for SRG.
Yep, and now the mid is open. They've cut rotational paths off. They want this tier 1 bad, and Sopan realizing that he's got no reinforcements onwards out of there.
Cram is here. Dangerous spot to be in. Chibi wants to run away. Here comes the full combo. Chibi dodges it. Able to survive still. Innocent now brought to the mid lane.
All right. We're seeing signs of life from the Red Giants here. They didn't fall into the trap from the Homeboys. Played it safe and steady around that turtle pit. And that allowed them to get the ball rolling. Stormy stealing the turtle. Innocent getting a kill onto Zorn. Unfortunately, they did still end up losing Skies though, so this jungle level difference is continuing to plague them.
Yeah, but at least for Sakai's, he might be able to get a couple of his camps to catch back up. But GB, he's power farming out of his mind, right? By the time we see Sakai's hit level 8, we should see GB be hitting level 10.
Cram is having a good time against the bot.
That is the expected result. As long as you don't overstep your boundaries in this matchup, it should be favored toward Paquito almost 100% of the time. The net worth lead, not much for the Homeboys, and we've seen this in many previous games from SRG as well. Doesn't matter if they're behind in that early game, as long as the net worth difference isn't that much, they will scale up.
It's the closest any game has been, honestly, this entire series for both teams. 6.5 minutes, and no one having a substantial lead. Conceal was used by Yums. Yeah, wow, the Zorn is too good with the Shunpo timing.
Yep.
It's too good, but Cram on the other hand, thought he was lucky.
Wow. Not enough to execute in the light compound. At least they get the tier 1 top.
Wow, I'm surprised he actually made it out of that one. Okay, fair enough. They trade 1 for 1, 1 tower each. They're going to go and recall back for this upcoming turtle fight, and I think for the most part of it, like SRG, they're probably going to be sticking to their current plan and playing around nets and leaving Cram to clear waves.
I think that's probably the best way to go about it right now.
That's the wild charge. Catching Zorn without CC immunity. Subpat gets the flip onto Yums. Yums flickers out, and here comes the entropy. Yums still goes down thanks to Subpat, but it's double kill for Innocent. And I don't think Chibi can stay here for any longer. It takes a lot of damage, but still gets down nets. Escorts in with a blazing duet, cancelled by Cram. SRG is starting to strike back.
Good peel from the side of SRG. Really, really good stuff coming in from Cram as well. Making sure, I mean, Stormy and Cram are both looking at the back line to see how far they're catching up to that front line. And they want to continuously put a wedge between the two. Now, this means that Turtle will, well, should fall into the hands of SRG, but considering the mid laners, it's a little tough.
One flicker kick. That is just the guys, but Nets and Chibi are onto him, and Cram will make sure that he gets out.
All right, this is what SRG have been looking for here, and now this is a little bit worrying for the Homeboys, right? We know a lot of these games come towards the gold lane scaling, and Innocent has already been fed 3 kills in total. He's got a 1.5k gold lead on net, so this Claude needs to catch up.
Holy Crystal incoming. He's 400 to go away from that.
Oh man, once he finishes that Holy Crystal, there's no way Nets beats him in a 1v1. Not until he gets that golden staff. And again, it's so situational, right? You have to hope he doesn't have entropy. You have to hope that he doesn't have enough golden staff stacks on nets. There's so many little things to take into consideration.
We are definitely getting a much more even game though for game number 5. It's back to 0. Concealed play from Zorn. They're looking for someone. Cram gonna be the first one they see, but he spots them out too.
Let's see if Khan can get out of this. The flicker to get himself behind his turret, but Jimmy wants to finish Zorn. Still surviving. But he trades Zorn for his life, and Jimmy is in a rough spot. And I don't think he's getting out of this.
Wow.
The outplay from Cram.
He's done his job. He falls at the end, but man, did it take Homeboys a long time to land that final blow. And in that time, he bought enough space for Skies to come in and punish the Homeboys, and now they're upping the ante.
And Sepak cannot move. That is, I mean, just one outplay. And SRG has found recovery. By the way, Cram has lethal ignition Paquito.
Yep.
Yes, he does.
He is here to kill.
He's full damage, baby. He wants to be able to hurt. And whenever he has Flicker, he's an absolute machine. He's dangerous. We're looking at the rest of the damage dealt ranking. Udil on top, right under him Stormy, and right under Stormy, a pretty close race for second here with Innocent.
One thing that they have to be wary of, Homeboys, they're not all that far behind just yet. Only 2,000 gold difference. So they can still scale up quite easily with a Claude and a Farsa.
Yo, Innocent! Oh my goodness, that's Flicker already.
They almost got nets too. Cram was focusing him down. So the multi-pronged attack from Selangor Red Giant shows they're feeling a lot more confident.
Jungler level down, but it's fine. Lord secured for SRG. The pivot point slowly becoming apparent for the Red Giants.
Yep. This is, I mean, Homeboy's still trying to recover from the damage, right? A lot of them at this point, 27 to 31. Not that big of a deal for the side of the Homeboys. Checkmate angle might not be achievable for the side of SRG as long as the Homeboys are very disciplined and really pick and choose where they take their fights.
Yeah, their cores have not died at all, basically, like other than one death on Chibi. So Nets and Udil should still be farming pretty all right. Not quite as quick as Innocent, but enough to remain in the game somewhat. As long as they're able to get some kind of shutdown, get a little bit of a pivot, they're still in a perfectly fine position, actually.
Lord is coming on bottom though, so SRG will get the top, will get the mid tier 2 at least. Innocent level 14. It's 2 levels there, when one shot Udil.
He's so dangerous. He's so dangerous. Once that Holy Crystal is done, he is just tapping people left, right, and center.
TB caught by the fear. Zorn, he's still waiting for an opportunity. But they are going to lose this bond inhibitor. What can Zorn get? Stormy rooted down, but still, they're not going to wait SRG. They don't see any signs of life from Homeboys, and they're just going to pounce. Fight script around the throats of the Homeboys. They want the series point, and Homeboys lost 3 in an instant. Udil and Zorn to keep this alive, but Udil doesn't even get to use his ultimate. And this is probably the quickest game of the series. Cram runs out of Fountain Rage. SRG finding series point in the most dominant fashion possible.
Woo! That early game, both teams had to calm down, take a chill pill, get into Zen, trying to protect themselves. And when they had the time to strike and finally press their lead, they push Homeboys' button. What an absolute marathon between the two.
A much more disciplined approach by both teams this time, as they're just waiting to scout out their opponents, waiting for that one mistake. The ones who found it first were the Giants this time, and they are now at match point. 1 game away from making history. It's going to be up to the defending champions to switch things up to bring it down to the wire.
Oh, goodness.
I can't believe it started with a Cram outplay.
Yeah.
Look, SRG, each one of those members are dangerous, man. Cram is nobody to be messing with just yet. He may be a pillar, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have that killer instinct. Right now, I'm just trying to figure it all out, right? It feels like both teams are very adamant on breaking the tempo against each other, right? They're not holding on to necessary resources right up till that Lord or Torol objective. A majority of the time, pre or even post objective, that's when they fight.
I mean, it's just crazy how SRG, they just found just one small chink in the armor, and just one small slip from Homeboys, they not only trip Homeboys over, they push them down, they step on their back, and they took everything from Homeboys. Chibi was constantly 2 levels ahead of some guys, but it really felt like it's not a problem.
Yeah, you normally think that when your jungler is so far behind that the game is already going to be over. It's going to be so difficult, but not when you have the innocent beast himself on your side. Getting those 3 early kills on that. I believe it's Nathan, not Carey. I'm pretty sure that's a mistake there. But on Nathan, supercharged him so much, so quickly, that it just became impossible for the Homeboy side to deal with him.
Yeah, can you imagine what it's like to be on the other side? Like, Nets has to deal with it because, like, good lord, the man is on Claude. He decides to try and take Master Assassin and try and challenge the Natan. Makes sense, but once he gets outscaled, and obviously when it comes down to Art of 3v3, in comparison to the skill 1 of Natan, major range difference.
Yeah, Natan, we already know he has the better laning phase against the Claude because his skills just have more damage built in. So if you give him early kills, if you give him a snowball, there's no way for Nets to compete. And there's honestly no way for anyone else to compete too, because when Nets is far ahead, he just jumps forward, man. He picks off Udil, picks off Zorn, like he doesn't care about his life.
He doesn't. And I think that here's where it gets really, really risky, right? Because again, Innocent knows that once he has that Holy Crystal, he can start one-shotting key members on the side of Homeboys if they don't use a battle spell. Nets doesn't have that type of option, right? He is very much dependent on everybody else to build up that Art of Thievery stacks, to build up the Golden Staff stacks before he jumps into that backline to one-shot Stormy, to look to maybe melt down Cram, and even then, there's no 100% guarantee that he can do so.
Unfortunately, with this draft, Homeboys already put themselves in a tougher spot because of how scrappy the lineup is. Then you have to consider that it's very cooldown based because you're playing around Way of the Dragon, you're playing around Feathered Airstrike. All the Red Giants needed to do, wait for both spells to be used, right? Every single turtle fight, Feathered Airstrike is gone. All right, now we can engage, and there's no answer after that from HB.
Yeah, there's not much answer unless you can like peel back effectively. If Udil ends up losing his stun early on, well, he has to wait a good amount of time before he gets it back. Man, this game was like very, very close. It could have very much been in Homeboys' favor if they had won out on the previous 50-50, because Chibi was decently ahead, right? And Udil was getting to a point where he was going to be unstoppable even if Yums tried to go for the big interrupt. And there might even be the argument that maybe the Feather Airstrike could have been used against Yums to chunk him super early on.
But Homeboys use them to try and secure objectives, right? To zone out the Red Giants because they know they're not quite in fighting shape yet. They just want to secure objectives, see if they can catch Red Giants off guard. But by playing safely in that way, they're wasting resources a little bit too early on, and it ends up costing them. On top of that, right, they are losing out a lot in terms of lane priority, right? Because Innocent is winning in his lane, Cram is winning in his lane, Stormy doing a pretty good job in the mid lane as well. Only Skies was being put behind, and Red Giants just played around that.
Well, but man, it's frustrating. It's quite frustrating for the side of Homeboys. It could have been a slightly better, but now we look at the damage taken, and where have they applied the most? Yeah, Sapat. Sapat was having it pretty rough. Not only was the lane not looking good for him, but I think, you know, Cram, this, as long as it's slow and methodical, I feel like Cram is usually on top of those types of matchups.
Yes, unfortunately, Sapat, yes, he's usually able to make plays with something like the Edith, but the Paquito is just such a flexible EXP laner. You have damage, you have shields, you have CC, and Cram is able to make the most use of that, right? He literally won that 1v2 situation, bought time for Skies to come in, and then the pivot point just completely changes for the Red Giants. I think Homeboys thought that, you know, Edith, if we don't play him in the roam versus the Grok, it should work. Still didn't.
I suppose, but even then, like, it's wild. To me, it's a little more wild because at that point, it's an admission of like, I'm either going to give up on this EXP lane, or at the very least, I need to gank him. And we didn't see those ganks happen too often. And by the time it actually did, it's too late, right? Cram outplays it. Chibi and Sapa end up dying because of it, and the lane is even more messed up than it was before.
Yeah, I actually share the same sentiments, Gideon. I want to follow up. I feel like when you have this Edith pick, what she's good at is applying lane pressure and enabling ganks, and that is something that maybe Homeboy should have prioritized a lot more, considering Chibi is so far ahead. But like Gideon pointed out as well, I think by the time Cram got his first core item and started out-shoving Sapat, that window is closed. And so Homeboys, I think if they want to play such a technical draft, everything has to go right. You got to be on the ball every single time. I feel like Zorn was doing that, but Sabat and Chippy, the connection's not really there.
More so, I think that the draft is pretty greedy from the side of the Homeboys, right? I mean, the fact that they went first phase, I'm going to show Farsight, even though they have a Grok, that's number one. That goes a little too far, breaks too many rules for me. They even lock in the Roger. I feel like Homeboys at this point in time are scrambling to find some sort of an answer to SRG. Even if it's just as simple as, I have won the lane, that's something that they need. Because right now, if it's another repeat of the past couple of games, it's either all 3 lanes are losing or all 3 lanes are winning.
Yeah, I think Homeboys are trying to kind of power pick the draft the same way that Red Giants were doing previously, right? When they early pick Grok, early pick X-Borg, normally not roles you would pick early on. But it's very different with those types of heroes compared to Roger Farsa, right? Grok and X-Borg are just easier to survive in a lot of situations. But look at that! 1,056 gold per minute by Innocent. Just 100 gold away from beating Chibi's record.
Jeez. These gold per minutes. How? How did he achieve the second highest already?
I have no idea, man. I feel like Innocent, he actually, the very first kill that SRG got, the first blood at the turtle was actually gotten by Innocent, right? He killed Zorn, instantly went back into lane, and then he got 2 more. And I think at that point it was over. Started one-shotting Udio, almost one-shotting Zorn, Holy Crystal, as his third item.
Yep.
That's the power spike that Gideon was talking about, and at that point, there's nothing you can do.
Man, too many win conditions already hit for the side of SRG. And I think, this is what I was kind of expecting at the beginning of the series, right? I didn't expect the beginning of the series to be as explosive and then slowly tones itself down to a more methodical fight. But now that we're already here, right? This low kill count of 11-4 so far is only going to progress, and I think, teams are going to start, depending on how you look at it, devolving or evolving to be more disciplined, because we need to see more fights happening and centered around the Lord and Turtle more than it needs to be around the lane.
Yeah, we can see in the highlights here, the first couple of kicks from Zorn were very good. It was aimed at separating Skies from the turtle. But it also ends up with Zorn separated from his team because he's not really kicking him back for the kill, right? And that allows Red Giants to control the momentum, control the initiation, the angles. Cram doing a good job of disengaging members of the Red Giants, surviving. And this was a huge swing.
Yeah, this was quite the outplay here. Honestly, I think that Cram, he was mashing buttons at some point because he could have targeted specifically Zorn and maybe gotten a kill, maybe gotten a trade back and a kill. But inevitably, Selangor Red Giants, this is why they're so good. The chemistry, the rotations, right? If they know that somebody is about to get spearheaded, you see the entire map move.
Yeah, and I think that also, it also makes it slightly easier when you have a lead on that Nolan. Not to mention that Yums, he's ahead of the curve, and once they realize that Zorn isn't able to take out as much space as he did in the first 5 minutes, it is so much easier to not only shut him down, but at the same time start running at Homeboys, because Homeboys needed to start respecting SRG.
Respect needs to be given here. Both sides had kind of been trading blows a little bit until this point, with both teams prioritizing that early game lead, right? I think that's why when we went into game number 5, both sides were playing a little bit more slowly, a little bit more safely, because they know a single mistake will snowball out of control. That's already the trend that's developed at this grand finals. I think Homeboys did their best, but the draft was not doing them any favors.
Well, that's the thing, right? Once we get to a point where both sides have a very good idea of what they have in the arsenal, what is working for them and what is not, that's when we're going to see the safer opening start to show. So far, I think these hard read drafts coming out from both of these coaches have definitely dropped them a game, but at the same time, it's pretty proficient, right? This might just go all 7 games and we're following trend here, but let's just see. Match point on SRG.
Yeah, I mean, both teams playing Russian roulette, right? It's like, Pops, you pull the trigger. Oh, you just blew a hole in your skull. Never mind, I'll do it. Oh, I have a hole in my skull. We're now the trauma buddies.
Trauma buddies. Oh, boy.
They're literally playing Russian roulette, but they don't realize that every chamber has a bullet. All right, let's talk about something else. We talked about the wild card previously, but now let's talk about the main event itself of MSC 2024. We're waiting to see which of these teams is going to be our direct representative. But what about everyone else? Who do you think we should be the most afraid of, Gideon?
Oh man, I don't know. This one can be tough because when I see some like notable names like Fireflux Esports, you never know with these guys how much they've improved from where they were before, and they were already making big waves the last time. I'm more nervous than ever now.
I'm just gonna go all the way. Listen up, BTK. You know why?
BTK.
Because they won the grand finals with a GDS Roger, which is a hero that they hate playing, and they did it anyways. So BTK.
BTK, I can respect that. I can definitely respect that. I mean, let's look at our own personal tournament history, right? Because so far, in case you guys, we've been going on for quite a long time, 12 seasons as of, 13 seasons now, 12 seasons prior. At the very beginning, we're seeing a lot of organizations that aren't with us anymore, and the era and time has changed from some of these legacy players who've been playing all the way since Season 6.
It's incredible to see just how far MPL MY has come, how many different teams have come and gone as well. Looking through the scores of the past as well, right? Up until now, we've only ever had one grand finals go all the way to the 7th game, and that was actually last season where Homeboys just barely eked it out against Team SMG.
Yeah.
Will we get to see that again?
It could be possible, right? Even when you look at the track record, Todak has been in 7 out of 12 grand finals.
Wow.
The fact that SMG was in the past 2, one they got swept by Todak, the other one barely missing out because of Homeboys. And that means Stormy has been in, again, all grand finals so far. This is his 3rd. And like a lot of people like to say, this could be 3rd time's the charm. And he's one step away from doing it with a new team.
You know, I remember when Stormy debuted. I can't remember which season it was specifically, but when he debuted, when he got to the playoffs, he was so nervous. Like, it wasn't the same Stormy, right? Look at how far he's come now.
He has. He really has for sure. Oh yeah, he talks.
Now.
And he smiles. Some may say he's the reason why Sasa smiles these days. That's why they're best friends, you know? Team bonding, that's an experience to have. I think as of yet, SRG and Homeboys, we've seen them, have we really seen them play quote-unquote from behind? I feel like we've seen a little bit more out of SRG at the very beginning than we did from Homeboys, and after that, it's just haymakers after haymakers.
Closest one was definitely SRG, game 1, right? But conditions have to be met. Good wave clear, you know, you have Moskov, heroes. The heroes, they checked out, right? You have the Matilda to always bail you out of bad situations. Ever since then, Matilda never really saw daylight. Got banned once. That's about it.
We are going down to the crowd once again, asking for a little bit of dancing from the SRG fans, and they're responding with a lot of dancing. It's good to see that the audience, that the fans are having a great time here.
Yeah, they brought Obito here. That's it. That's the end, man. It's about to end the world.
Hey man, let's calm down. We still have a grand finals to get through. Please, Obito, hold off until then.
Yeah, just we need Kakashi, you know. We need his
You'll
best
have
friend.
to settle for Ultraman.
And we can't bring Rin back, so you know Kakashi is our best hope.
Oh man, is it too soon?
I don't think it's too soon.
The series has ended long ago.
Yeah. They're already on to the next generation at this point, right? Minute left. And now the teams are making it back up onto the stage. Adaptations need to be made. I don't even know where you can go with these adaptations. Usually I would have like a rough idea, but I haven't seen any of these teams play from significantly behind and able to bounce back from it. So like, so many options are actually out of the pool just because of that one thing.
Yeah, and it's a lot of hard reads, and you really see the deep pockets from both teams, right? Not just in the players' capabilities to play a hero. We are seeing flexes come out. We're seeing the coaches just really going ham with the bans. There are still constants, of course, like the Harif, you know, the Novariat, Loyi. But overall, I think the hard reads are pretty insane.
Who's the most handsome player?
Who's the most... spicy boy!
It's the spicy boy.
I just thought of something. So I spoke to the owner of SRG, right?
Okay.
I spoke to him, and then this is his first grand finals, just like guys, and he's feeling really nervous about it.
I mean, you would be, right? Look at the scale. Like, MPL MY has grown so much for like in the recent times. But we have a video for you guys here.
This is only 1 year, guys. Because I always play RG.
He played, what, 5, 6 more times than what I played? in 1 year.
Hey man, that's why he's the professional.
Get those eye bags checked, man.
Yeah, get those eye bags. There should be a correlation with the number of ranked games you played and how droopy your eye bags are.
It kind of explains the micro movements, right? Like the way he's able to move around, use like Roger's dashes just to escape from skills at the tiniest moment. Like this man is experienced.
Hey man, luckily he's playing MLBB and ain't working with combat drones.
I mean, like, 10,000 out of the 11,000 games were on Roger. And let's just put it that way.
That means that he played them all in just the
He played
last
every
meta.
matchup at least 1,000 times. You know?
You know you're right. Like 1,000 matches with Roger, that's like, how many? That's like 10 matches against every single hero in the game.
Wait, now I have to check. How many games of Roger do I have?
I want to check
just to know.
how many total games do I have.
Yeah, man.
You know what? It's time to all open our phones. Let's check. We're comparing numbers right now.
I mean, we've got to know here at the playoffs, here at the grand finals, match point once again. I will have to wait and see because homeboys, they got to dig deep here as we jump right into the drafting phase.
Game number 6. We knew we were going the distance, but it still is incredible that we've come this far. Homeboys currently need a game if they want to even this up, if they want to keep their throne as defending champions, if they want to chase that back-to-back victory and deny it from the upstarts on the opposite side of that stage.
You know, bad news for everyone. I think cumulatively, if all the casters combine our games, probably we will barely just make the number that Innocent has. I have like 1.8k. The read from Homeboys, so this time they're going to take blue side. It seems like blue side priority is a thing again. Nolan, Novaria, Luo Yi banned out by them. SRG still going with the Harif, Chip. Third man's going to beat the Grok this time.
Yo, my match count is actually so low, right? Like, I have 48 matches this season.
What? No way! Efficiency, I guess. Efficiency. But let's look at the bans, right? We see the Loyi, we see the Novarian, as well as the Nolan. From the side of the homeboys on blue side, with first pick holding priority, SRG. Get rid of the Grok, get rid of the Chip, get rid of the Harith. Harith is never going to see the light of day.
And here's the fact about Stormy. We talked about it a couple of times on the desk. Despite an impressive accolade, the Mage Prodigy has never won an MPL title yet. Yeah. This is the closest it's ever been.
I mean, he's literally 1 point away from doing it.
He's half an hour away. This could be his last half an hour before a trophy lift.
I feel like that might have been a curse. This game goes like 40 minutes long.
Yeah, right. 1 hour left.
1 hour left, don't do it! Because homeboys now taking a page out of SRG's regular season plays of drafting, lock in the Roger super early on. I'm thinking this is going over to Chibi.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think that the fact that Chibi got a good game in Game 4 and got a decent lead in Game 5, the only thing lacking was like a proper support system. Whoa. And they took the show away!
No way.
Wow!
No way. No.
Dude, I like it.
Don't do this to us, man.
You don't trust the Yum show, huh?
Dude, this is like Chibi pulling out Liam Moore.
Watch out, it's the cram damage Cho, man. He played Lethal Ignition Paquito.
Lethal Ignition Paquito.
Or better yet, Cho Jungle. What is the Roger gonna do? He Lycan pounces, gets kicked in the head, and then
joke's on you, Roger. It's Cho Gold. Innocent is disgusting on Cho.
Yeah, talk to me tomorrow when you've cleared the first bar.
Oh boy. Fun facts here. Do you think MPL MY Season 13's first runner-up can secure the wildcard decider slot? Oh boys, either homeboys or even SRG confirming that one spot. I'm not sure about that.
I mean, it is a best of one in the group stage, right? 8 teams split into 2 groups, and then you play a best of 1 against everyone, and only the top team advances. And then you gotta play a best of 5.
It's tough.
It's tough.
When we look back at the M5 wildcards, back then there were 2 slots to M5. It seemed pretty simple for Team SMG. They basically dominated the competition. But when there's only 1 slot and all of these regions are getting stronger and stronger, man, the question is so much more difficult to answer.
Wow, Homeboy is now reverting to a more reserved draft, right? It's a bit more whole, a bit more robust. There we see the Akai finally brought out.
Yep, they're whipping out the classics here. They're whipping out all the classics. Interesting that homeboys, they start conditioning their opponents from match 3 onwards, from locking in that Roger in that goal, into the jungle as a jungler. Now, as a gold laner this time, because Fredrin has been locked in, this begs a couple of questions, right? Did SRG read into this too much? Did they expect this or not? Because it felt like the Homeboys, they were trying to set this up for a while, and now that they have on the blue side, this second ban phase is going to be pretty hurtful.
Yeah. Especially the hard read on the Cho, right? I feel like they're worried that Zorn is going to get Cho, and then we get a repeat of Game 5. Edith banned out. I like this from SRG, just removing those lockdowns that is already making Homeboys already have a lot of.
Homeboys probably ban Marksman here, right? They already have Roger. SRG hasn't shown their gold laner just yet. Get rid of like the Natan, the Claude, the Moskov, things like that.
I think if you probably would be banning the Moskov or Natan, either or. I feel like they would just pick one of it. But then again, SRG, they have the Melissa, and this doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, you're right.
See, this is the thing, right? If SRG goes for their mid trio so early on and purposefully, especially when they're on red side, purposefully like leave out a good number of options, I think at this point they are playing for. They might just be playing for Cram for all we know, right? Because they could lock in the gold later and then get a decent matchup for Cram, and then we see what he can do on Export. Because this is what it's starting to feel like.
Oh yeah, I think they might be trying to distract Homeboy so that they don't ban the Export, right? Or the Terizla.
Yeah, I think either or is still good. Even if Homeboys gets Terizla, Export is still a natural counter, right? Just on paper. The fact that Homeboy showed that Fredrin means that SRG now even has more breeding room for Innocent Zero. We don't really need to worry about him too much. Natan gets banned out this time, so we're down to Claude carry and perhaps a Melissa.
I think it's the Melissa, right? Claude, okay.
Yeah. Most gold laners can agree across the world that if you are pushed back into a corner, most of the time, Claude is going to be more reliable overall, right? That BMI is such a powerful spell by itself. His innate kit is obnoxious to deal with.
Well, he's already guilty of stealing many things. May as well play with the art of thievery here. Homeboys, what's it going to be? The Terizla is open. Sapat has had a very strong success rate on it. If they want, they could get that Sepakito, go for that flexibility. The Roamer as well. Against the Cho.
Oh man. If they take, I want to say they can take the Export, but the Valentina makes it so iffy. I feel like you probably need to let Sapat have an more active role.
Lapu, Minotaur. Ooh. Okay. That's kind of interesting though, because they're very much aware that they're giving these all like the Minoan Fury, the Eternal Guard, to Valentina essentially, right? I think that's the bottom line, and I think the Homeboys, they're coming to a point where it's just play comfort picks, look for an opportunity to actually dominate the lane. We are going to play around nets, and that is the end of the story.
All right, is it gonna be the Export here? Lots of tanky heroes on Homeboys, could be pretty good if they want to counterplay in terms of teamfight. Terizla is open, but it kind of has anti-synergy with the heavy spin. So, Export it is. Cram looking to spit some fire against the Homeboys.
I do like the Export pick. I think you might not be able to do too much against a Lapu, but teamfight-wise, oh boy, the utility, the Pew you get against a Fredrin. You don't care about Eternal Guardian, the backline dives that it provides as well. Especially when Roger wants to get up in your face, he's not going to feel comfortable.
I don't know about you, but the draft is looking... I don't know. Homeboys, they are a teamfight-oriented draft, but I can definitely see a world where if Udil is unable to kind of maintain control over his lane or takes like a bad trade early on, yes, Zorn can actually bail him out, but at the same time, SRG does make that first move, and I think they're going to go towards Sapat's side of the map.
All right. We've heard the thoughts here. This could be match point. Homeboys right now pushed into a corner. Can the defending champions stop the Giants from closing out the season?
It's either we get a repeat or we get the birth of a new one. This is going to be potentially the last game of this best of 7. SRG looking a lot more robust in terms of draft, a lot more reliable, a lot more easier to execute. Being on the red side this time with Homeboys on the blue. And right off the bat, we're seeing Homeboys with the same protocols from 2-3 games ago. 4-man stack in the jungle, we gotta protect Chibi.
Yep, they've gotta protect them. They gotta protect each other. Gotta keep themselves alive. Homeboys on the blue side, SRG on the red side. And yeah, they will be pathing towards the EXP side of the map. They're gonna leave the gold laners on an island.
We can already see Zooms as well, trying to be annoying on this show. Now, typically when you play a hero that against a player who is known to be legendary on it, it can be quite risky because Zorn clearly will know the limits of what Yums can accomplish, and we'll see whether or not that makes a difference as we proceed with the game.
Pretty nasty trade down mid, Udo with that AoE damage, but still SRG is having a bit more lane priority down mid. That means Yums, he gets to move on ahead, and even though Zorn mirrors this Cho, it's not easy for the Minotaur to keep up. Guys, it's early retry use. Chibi hits 4 first, so this is not a fight that they want to take. Yums will be forced to flicker.
Okay, all they lost was a flicker. I think that's totally fine because I was a little worried for Chibi there. SRG, they did see Udil actually make the recall underneath his tier 1. So that's why they were making the call of getting a little bit more aggressive on these invades. But it looks like pre-2 minutes, the extra bonus damage definitely helping out here for the side of the homeboys.
Being able to force out the flicker from Yums as well is going to be very beneficial for them because that is an important tool for a Cho to set up a kick, especially around that first turtle fight, and it's not going to be available, which means a free kick onto GB is not there.
And Ness is in danger. He's going to pop the Purify, but Sakai didn't chase him. Pin him to the wall. Lycan bounce to dodge, but not enough. He's too low. First blood for SRG.
Nicely done from the side of SRG, but this means that homeboys will get their hands on that turtle on the opposite side of the map. Good feint from SRG, pathing down to EXP, but eventually going for their main target, slowing down Nets and letting Innocent scale.
I think it's a great idea. They already know they're very unlikely to safely win the turtle without Yums' flicker, so go for the gold lane instead, right? Get that snowball going on the most important member of the team. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Could have been a second one.
Oh man, I definitely thought that was like a pretty good kill angle. Probably the same thoughts from Yums. As he goes with the recall, we look at the opposite sides of the map to see if there's anything else that's really being taken advantage of, because Chibi is a full level ahead of Sakai's. Hold on.
Man, Innocent, he's joining the fight. He's forcing everything out of Budio. Instantly purified, BMI out.
Alright, surprisingly, Red Giants being kind of aggressive early on. I think it's good since Cho can make use of that timing. But you would think that with a Claude and a Valentina, they would actually be the ones looking to take a slight step back.
Yeah, I definitely thought that they were going to take a slight step back, but hey, look, if SRG are willing to make these like really clean rotations, they might as well try and profit off of it. The worst comes to worst, you lose your battle spells, right? And it's not like Innocent really cares about his battle spells as of right now because he's so in deep in the gold lane and doesn't move very often.
Mintalker done for Nets, but he is slightly behind Innocent in terms of experience. The fact that this Claude has a lead in the lane against a Roger, that is already a good start for SRG. They're definitely trying to pivot to kind of get Innocent ahead.
They did have the exchange Skies as EXP lead though for that, so hopefully that does pay off here. As I've also heard, we've hit a brand new TCU all-time milestone. We have surpassed Season 12. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. Make sure you guys redeem that code on the screen right there. Reverse a little bit if you didn't catch it. That's your reward for joining us on this incredible journey.
Unbelievable. Took us 7 games last season, but only 6 this season. It was probably going to go down. Dodging the Appraiser's Wrap. Maybe I said it too early. Last Sandy from Cram very early on. Sapat had his own ultimate. Rolling Fury gets used, but it's going to be GB. Takes the turtle with the XP lead. SRG is going to retreat.
Surprisingly, Yums will get to go home as well. Homeboy is not punishing his positioning. So the net worth difference is reset once again. And that is time that they didn't spend harassing Nets as well. So I imagine the Roger is starting to catch back up.
Oh, Cram. Flick up, he's dead. Good catch. That's the guy that needs to die.
Nicely played by Sapat here. He's proactively trading against Cram, breaking his Faraga armor, making sure that he is using the Bravest Fighter off of cooldown whenever he has the chance. Because so far, it seems like SRG, and even for the homeboys, they've just been hovering. No real hard commitments just yet.
I think that's wise, right? We've already seen what happens when these teams hard commit a little bit too hard. Zapato already getting that tier 1 down bottom is incredible. And Nets being able to avoid another gank from Yums is allowing homeboys now to gain that net worth advantage.
Definitely building up a bit. Just 1,300. But Chibi being constantly ahead of Sakai will always allow homeboys to have that innate advantage when it comes to objective. The next one is less than a minute.
Yeah, and we'll see whether or not it's going to be enough. Because so far, unless Homeboy sets up a situation by this upcoming turtle pit for Zorn to actually hit a really big ult, it's going to be tough because SRG, they're going to continuously play this like guerrilla style warfare against the Homeboys. Mid-rotations, they're looking to find that kick. That's why you see Yums hovering around this riverside as much as he can.
GB just got the brute force breastplate as well. Look at the snowball as fast as possible. Deal the damage until Nets can come online. Nets has caught back up.
Yeah, he definitely caught back up. You can see that Zorn specifically keeping an eye on Yums, not allowing him to harass that gold lane anymore. So unfortunately, Innocent got all the help he's gonna get.
They want to break Cram's Dragon armor, and they did it right as the turtle spawned. Be a tough one for Cram. I don't think if they can contest this. Chibi is a level ahead of Sakai.
Yeah, not the best situation here for the Red Giants. Homeboy is definitely in a very comfortable spot right now, but they still do have to be wary. That heavy spin can be pretty scary.
Yeah, Cram wants that Dragon armor back, gets it back in time. Previous fighter was used by Subbat. Might wait for the timeout Landshaker for the stun. Sakai's completely pushed away. Last insanity from Cram to get the kick onto Zorn. Stormy joins the fight. Eternal God dropped by both teams, but Sakai's wins the Reggie battle.
He wins at a level down as well. Just really nice stuff coming out from Sakai's, right? Because Homeboys, their frontliners are doing a lot of work. Zorn's Minoan Fury making sure that the rest of SRG can't commit too hard on this. And even for Subbat, right? He's allowed to play disrespectful because this is going to be his strongest point in the game before everybody starts to get their defensive items.
Yeah, that's why Homeboys really needs to step on the gas here. But Red Giants not letting that happen. Even now, continuing to try and harass the Nets, maybe Chibi in the jungle if they can, and then immediately just going for the disengage once it doesn't look like they can make anything happen with it. This hit and run strategy will be very effective, and Homeboys need to be the ones to break it open.
Humes even used his flicker. He tried to get into Zorn, but Zorn was mid-leap, so cancel it. No flicker for the Cho. Nez about to get solo killed by Innocent, who just got the golden staff. Subbat, he used his ultimate. Sakai's not the target you want to go for.
Unfortunate and unlucky. Nets was already chunked out pretty heavily, so Innocent, he saw the opportunity, right? 60%, that's enough of a threshold lead to actually jump on top of him. Now, on the bottom side, wait a minute, Homeboys. They're just letting everything go. These turrets are falling faster than I can even see them getting attacked.
Even Cram got one.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a problem. Homeboys are starting to falter a little bit. I don't think they expected Nets to fall there, and I think they were really wishing they had a slight bit more lead at this point, especially with a draft like Minotaur and Lapu Lapu. Selangor Red Giants, though, they've understood this. Look at the goal difference now. It's 1.7k. Almost all of that is on Innocent.
Even Subbat started falling behind, considering the lead that he got, right?
I mean, he keeps on leaving his lane for these types of fights and not getting the profit that he's looking for. At this point, you might as well stay in your lane and keep Cram behind. Now, this is where it gets dangerous for SRG. Because the gold lead is 1.2k. Oh?
They want to break the armor, but it's not going to be easy. Yums not going to commit the kick just yet, but Frogger armor gone again. Homeboys taking baby steps to stop SRG.
Oh, and Chibi is a full level ahead of Sakai's. They could look to drag this out.
Eternal God, that one hit on the two. Chibi, big slam. Not big enough though. Cram is about to get his armor back.
They're not doing this.
Yeah,
they're not
always
doing
have to back this off.
I don't think they can.
They should not challenge this anymore.
The waves are not in a good place. I don't think Homeboys is willing to give up a Lord for mid-tier 1.
No, I don't think so either. SRG have already postured around. Here comes the pin. Chibi, he is immobilized. He cannot move. They just use everything. The kick from Yums to keep Zorn away, and Chibi dies in the process. Subbat had to flicker, and Nets could not join the fight. Can they at least get Yums though? Knockup is there. Use flickers, conceal to find shelter. SRG just too good.
Yums is out. He's actually escaped from this situation. They picked up Chibi. The Lord should be free. Innocent is getting the kiss.
No.
This could be the beginning of the end for the Homeboys.
Wait. They're so low.
Wait, Zorn Fat Finger is... Oh, he's not going to have the Minoan Fury. This is not an angle that Homeboys can contest.
I mean, it's kind of going both ways, right? Like, Sakai's is too low to actually sit around here, but unfortunately, with Zorn Fat Fingering his all Homeboys, they have more. They need to track this even longer.
Oh boy. 2k lead, 10 minutes in. Actually, not an insurmountable gap here. Actually quite manageable for the Homeboys as long as they play this intelligently. But Red Giants are controlling this Lord Pit right now. They are baiting their opponents.
It is a big deal for Guys because he caught up in terms of experience. Chibi will pull ahead in just a bit, but I don't think SRG are in any rush.
Yep, I think Homeboy, I mean, as much as SRG aren't in any rush, Homeboys have set up the top wave at least perfectly. Now they have 2 slow pushing waves while they do this Lord Dance.
They gotta get past Cram first though. Important Lord fight again. Here comes the big Innocent committing to the back. He's gonna get control, but gets out with the BMI anyways. We know Fury missed it completely. Guy saving his team. SRG managing a full retreat.
All right, now they rush the Lord, right? Now they get mid-tier 1, right? Now we're seeing this game actually progress rather than hold on to a stagnated state, right?
Yeah, I hope so. Homeboys got a great engage there. They caught the Red Giants off guard. Innocent blazing do it, didn't do enough damage. But the Red Giants haven't left. They're still looking to contest this.
Yeah, UNCB has a conceal. Zorn's first Sabat might have to give his life for this. Take out the Appraiser's Wrath. Good trigger finger from Chibi. Sabat will go down. They get the taunt to Innocent. And Nets finds the kill, but he goes out to Sakai. The kick from Yums on the Chibi. Chibi finds the dash. Energy Eruption gets the taunt by Yums. Will try to fight for the knockup. Zorn, on the other hand, will be barbecued by Crab. And the heavy speed comes back up. Sakai's gonna save the fight. Will save him. Crab back Chibi. Saves him. The Kage. But now Yums in 20 places. Murata comes back up in time. Oh no! He's gonna go down.
He's down! They've done it! They've done it! They finally thwarted away the attack coming in from the Homeboys. Finally, we get to see Chibi die. So many resources to keep their jungler alive, squandered away as SRG bounced back.
I really hope I didn't break anyone's eardrums there. But Red Giants have found that pivot point. They found the point where they can break open the tempo, where they can take control of that game. The network lead doesn't look all that much just yet still, but the Homeboys do not scale quite as well as their opponents here. Oh,
Stormy.
Oh, that's nice. That's what they need.
Oof.
Very nice.
They finally find 1 back, and now 3-8 so far. Selangor Red Giants still in the lead, but the Homeboys are not out of this entirely.
Ram is going to be next on the chopping block. Has to find a way to use the ult to gain distance. He's going to break. He's some sort of safe haven. SRG still has the mid-tier 1. I think that's the best case scenario.
Yeah, but like at this point, with how much of a lead that they have, right? Very small moves, but you might as well give it up, especially if you're a man down. That's why Homeboys, they're walking in as 5. They know they have the better team fight comp, especially if you're in a condensed space.
And they want the guys, and that's a full combo already. They get caught. Very nice diversion.
Ooh, these pickoffs have reset the pivot point. Red Giants had control, but they've lost it now. Those were mistakes. Stormy especially did not need the Big Ed caught out there. Homeboys, this is what they've been looking for. Some kills under Nets' belt going to allow him to catch up.
But he's still there. Crab is the target again, and there's another ult out. I don't think they catch up to him. Guys will be the bodyguard. But Guys now becomes the center of attention. They have a lot of damage at this point. Stormy also. And they're just dancing.
Oh, okay. Looking at the state of the game right now, I think we know that Red Giants do still have a slight advantage. But Homeboys have regrouped. They've regained that mental capacity they really needed to keep themselves in this game. Stormy's still topping the damage dealt ranking, and that's why it's so important that Nets was able to get a kill on him earlier to get some momentum back in their favor.
I don't know how much favor they're actually going to get here, right? Because keep in mind, Udil, he's going to reach a point. He's going to reach maximum capacity very, very soon, and then he should be able to wait.
Well, going on to Crab. He has been the punching bag, but this time doesn't even get his outside part. Commits back to Flicker. He wants Stormy, but cannot fully go for him.
This is tense.
It is tense, but they don't get any battle spells out of them. Like, Sapak committed a flicker, and SRG didn't lose theirs. So that might be a point of contention here. Let's see how this plays out, because this Luminous Lord is so important for either side.
It's a Divine Glaive just purchased by Udil. Stormy has an Eternal Guard.
Great Dragon Spear just finished by Nets as well. Everyone hitting very important power spikes. Still a 3K lead for Red Giants, but now that we're 15 minutes in, that's actually not a big difference. This is anyone's game. Positioning matters.
Yeah, and the wave is more set up for Homeboys than it is for...
drop. BB, that's a taunt. Catching two Innocent is one of them. They're trying to break Cram's Viraga armor against Sapa, just full commit the Braver Spider. They might even go for more to stun on the Stormy. Crucial resources out from SRG. No flicker for the Esports.
It just goes to show what they're playing for, right? Homeboys are clearly playing for the fight more than the Lord, and SRG, they're not going to give it to them for free. As long as their cores are healthy, fine, chunk away.
Oh, poor Cram, not having a good time, but he did get that Viraga armor back. Innocence already regen the full off of the minion wave, so we're back to 0 around this Lord dance.
Yeah, he just got the immortality as well, so an extra life. Got 2 lives, in fact. Sakai is not letting the lore reset.
No. They're just making it jiggle back and forth every single time. Now this is going to be the full reset as the waves have pushed back.
I'm on the edge of my seat. I've literally just stood. Oh,
hit onto Chibi. Chibi needs to go. Heavy's been committed. Minoa Fury connects. And I mean, Chibi, he's already gone down. Innocent, he's free hitting everyone. Sapa throwing his life for the Stormy to the side. But Ness is on the side. This is a good angle. Ness, he can go for the cleanup.
Oh my God.
The first one to go. Graham is there.
Give it there.
Back to life. And it's Ness to go. Ballistic. Innocent and Sakai still alive, but can they stop Ness though? Ness trying to run away. Innocent goes for the chase. Ness gonna turn into the Lycan form. Innocent just got the immortality, so it's not a fight Ness can take.
Oh, they're running back. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it ended up like that. That could have been a Maniac angle, arguably a Savage angle. Still 2v1 though.
Has to be a hero play from Ness. It has to be a hero play.
Oh, come out, baby.
Sakai is low, blazing to where use. Can they kill Ness? Wisdom of Nature! He's stuck alive! And Innocent clutches it! They refuse to go down!
I cannot believe what we are watching! I have goosebumps on my goosebumps!
Oh!
They just cured my feet!
Oh my God.
I can stand now!
You're standing, I'm clenching my butt cheeks! Holy crap! That 2v1 could have gone so well, but at the same time, like SRG, they're really slowing this down. It felt like that fight was happening in slow motion.
They're very deliberate. They know which player needs to be assigned to which part of the team fight. Homeboys, they've been doing such a good job so far of breaking down that Viraga armor, of trying to buy space, but the Lord is crashing down that top lane. Red Giants, how much damage can they do with this?
Biggest lead for a team this game. Lord Crash. Inhibitor still up. I think Homeboys can at least keep the other 2 alive. They don't even lose the top one. It's great. This is step number 1 to having a chance of coming back.
I mean, they could stagger this, but it's all up to Yums, right? Can he find that pick?
Couldn't find anyone with the conceal. Sakai is going to bounce out of there. But I think they can get the top one at least.
Yeah, this top inhibitor should fall even just...
Oh, maybe not.
Homeboy's still holding.
Okay, finally he goes down.
All right. Even their own Eternal Guard has come down. And for the most part, honestly, Homeboys have played this pretty well on the defensive stance, right? They walk out a little bit, they try to stagger the waves as much as they can, and now second waves are going to start coming in, but at this point, wait.
Chibi is going to be pushed back. His team needs to get to him. And the Princess he can't use it in time. They found Innocent though. Innocent can purify, uses the Winds of Nature. Chibi also just got his immortality in the process. Yum's going to get caught. Flickers out of safety. Chibi finally being able to be escorted out, but loses his own immortality. Eternal Guard now drop onto Yums, who dashes away with the Shunpo. Ness going for the chase, and that's the first kill onto Yums.
Successful base defense for the side of the Homeboys, right? Now this 6.4k lead really doesn't matter, as they've already reached the maximum cap of how many items they can hold.
Everyone's gonna be hitting full build now. Net worth difference doesn't matter all that much anymore, other than switching items, which actually does play a pretty important role here. The Red Giants tried to go for a cheeky pickoff by pushing Chibi away from his team, but unfortunately, Innocent's positioning wasn't quite right enough for him to safely DPS, and because he got chunked out, a lot of the damage from the Red Giants got taken away.
They're looking for Cram again, and this time Cram is able to buy some distance at least with Innocent by his side. But the next Lord, this one, is going to be the deal breaker. 15 seconds left.
And SRG, it looks like they're playing a little more responsive, right? They let the front line do what they want, but as soon as they start seeing people trying to affect the side lanes, that's when they have to go and do their chores. At this point, Sligo Red Giants have quite the advantage now that they have the long lane on the opposite side where the Lord spawns with no inhibitor whatsoever. So it's a constant nuisance for the Homeboys.
The guy doesn't have immortality just yet. It was broken in the previous Lord fight. He needs a bit more time. Sabat chased away. by Innocent. Yung
Wait, this is good. Sapat with no ult. They can go for this, right?
Oh, Ness. Oh, has to retreat. Here comes the full engage. Oh, grabbing from the back line. Ness is forced away.
That's two.
Oh, just used the Winston trying to save himself, but they've lost more. They've lost GB. Is this it for SRG? I think it is. 3 dead, about to be 4 Nets. Nowhere to go. SRG have found it. 3rd time's the charm. A culmination of 3 seasons. They accomplished what Homeboys did in 3 years. SRG, this is the next chapter. They are history.
They have done it! We have a brand new MPL Malaysia champion! The unstoppable, invincible Selangor Red Giants!
What an incredible win from SRG. Give it up to our champions here. The new era is looking red.
An incredible series. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. That's going to be all from us from the caster desk. My name is Safa, Gideon, and Husky. Thank you for joining us this season. We'll let the host take it away to congratulate our new MPL champions.
And there you have it. Selangor Red Giants is your MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 Grand Champion.
Selangor Red Giant adalah pasukan undefeated champion untuk musim kali ini. Mereka berjaya mendominasi regular season sehinggalah ke play-off.
But let's not forget our first runner-up, Homeboys. Mereka akan mewakili Malaysia di wild card di Riyadh.
Ya, mereka juga akan terbang ke Riyadh untuk cuba mengunci slot. Dan kita mendoakan supaya pasukan Homeboys juga akan mewakili Malaysia ke MSC.
And now for the moment that everybody is waiting for. Boys, come on boys, hold the trophy. Ini adalah pasukan yang akan tunjuk dekat MSC Malaysia tengah bangkit.
Mereka bermain dengan cukup baik. Kemenangan terhadap pasukan Homeboys sangat-sangat dirasai. Alright, jadi dalam kiraan 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Selangor Red Giant!
Go on guys, celebrate your victory. Wow, that is an amazing best of 7. Dan mari kita tengok cam highlights dorang pada regular season.
Juara untuk MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-13 ini, Selangor Red Giants.
Yes. Okay, Sith. I'm pretty sure sekarang dah masa untuk invite VIP kita ke atas pentas.
Yes, untuk memperingati dan merasmikan detik ini, kami ingin menjemput Datuk Seri Dr. Ahmad Zahid bin Hamidi, Timbalan Perdana Menteri dan Menteri Kemajuan Desa dan Wilayah bersama-sama dengan Mr. Syul Hazan, Senior Esports Manager untuk naik ke atas pentas dan memberikan hadiah kemenangan kepada pemenang kita.
Sith, what an amazing best of 7 series. And okay guys, come on, get your medal. You are the new champions of MPL. Claim it and be proud of it.
Tidak pernah tewas satu game langsung sepanjang MPL Malaysia ini dijalankan. Mereka selayaknya dinobat selaku juara kita yang terbaru.
And I must say it is a well-deserved win. Dorang ada orang kata the perfect run this MPL. Tak jatuh ke lower bracket. Tak kalah satu perlawanan pun di regular season. A straight win. And that team will represent us in the MSC.
Ya, kita juga tahu bagaimana permulaan untuk MPL Malaysia ini dimulakan dengan perlawanan di antara Homeboys dan juga Selangor Giant. Juga diakhiri dengan kedua-dua buah pasukan.
Yes, this is giving me deja vu moments, see? Daripada hari pertama di regular season, and we are ending it the exact same way this playoffs grand finale.
Satu penghargaan kerana kita adanya VIP bersama-sama dengan kita untuk sendiri datang ke atas pentas untuk memberikan hadiah, dan ini merupakan sesi untuk bergambar bersama-sama dengan Dato' Sri Zahid bin Hamidi bersama-sama dengan Mr. Siu Hazen. Ambil kenangan ini. Ambil gambar.
Alright everybody, look at the camera, look all pretty, make sure all your faces are seen. Smile, lift up your medals guys.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Yang Amat Berhormat Dato' Sri Dr. Ahmad bin Zahid Hamidi bersama-sama dengan Encik Mr. Siu Hausen di atas kesudian bersama-sama dengan kita di atas pentas ini, Ros.
And now, we would like a word from the coach of Selangor Red Giants. Guys, your dream team coach, Coach Arcadia.
Sorry guys if my voice is not clear because you know the feeling, this is so unreal. I'm just lost for words. I just want to really say thank you to everyone who supported us through our journey. All of the fans, without you we wouldn't make it. So thank you so much, and thank you to all of the people that are part of Red Giants, to our management, to our staff, to everyone who supports us in this journey. I just want to say, terima kasih semua. And also, I just want to give also props to Homeboys and all to the Flame Boys. This was really an entertaining best of 7 grand finals. So, all the MPL MY community, I just want to say, really, terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Coach. All right, can we please have? Can we please pass the coach to? Can we please pass the mic to Coach Becky? We would also love to hear Coach Becky's input. Coach, now that you guys are the champion, what was the biggest contribution to your successful run in your perfect season?
Unreal. And just thank you for our team for always listening to my advice, even though I'm technically nobody, but finally I'm a champion too.
Wow, heartwarming, emotionally I'm getting overstimulated by the emotions on stage, honestly. It's amazing. But guys, not forgetting that we also have our finals MVP. And to announce our grand finals MVP, we would like to invite up on stage our VIP, Mr. Rabiras Rajakrishnan, head of Hotlink Consumer, onto the stage to present the awards to our grand finals MVP.
Bermula dari season ini, MPL MY akan ada satu benda yang baru untuk Grand Final MVP kita, iaitu kempen #ini champion MVP kita, di mana player ini boleh memilih satu hero dan pihak Munton Malaysia sendiri akan design satu merchandise khas untuk pemain ini.
Alright, you guys dengar tak tu? So, dah ready ke untuk tahu siapa finals MVP kita?
Siapa rasa-rasanya MVP kita?
Louder! I'm hearing a lot of names sih.
Lagi sekali.
Lagi sekali. Siapakah finals MVP anda? Finals MVP kita ialah
Innocent! Congratulations!
Regular season MVP, finals MVP. Dia memang sapul semua MVP di season ini.
Menunjukkan persembahan yang sangat-sangat memukau. Dinobatkan juga sebagai Dream Team untuk role Gold Laner. Dan ini peluang beliau untuk membuktikan beliau selayaknya, sewajarnya dinobatkan selaku final MVP kita.
Yes. Alright, thank you so much to our VIP for presenting this award. Okay, and now it's time for the most awaited interview with our finals MVP. Okay, tolong pegang mock check tu. Innocent! Wow. First of all, do you have a speech prepared?
Thank you because I have buff. That's why we're champion. And I just want to thank my family because they always supporting me, and especially to my girlfriend. Let's go MSC, guys!
Wow! All right. Now, Innocent, just now, Sith said that we have a new thing in MPL Malaysia, which is called ENG Champion MVP Kita, in which you will pick one hero and Munton will do a merchandise out of that hero to represent you. What hero would you give your ENG Champion MVP Kita to?
Roger!
There you have it, guys. Roger from Innocent.
Memang dah tak disangkakan lagi. Saya rasa semua orang tahu yang beliau akan memilih hero tersebut.
Alright, guys. Mana trophy korang? Okay, trophy. Lift the trophy up and you guys are gonna go party. Ready?
Dan pemenang kita MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-13. Mereka boleh berharap untuk naik ke special podium kita yang telah pun disediakan khas untuk mereka untuk merayakan kemenangan mereka.
And guys, sebelum we wrap up our season, guess what? We have just broken another PCU milestone, 600,000.
Terima kasih di atas semua sokongan anda. Kita berjaya pecahkan sekali lagi PCU untuk MPL MY.
Guys, this is the end of MPL Malaysia Season 13. I would like to say thank you so much to everybody worldwide for making this possible. We wouldn't have done it without you guys.
Ya, dari pihak sponsor, daripada pihak Munton, semua yang terlibat secara langsung dan secara tidak langsung, kami ingin memohon maaf dan kami ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kerana bersama-sama dengan kita daripada awal hari MPL Malaysia sehinggalah ke saat ini.
And for the final time this season, my name is Rose.
Juara kita, Selangor Red Giant, kita akan jumpa anda di MSC.
Fighting to build a legacy in this better ground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to